The cluster fucking happened. Um, you, well, Kindball wanted to go for a run and needed some exercise, like a
I
dog,
did.
and decided to break quarantine, so to speak, uh, and go for a run with two escorts, Velt and Aridin.
Good.
They diverted from one path, which would have led them straight into armed guards, and ran into the second of my random encounters on the table, uh, religious fanatics. And a series of unfortunate events occurred. Aridin ended up in the middle of the crowd. Um, some bad deception calls were made that were heresy that you didn't really know. Um,
Along with being
All-
like Walking Dead style swarmed, I'm guessing, like by the
People
crowd.
who deserved to die died that day. That was
Oh my god.
yeah. And a kind of shady figure, but definitely like a monk figure in the background.
So look like a Solarian from Velt's vision.
They didn't. I mean, not particularly. They looked
No.
like a different school, but definitely was working with the priest that was doing the
So there's-
talking.
So there's more than the Lunar Siths and Solarians in Jiaomei.
There are in Jiaomei there are yes, there's two sides of Velt's family.
Okay.
Yeah, and this looked like the solar side of that family. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
Okay.
Yeah, so this monk helped attack you, and Aridin caused a gravity fissure, gravity sinkhole, that obliterated the crowd and damaged these two before they fucked off and jumped away with some magic.
nice.
Shortly thereafter, you guys managed to regroup at the Rainbow Chateau, and immediately turned around and started packing up to leave. By the time you got the last teleport off, the reinforcements had arrived. That same monk with another one of those of the Solarian monks, and a handful of other kind of lower ranking monks. The two VIP monks got away. You killed a number of the lower ranking ones, but they attacked you and inflicted some pretty heavy damage before you guys managed to make it through the teleportal to the archivist Eos Orandosa's lost library.
I found it.
Yeah, you
Are
do
the
a quick,
traps active?
you do a quick head count, and oh shoot, I don't know if I still have the pictures. Shoot, I had a really good picture of the entrance to the archive, but I may have gotten rid of it. I have no idea where it would be. The You do a quick head count, and you notice that the first and second groups that got pulled through, there are three very unhappy griffins that are being calmed by Farhat, and a number of drow civilian, the non-combat drow, who are kind of piled up. They're not really used to having to move that quick. And so you do the quick head count, and you realize I think everybody's here. And this is you've made it to the archive. Some serious injuries on the part of Julian and Velt. You guys shouldn't be as healed.
1
as
HP, I think.
Shows you.
Oh no,
We cast a bunch of healing
mm-hmm.
when they got back.
Yeah.
Oh, right when you landed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Farhat healed a bunch, I think.
Okay.
I mainly just stabilized the people that were mortally injured so that tripping wouldn't.
Okay. Yeah. So that works.
They don't sneeze on them.
I believe the Sun Prince dumped some points into people too.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So question, I remember when we first came to the chamber, there was like traps and shit. Did anything trigger from us going through the portal?
So currently, I'm trying to find the picture of the floor that you guys landed in.
Well, first time when we went there was a giant leftovers of a massive spell.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
you
Oh.
guys are now, you're not floating, so there that spell has clearly dissipated.
Okay, cool.
Um,
I'll hit a quick dispel magic feature cast.
detect magic, you mean?
Detect magic, yeah. What did I say?
Okay, yeah, you
Spell.
detect. Oh, goodbye.
Rip.
I guess Nikki's trying to get on a real computer. You notice around you the sparkling essence of powerful magic is still at play, but it appears enchanted in nature and not just raw running rampant. The archive itself is this beautiful old stone, buried in the mountainside, in this petrified wood, temple, with eye symbology fairly regularly around it. Eyeball.
Full of Ione, right?
Yeah, yes, this was an old temple of Ioun. And yeah, this place looks cleaner. It looks functional. And shortly after you guys finish your healing rounds, you finish your patching yourselves up. A large door creaks open at the end of one of the halls. And out from it you see this shield of kind of pale silverish white magic that is a sphere that is approaching through the doorway, and inside you can see the archivist in human form just gently holding its hand up, snowblind eyes as it walks forward, and just at the same time overhead you hear, those more perceptive among you hear the very quiet rushing of air, um, until until all of you see a shadow from the kind of skylight entrance, and diving down on top of your group is a very swift moving draconid form, landing, bristling wings up. It goes into almost like a falcon dive and kind of crashes to the ground next to you. Its flight nearly silent, but its crashing landing quite obvious. You see a black dragon, low to the floor, kind of a feral stance and gurgling in its throat, kind of eyeing targets and lining up things for its acid breath before the archivist steps in the room, drops the shield, and you just hear a single telepathic word of stop.
I just hold up my hands, even though I hear that in Draconic, just say, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! We're all friends here. We're Io Randosa. We're just here trying to get away from something." And I turn to the dragon and say, "We are not your enemies."
Yeah, Airden will pipe up and say, "These are friends of mine. We mean you no harm."
Yeah, and as soon as it recognizes you and the couple that cared for it, the couple that were on that one-shot adventure, it kind of its fins stay kind of up and its wings are like very slowly lowering. And Tyir, you can see it eyeing Tyir.
So, question: the Draconic he gave me, is that different from the Draconic not controller Farhad speaking?
No, it is
Okay.
it is functionally the same. Dragons don't change.
Okay.
They don't
They're
change.
just like a
things.
little bit older though, right?
Yeah. You know, I'm kicking myself that I don't have this picture now. The map's really cool.
So how do I? Oh, fuck, are you able to mark shit as prepared? I didn't even fucking know.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
First, fucking prepared caster master over here.
I just have all of my spells there, and I just click which ones I want prepared or not.
I see him eyeing Tyir and sort of slowly like walking towards him, but in between the two of them, just looking back and forth between each words. We are all friends here.
Yeah, Tyir, the Griffins have taken off and are circling the room trying to get out, but they're not great at flying straight up. And Tyir's backed. He's backed up and he's tail up, like bristling, but very slowly again, kind of everybody's kind of reholstering their guns very slowly.
have a
And
material- I almost did something that might have had a. It doesn't have it doesn't have a cost. So okay, material cost. If it doesn't have a GP amount, I can cast it with a holy symbol, right?
yes, yes.
Okay. I want to attempt to approach the dragon itself. I'm assuming it still looks very ragged.
It's a little ragged, but obviously from its position of aggression, its position of it had excellent mobility when it came down out of the sky at you just now. But you do see that the wings are torn and there appear to be large patches of scales missing still, but it looks healthier. It looks healthier than it did.
I'm gonna walk up and oh well. Before I do this, I could actually ask someone. I turn to the archivist and say, "Are we secure here? You're not expecting anyone to come kicking in the front door right now, are we?"
Than yourselves? No.
Is this the dragon
Fantastic.
from the one shot?
It is.
Oh shit.
Excuse me just a moment. Now I'll walk up to the dragon and say, "Hey, real quick, is it all right if I try to patch you up a little bit more? You look like you still need a little touch and go."
It bristles at you again, and it kind of opens its jaw, and you see that it doesn't have a tongue.
Ha. Now, hold on. I ain't got no weapon. You see me? I ain't holding nothing. And even if I did, what are the odds that I could do something to you right now, even in your current state?
You see his eyes flicker over to the archivist and flicker back to you, and he lowers his wings. Does not lower his head and maintains eye contact with you, but lowers his wings and kind of retracts his claws just a little bit.
I'm just gonna walk close enough to touch him and say, Now I know this is a bad time to say this. I never cast this before, so just bear with me. And I'm gonna hit him with the regenerate.
Regenerate. Okay. Yeah, your magic immediately takes some effect and begins. You do immediately see effect as the room kind of darkens and the sunlight pouring in basically freezes in place for a moment, like the dust motes in the air freeze in place for a second, and the archivist looks with curiosity, and you see his eyes kind of flicker for a second, even though he has no pupils. The eyes kind of move silently for a second as the archivist recognizes some power changing, and you hear telepathically, like, that is impressive power, but it is not yours.
No, and I imagine we'll have to talk about that. But for right now, I'd like to make sure this spell goes off without a hitch. Over the next 2 minutes, anything severed or missing regrows, and he regens 1 hit point every single turn for an hour. Yeah. So he immediately heals
like
36
10 or something. Okay, yeah.
36. So 48 plus 15, and then 1 health every turn for the next 2 hours. So 10 hit points a minute. If he's not fully healed, this motherfucker had like 5,000 health.
He's on full health. He just has sustained some scarring and some major injury.
Yeah. So his tongue should come back. Scales should grow back.
His tongue indeed does grow back. And you hear the gurgling in his throat kind of turn to very rudimentary words. Not even words, just sounds. And the archivist speaks aloud in telepathy to all of you. This is interesting. I see some of you are familiar.
He also
With
serves
Pendia.
him.
With Pendia the Voiceless.
Well, hopefully not voiceless no more. I'm going to realize the magic's working as intended, turn around and take off my hat and say, "My name's Farhat. Pleasure to meet you. Here you go by 2 names. And one of them I'm rather fond of."
Your assuredness is familiar to me.
Well, you meet some fantastic individuals over the course of your life. They tend to see like for like.
The one you mentioned, Naglfar. He also serves him.
Oh my. Oh, someone called.
That's
Yeah,
him right
there's-
now.
Yeah. Ding ding.
That's Naglfar calling you on
Yeah.
your cell phone late night when he needs your love.
Used to
I
call
try-
you on myself.
I turn and point to Arid and say, "You do not speak for me." Apologies. We had some
I will
altercations.
speak as I please.
Okay. We're not making you anything if you're gonna.
The archivist,
I want to rib Aridin.
yeah. The archivist kind of casts. You see a small like silvery disc appear over the left hand of the archivist, and he just kind of casts it across the group. You of the old blood, ancient warriors. You are welcome in these halls.
I look around and say, like, myself included?
No.
Oh.
One way to find out.
I just go back to Coley.
Apologies for speaking up, but that's a bit vague. Am I coming in or am I staying out here?
He's not finished addressing the group.
Okay.
Okay, let him go. Let him go.
You adventurers, you are welcome for the time being. We have much to discuss since your last visit. So with that, he speaks directly to the real, you included, the Old Blood and New Blood squads, but with the Old Blood sentence, he was talking to the Drow,
The drow, yeah.
the group of Flicati.
The other drow.
Yes.
The older blood.
Drow.
Older blood.
Yes,
The older
yes.
drow, yeah.
Oldest blood.
They've got a few digits on me.
Damn, man, this blood old as fuck. Sorry, go on.
They are
Like fine wine.
Girl, the back of your
the back of your head look old as fuck.
blood is ridiculous.
The counselor steps up and gives a short bow to him, not breaking eye contact, and expresses aloud in Undercommon, which most of you can't understand, that they appreciate his hospitality, though they do not know the meaning of it. He counters back with that universal telepathy again. Basically, I am as old as time, and you are forgotten by time. You are welcome within my halls, so long as they may protect you. They just accept it.
I'll pipe up an undercom and say, he's good people. You ain't gotta worry about him none.
Hey, Chase, the name was Ios Irandosa?
Eos
Archivist Eos Ilrandosa Ragnil Dusat.
You'll never
Okay.
live
Right.
under your
Can you
rules.
type that out?
Gotta
Put it
admit,
in
not gonna
Dungeons
call the
Land.
last half of that name. I'm gonna call it by the title.
Those of you who speak Draconic, you understand that Eos Ilrandosa literally means without treachery, but more figuratively, it means speaks the truth. It's a title.
Okay.
Ragnil Dusag is his name, is his actual Draconic name, but if you were to call him, Sir, that would work too. Eos Ilrandosa is the
Mhm.
title.
Does he really also respond to daddy?
Probably not.
Unfortunate.
Probably not, as he
You
has
heard me.
no biological children of his own.
Daddy,
Yes,
Jared,
100%.
Daddy.
Okay,
you
I was
respond
just,
to-
yeah, okay, just making sure I heard that right.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh, I totally tried to spell that completely wrong. I just saw your
Thank you.
spelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to start I was trying to search for it in the history, and I kept starting it with E. I
Yes.
found my mistake.
That's not how you spell daddy.
It
You're
is,
right.
actually. So you see the you see Pendiar kind of stalk his way away and you can see him kind of rubbing against one of the walls and itching one of the spots that has no scales, that is very slowly regrowing scales. And like just scratching up against it like a cat.
Stop
And
that. You're gonna make it grow in all wrong.
he kind of nips his teeth at you, just clicks them together at you and turns and he's kind of sulking around the back, but still eyes on the group.
That's a fine how do you do. You're welcome, by the way. My one petulance for as I turn back to the group.
So you guys are safe for the time being. The archivist kind of turns around and glides. He doesn't really walk. He glides kind of back down the hallway. And with a wave of his hand, all the doors on the inside of this kind of spherical or cylindrical chamber open up. As you can see, they were closed as you teleported in. He says, "Make use of my library. Come see me when you're ready." You're in the state to be speaking to me right now.
Erden gestures over to Tem. Do you still have them?
Sorry, I have what? What are you
The
talking
eggs.
about? Of course I still have the eggs. It's not like they just drop out of my chest.
I don't know how this stuff works.
I mean, fair enough, I guess. Yeah, we should probably give it to him at some point.
Yeah, once
That
things
might be
settle
now.
down.
You notice this time, as opposed to last time, this time he has a bit of kind of imperiousness that he didn't have.
Yeah, he's a lot more curt this time than he
A
was
bit,
before.
yeah, a bit of pride, a bit of
Dragons
Yeah.
are pretty cool.
he's very prideful, obviously.
But what? A dragon full of pride? No.
Like over 1,000 years old, right?
He's over time. Enter time here years old.
Right.
So he was frozen during the War of Aeons, correct?
Yes.
Right
No, he was
before?
frozen during he was frozen
War Divergence.
at the beginning of the War of Divergence.
Yeah.
That was an opening move for the War of Divergence?
Yeah. The clash between Pelor and Tharizdun was one of the beginning portions of the War of Divergence.
It was like 20 sessions ago, like 30 sessions ago. Hold on, I
They
can
got into
pull
a fight and
pull the notes.
the chained one got thrown
So
at the empty spot where the archivist is. And the
So
archivist
a piece of Tharizdun got cut off and landed where where this archive is.
for those the first time here, Eridan would give like the Spark Notes version of what happened when our old group went. Talks about how the War Divergence 1,000 years ago is when he was sealed in this chamber, started the Dark Ages, persecution, magic, spell plague. And with the Draconic Remains, he was able to show me the vision of Naglfar and who he actually was and how he's the brood, how Bahamut was not always the Platinum Dragon. It was actually born as the Silver Dragon. And it was the only one without a broodmate, or was Naglfar without the broodmate, or both of them?
They were broodmates
They were both broodmates.
because silver dragons are always born in pairs.
Yeah,
And in like canonical Bahamut lore, Bahamut didn't have a broodmate or was born the Platinum Dragon,
mm-hmm.
but that's because things have been changed.
I like to
What
think
was-
that you're actively talking to your god and you're like giving the notes, but you're not sure about it. And then
Well, it
You're
was
just
from
randomly
session
correcting
18.
yourself.
Session 18. And then what was the part about Ethereum we learned about?
Session 18, you said?
Yeah.
Look at my notes.
Sorry, real quick in between, just fact check. Eridan is like in his underwear right now, lecturing us about history, right?
He's in clothes.
Yeah,
in
like
clothes, no
Well,
armor.
he's in his
you know
small
how
clothes.
you know
I'd say small clothes.
he's
Yeah.
in a
fucking,
onesie.
who was it? In The
His
Witcher
rabbit
show, how he's just
onesie.
wearing like a cloth shirt and pants, and he's not in
You
his
know
Witcher
what,
gear.
though? If anybody goes fucking commando and full plate, they have my respect until they die.
Yeah, because
No,
of
I mean,
cheap-
I can
Right
purely
on
from
that if
cheating.
you want.
What if you wore a turtle?
That can be
onesie
arranged.
under your plate. I'm just asking
We all
for a
know.
friend.
Are you trying to insinuate that you're actually a dwarf wearing a turtle onesie?
Just asking for friends.
So yeah. Oh, also, I guess one point Farhat might be interested in is so Naglfar was a force of nature, but it wasn't his true name, and he was in a great danger 1,000 years ago. And I think he had a different name, if I'm correct.
He was called Fimbulvetter by some of the people
Yeah.
who worshipped him, but it was it was an ancient word that meant it was like a title.
Yeah.
While he's doing that, could I sort of gesture to Julian and say, "Hey, is it all right if we have a quick chat just off to the side while he's doing that?" I'm sure you already know everything he's saying.
Yeah.
I want to pull this.
Julian just stands there like nods his head over his head.
Whoa, yeah, whoa, walk
Sorry,
walk
was
away
I
from the
okay
group a little,
back
just sort of say out of my voice, "You want to talk about what happened when you came back through? You look like you were hearing things that weren't there."
Well, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're fine.
I thought that was in character. I'm like, what the fuck?
You're seeing me right now?
How do I roleplay next to this?
How can they see me?
Okay, sorry. Repeat the question.
I asked, do you want to talk about what happened when you came in here? You look like you were hearing things that weren't there.
No, I was just really upset at Eridan. I was hearing exactly what was in the room at the time.
Fair enough. If everyone talk about it, we can make a. I'm here. Hell, I'll trade you. You tell me one thing, I'll answer a question of yours.
I want to trust you, but I don't really trust Eridan, and you seem to be following the same sort of code or laws or God or something that he does. And
I don't serve the man. I'm dealing with the man.
He's the other one who locked him up with you.
no, I understand. Where do you get out of here?
Well,
I don't
well,
trust you either. What do you
I'll give you this one for free. He serves them by choice, finds them magnificent and all that. I struck a deal with him, and that deal does not behoove that sort of behavior. It does not condone it. So I don't have to act in a way that I do not believe is correct.
But
I'm not
what I don't-
beholden to his beliefs.
What is the nature of your deal?
I get to be here, and when it comes time to do one thing he needs done, I'm able to do it. And he had to
Really?
tell me what it was, and I know that it's not bad, but it will really complicate things if I told you exactly what it was, because then it opens up a whole nother can of worms. But trust me when I say I'm not about to go and start murdering innocent people. That is incorrigible. What this man is doing.
How do you know that the action he is requesting you to do will not lead to death and destruction?
Well, now we're going into the purviews of philosophy if we're talking about the butterfly effect as it affects particular actions. The action itself is to save someone. That is what the action is.
And you can't tell me who that someone is?
No, I cannot. On that, I have to apologize. That's the one thing I can't.
I just sort of nod at him, and I kind of walk back towards the group.
Just all about outside of that, open book. All you got to do is ask. But I am going to ask about what you said was not a thing, though. That is going to be a question.
Sorry, what?
Basically, quid pro quo. You tell me what happened, and I'll tell you an answer in return for a question that you have for me.
I am slightly confused. What is the thing you think I saw happened?
Well, it's not that. At the end of last session, I rolled an insight when you were when the thing was happening with the
29.
sword.
Like 29 insight.
Yeah.
Yeah, your zombie like resurrection.
Yeah, and I was able to
Gotcha.
see that you were like reacting to things that weren't happening. I did a check specifically to see if you were
Gotcha.
all right, and I rolled high enough to see that you were also like either hallucinating or something was telepathically talking to you.
Oh
Or...
god, he is actually Naglfar.
Okay, so I'm still kind of like walking away from Farhat, but I just say Eridan's book, and then I just keep walking. Because I'm all mysterious like that.
Are we trying to establish
So
trust here?
okay, so the thing that happened when wait, were you thinking actually
maybe.
it didn't activate for you, it activated for Belt.
What?
Yeah.
It didn't. You didn't get death warded by the book. Velt did.
You got death
Um,
warded by your sword.
The thing
Oh,
that,
but
that
I
picked you up,
I
yeah.
don't I don't think in character I fully understand that. I remember that Brentana's voice was speaking to me, but I don't Well,
I
think
don't even know that he got mind controlled by the sword. That happened on the other side of the thing. I just know that he was hearing something that no one else was hearing.
Yeah, so
Maybe
he was hearing voices. So Andrew, you were hearing voices from your sword.
Yeah, that's all I know. I don't know that y'all came back from the dead from some magical nonsense. That's none of that I know because that happened on the other side of the portal.
Okay, but so God in character, would my character actually be able to distinguish? Like, I understand that it was Brentana's voice, but me not having knowledge of any of the mysteries that are
Fair.
going on, but me knowing that
signed
Eridan's
your
book
name.
will actually save people. That's
Save
kind of
you
where
specifically.
You recognize that something different happened, something other than the sword, or something. Your sword was talking to you, and something other than the book saved you. There we go. I finally found the picture of the archivist.
Okay.
Is that a robe of stars I see?
It is a robe with star patterns on it.
I don't
Um,
think
he's
I wanna
shown
see
us
the-
this before.
Yes, I have.
I want to see.
Speaking of the archivist, is he occupied right now?
He's walked away. He's walked back into the. He's walked
said
back
when we're
into the. Yeah. When you're ready, come talk to me.
Despero does avail himself of that offer pretty much immediately.
Okay. He also said you are in no shape to speak to me right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think I missed that.
Implying that you should not appear before him injured.
I see.
Probably take a short rest at the very least.
Yeah, wait, hold on, real quick.
You're bleeding
What is that?
everywhere.
Oh, okay. Tracking in blood. Got it. I'm just. What kind of weird like mortality racism is this?
No, but between Matthias, Despero, and Julian, you guys are and Velt, you guys are tracking in a lot of blood.
Would it be
And, like-
just to long rest?
No, he said come speak to me when you're ready.
I say we long rest.
Let's just hang out here for a few weeks.
Wait, in character, say I say we long rest.
Yeah.
What does that mean
What do you
exactly?
mean?
Exactly 8 hours, or 6 if you're taking watch.
From what?
I'm just going to talk on the side of my mouth. Does he normally talk like that? Is there
Well,
really
you would. I don't
some-
know if you would know, but Eridan doesn't actually sleep. But
Yeah,
you
weird
probably
flex.
wouldn't know that yet.
I don't think
Wait.
you would know that. But
I'm not comfortable with the idea that while we're sleeping, he's counting the seconds down to the exact hour that we wake up. I don't know if I
also,
like
to
that.
be fair, I'm literally up for 8 hours.
What just I imagine that we're all sleeping and off in the corner the dude's like looking through his eyebrows and everyone just 3,425, 3,426, 3,000.
Chase,
It's not
does
that safe.
does Eridan have the appearance of someone who has not slept for months?
He has like dark circles under his eyes, but that's not. But he
That's
looks
from-
rested.
From
That's
all the
from,
murder.
yeah, that's from his.
That's from the guilty
Also,
conscience. right
He's
there.
I think
He's
in the
not as
beginning,
glowy and
though-
shiny as he was when we first met
So
him, right?
yeah, when we first met, and then Eridan first came in contact with the tome when we were in the court, and that like orc appeared,
Yeah.
whatever. That was when like Eridan looked like he was like dying from lack of sleep. But then it got better.
Yeah.
Then it got better.
I got
Just a
better.
flesh wound.
It's just the flesh.
Just a flesh wound.
Only a mental wound.
Come back here.
What level is the fucking
10,000.
Call
is
it
it
a draw.
third? Is it another third level strong spell? Yeah, sure.
What?
I'm gonna just hit a. Is it medicine or perception to see if anyone's still mortally injured?
Medicine.
Medicine.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, brother, let's go.
Here we go.
Sorry, Ori's.
You know what? They have fucking medics in their squad. I'm just gonna call it. If anyone's still hurt and doesn't think a night of rest will make that better, come on over. I'll see what I can do.
You get full HP from a long rest though.
Yes, you do.
Well, if that's so,
Yeah,
if
but
anyone
the-
has like
the
a fucking
NPCs don't
knife
know that.
sticking out of them.
I don't know that.
But,
Like,
sleeping takes care of the knife. That's
Yeah.
sleep off.
It's just be absorbed into the body.
over
It's
time,
like
yeah.
excess.
Yeah, you'll just pass it in your urine. It'll be fine.
Oh shit! I just shot at my knife plug.
When I say that, I actually want to walk over to Kindball and just sort of. I'm assuming he's still a little forlorn. And the
He looks a little bit depressed, but he's also like, because he just met these new people and they were talking about a lot of really complicated stuff. So he's still trying to think about it. You could see that he's trying to parse words and figure things out. It's not going very well for him.
I'm just gonna walk over and say, You ain't got to worry about the big stuff. I'm more concerned with what happened before. How are you handling that?
Before. Oh, you mean the. I was
Are
gonna say
you-
incident, but Kindball doesn't know what incident means. The
Thing.
The run?
The thing.
the thing, the run. Yes. I do still feel guilty. If I had managed to just stay home, none of this would have happened.
Well, I'm not gonna bullshit you. You're probably right. It was a mistake to go out, but I ain't got a
He looks
problem with the one.
confused that you have like just said that he was right about anything at all. He was like, "I'm right, really?" He smiles a little bit.
When I see it start to smile, I snap my finger. Focus. What's important is that this sort of mistake, you learn from it. What I mean by that is you understand why it happened and you endeavor to make sure it doesn't happen again. You yourself did not kill someone. You did stupid things that led to death. Don't do it again.
I still don't understand why it happened the way it did.
People are weird. People are hateful beings sometimes. They really hated all of us.
Yeah, because I don't
But I
think
did nothing wrong then. I did nothing to earn their ire.
Well, neither did the man that you said you had a problem with when you first walked up on our group, but I figure you're still going to give him a piece of your mind.
Yes, but he has earned my ire.
Well, what did he
Oh,
do to
they-
you?
And my
I think Aridin like told you what happened with the centaurs, but I don't think it made any sense.
No,
Yeah,
no.
I would, if she remembered the word centaur, I'd be ecstatic.
Oh my god. Yikes. Oh my god.
I've set a low bar, but I think that with time, Kindball can grow up above that low bar.
oh,
Oh my god.
I thought you were to say we can go lower.
We can go deeper.
Came for the low.
The difference is I exist only for that purpose. I am that purpose.
Well, you are that purpose, but I'd like to argue you a little more than that. I don't think a purpose can feel remorse.
Like, you can see Kindball like thinking about it, but like the actual like he's disconnected now. Like he's that has seemed to like trigger something, and he's like staring off into the distance, like eyes slightly squinted, thinking about it.
Just food for thought while you take your sleep.
Thought
And I'm just
cannot
gonna
be
get up and
eaten
walk
as-
away.
Thoughts cannot be eaten as food.
I guess, is Julian gonna stay up for 8 hours with Aridin and watch him not sleep?
Yeah, does Julian have a
I mean,
helmet?
I sleep for 4 of the hours.
Oh, 4? So you're gonna watch me for 4 hours?
I mean, I'm gonna like walk around or like mull over like existence.
All over?
Oh
D-
god,
d-
you're innocent humans coming at us.
We're surrounded.
Oh no! A bunch
We're
of
surrounded.
civilians are walking aggressively towards us.
So,
Oh, no.
has anyone ever stopped to think that we have so much skin on us?
I
Shit off me.
Yes.
I see mutterings of that variety around the group, and you see me palm one of my cards, but keep walking. Just all right. That's all right.
Hey, Chase, when the archivist said to see him when we're healthy, did he mean like mentally healthy too? Or...
Hopefully not.
That's a big ass. I think
Lost
A
cause.
lost
Yeah.
cause.
That's a big ass.
Zam the baby eater and Aridin the
Hey, those are
killer.
rumors. That's
Wait,
insane.
what happened?
Julian,
Don't
Nothing.
worry about it.
layers of skin.
Oh, Tam, don't you know Tam the
Yeah.
evil mage? Tam McGulty, the evil mage. I heard he eats babies.
Yeah.
I think literally none of us know that because none of us
Nope.
have been anywhere that would have those sorts of rumors.
Well,
You know who
You-
started that rumor? It
Was
was
it-
Tam himself.
yeah.
In fact, it was.
he keeps walking up to us and bringing it up. Wait, have you heard about that baby eater?
Well, we were all there was like a like a rally or something talking about Tam, and he was in the back disguised and like I heard he eats babies.
and then
Oh,
faked his own death, and now your
Zam.
girlfriend is going by the cousin
Zam.
Zam McGulty here to investigate his cousin's heresy or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mischief
Oh,
managed.
I know what I can do. So I want to cast just because I have no idea how this fucking spells work. Does it need any components? Fuck, it needs components.
What were you looking at?
True Seeing, but it has fucking cost components.
What's true seeing?
What
Because,
components?
An
Me,
ointment for the
Googling.
eyes? Who puts an ointment in their eyes? What the
So,
fuck?
Ointment in my dog's eyes for like a week. 'cause
Jesus?
she had-
Like
Did you not read the
drops?
Bible?
Well, we
Yeah,
have a-
drop.
we have
No,
Jesus
no,
room.
no, no,
Makes
full on
mud.
cream.
Jesus just spits in the ground, makes a paste out of the clay, and rubs it into your eye, and that's how he grants vision.
That
So,
sounds
if,
like how
uh,
you take away vision. I don't know about that.
Yeah,
much.
Book of John,
Yeah, but if
probably.
you had no vision and he put
I had to
mud
write
in
a-
your eyes, it's not like you're gonna lose.
All you
vision.
can see is
I had
mud.
to
I
write a
have given
paper
you
on this in
sight.
college.
So, Evan, we actually do have
Telling you, I
some
have to
amount
put-
of residuum that will
I have some
substitute.
residuum I can hook you
Yeah,
up.
that would substitute if you wanted, but I don't know how much.
It's also it's pretty cheap. You only need 25 GP for this. You could
Oh,
either
well, then I could just give you the gold for that.
well, no, I mean you need
No, the
ointment.
mats do.
But
What does it need? Mushroom powder, saffron, and fat? There's got to be mushrooms down here, right?
I mean, I
um,
also have an alchemist kit. I could just forage. Do I forage inside the library? Are there things to?
you could attempt to
Amber
forage inside or outside the library. Both.
Oh,
of-
okay, yeah.
The outside is a petrified forest with that was formerly a beautiful like palace.
Am I
So
allowed?
do I automatically know the things that I need for it? Like, does it just come to me when I know the spell as a cleric? Like, I know that I need something made of mushroom powder, saffron, and fat.
The divine instructions you were given include preparing how to prepare the ointment and the ingredients therein.
Got it.
Can I feel like the archivist could ask someone? Can we forage to the pantry?
So here's the thing. Go ahead and roll I don't know, a history check.
Mm,
Archivists don't have pantries.
Fuck, I'm gonna need to look through my spells to make a list of the components I might need and start getting them.
22. Dragons do not take kindly to things being taken from their homes. Without
Oh, you were thinking
Oh,
about
oh, you
taking
right.
from. Oh, nah.
oh, you're right. We're foraging outside.
Borrowing. It's borrowing.
So how would
So
they
during
take?
your long rest, I will say that you can spend an hour foraging, especially since the drow don't need to sleep; they only need to transfer 4 hours, like the other two elves.
Yeah.
You guys have the time.
I need to let's see. There's the thing I wanted to talk to Julian about, and the thing I wanted to talk to Aridin about.
Oh, you could do that. We could
Sorry,
just do a fucking
I was gone.
fast roll
What's
once
up?
that's all done.
Nothing yet.
Okay.
Well, first for Julian.
Wait,
I mean,
wait,
if-
hold that thought.
What's up?
Can I quickly do a history check to determine, or insight, to determine if the dragon that is housing us right now would take kindly to the knowledge that we actually have another dragon's eggs on us?
Sure. Go ahead and make a history check. That's pretty good. You know that dragons are typically very territorial, and do not take kindly to other, especially this one is a metallic dragon. The archivist is an ancient brass dragon. And you are carrying the chromatic dragon eggs of a white dragon, which
Isn't the black dragon also chromatic?
but the black dragon is also here. So you probably can understand that he has, or sorry, you understand that he probably has sympathy for the other persecuted beings of his race, dragons having nearly been hunted to extinction at this point. And
He will deck you.
he because this particular any normal dragon would either eat them, eat you, or both. But this dragon, you assume, would probably have sympathy for it.
We found the real baby eaters.
I can't decide between eating you or eating it. How do you
He takes out a dice and rolls it. You it is.
Yeah. Okay. So as soon as you mentioned foraging, New Benny pipes up in the background and kind of gives a. I meant to go look around outside anyway. I meant to go forage anyway, and she just signals 2 people to come with her. What do you need? And you tell her the ingredients, I assume.
Yeah, I would probably go out with them
Okay.
if nothing else to be a good set of eyes.
Okay, so go ahead and make a
Alchemist kit? Or
no, go ahead and make a survival check.
oh yeah, check out this hot +0.
Am I making
Farhat, yeah, Farhat, you can make perception to watch their
Oh,
back.
well, yeah, we roll perception. Wait, okay, I'll just roll perception.
Everything's so bleak here. I can't tell the difference.
21.
Yeah. So Nubeni and Ria go out on a scouting mission, and as soon as they get topside, they just disappear into the forest. You're like, Farhead, you can't even track them. They rolled stealth above your perception.
I'm just gonna whistle and then just a wow, just go into the forest and see if I can find something.
Yeah, it's approaching. So you guys traveled.
Wait, is
actually
there
not
still
that
like
far.
10,000 like rockers and things in the forest?
Well, you don't know.
You don't know. Fuck.
Well,
Well,
last-
I
Yeah,
guess
we
we'll
didn't
find
even know
out.
back
Yeah, last time
Well-
you guys traveled through here, there were some weird fucking creatures,
Uh,
including
be
ropers,
careful, there's a lot of-
gargoyles.
Nasty things out there.
They lived in the
that's-
Feywild for several hundred years. I think they're gonna be okay.
They'll be okay.
Yeah, that's also one of the reasons I went up there, because if they try to roll a passive hide for the ropers, I feel like I have one of the better odds to spot them.
Real, you don't find anything. You kind of look around fruitlessly. You're looking at some bushes, like I don't know what the fuck saffron looks like.
Yeah, I don't actually have alchemist tools. I'm not proficient in that. Like, why am I here?
Would you like Kindball to come with you? To
I
help out?
know we've already got a party up there.
Yeah.
And Farhat, you're just keeping an eye on things and looking around and covering things. And you do see that this forest, neither of you have technically seen it before, but you have known it to be a petrified forest, but it does show some signs of life. It's been 6, 7, 8 months since anybody's been here. And in that time, the time stop effect on the archive ended. So the petrified forest is coming back to life very slowly. It's still corrupted and still super weird, but you see like sprouts and the things that were previously gray and ashy and frozen are now slightly more vibrant. And within the hour, Nubeni and Riago come back with your supplies. I'll say they have the saffron and mushrooms that you require to make this ointment, and you'll just have to get fat, which you can easily get from Orderic.
Yeah.
Gotta get
Okay.
fat.
Yeah, so an hour passes, but you guys are taking light activity, so it doesn't disrupt your long rest.
Okay. I still have matters to discuss with Julian and
Julian.
Aridin, but probably that order.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up?
So, yeah, Julian, go ahead.
It seems you're having difficulty trying to assess and find trust in our group. I might have a way to help with that.
I just kind of deadpan look at him like, what?
Do you have a helmet I can borrow for a day, or I can just enchant for a day?
Unfortunately, I do not. But what would you do with that helmet?
I was gonna enchant it with to be a helm of telepathy, so you can read thoughts.
Oh, that's cool. Can I inside check him real quick?
Absolutely.
Like,
It says that's
what-
cool, rolling the dice.
Seems cool.
I mean, I could roll persuasion since I'm
Yeah.
telling the truth.
Yeah.
He was
well,
going
I
to
just
change
I don't know your
Yeah.
character, so I don't know
Well,
if you're
I
actually
mean,
telling
Yeah,
the truth.
it's okay.
Real, she overcomes your she convinces you. She is honest. And you've seen a number of the items on this strange pink-haired drowse person. In fact, you saw them armor up out of nothing. Just little pieces of armor flew out and assembled themselves around this form. In combat, so you imagine they have quite some proficiency in the arcane arts. You do wear. I believe in your original character description, you said you wear kind of a headband to keep your hair back out of your face. Your kind of your long elf hair.
Yeah, I don't actually remember, but that sounds about right.
That would qualify.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just
If you
kind of
wanted, I can enchant it in the morning.
sort of cautiously undo my headband and hand it over.
Okay,
Still
I'll-
skeptically, like, kind of looking at her, like, just, I don't know, untrusting.
Okay, and
Yes,
then
thank you.
I'll give it back in the morning for enchanted as a headband of telepathy. You'll be able to cast detect thoughts once, but you could still read the surface thoughts of creatures for the day.
JK,
Wait, hang on.
it's a charm person thing. Now you're under Real's control.
Well,
Let's take it 2 minutes.
Oh, wait. Never mind. You can just cast detect thoughts whenever you feel like. It's suggestion that's once per day.
Oh, cool.
I forgot that it does that.
That's pretty
Okay,
good.
That is pretty good.
Artificers, man.
Artificers. Okay.
Yeah.
And Aridin, you're looking at your. Did you after you guys got back, there was some hostility towards you still, especially among the Drow. Do you offer to let your hands be rebound?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm not gonna do anything about that. Then.
Julian, I assume you took him up on that as soon as you guys got
I
back.
was not aware they were unbound.
Yeah,
They
They have to be
in the
unbound in
fight,
combat.
Velt had his
Aaron, this is stupid. Please take off the bounds. Let's get some real work done.
under Ugly supervision. That'd be permissible. Julian?
Yes, I will watch over.
Yep.
May I at least have my
Same
armor back, Julian?
Heavy shrug energy.
You can,
Totally
you
fine.
can keep the swords. May I at least have my armor back?
How
Give
many
him his gear. This is hypocrisy at best. Just fucking give him his gear. Let's move on.
This is hypocrisy? When was the last time any of us killed, like, 30 random citizens?
I really hate to say this out loud, but I started an international incident. So, like, that's not super. we
As
can
long as
probably
I've been
leave
with
it.
this group, we've done entirely morally reprehensible actions. If you were gonna leave at some point, and not condone these, you would have already left. So I don't know what happened. We saw Aridin's memories, and it showed that he was attacked. Because I didn't know that actually last week. So they showed us like
I minor illusioned essentially. Also, Riel read Aridin's mind. I
And-
willingly failed, and then I showed minor illusion of my perspective from what happened.
Well, it also shows that they were obviously mind controlled by one of the dudes on the stage.
Yeah, but there's
there's civilians that did 0 damage over the course of 4 attacks against you, and they were civilians, and you targeted all of them, including the people on the stage.
That's Farhad's perspective of what happened.
Yeah. The group is divided on this, and I'm kind of okay with that.
I'm just far as going to speak up as much as it accounts.
You aren't there.
are-
You left. You left.
Yeah.
Well, but if I thought that if
You
That's
went
fine.
they came-
outside.
Let him say something. As if
well,
Well,
I
no,
thought
this-
I thought
thought
we
you
came
left.
back because
Yeah, we came
Yeah,
back because I was
yeah.
talking to Julian.
he was
Oh,
talking.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just y'all are your own group, and I understand that if y'all got your own set of things, but on our side of things, it is a singularly disgusting act that took place that could have been handled at multiple stages very differently.
Well, you had someone that wanted to go outside, and you just told him not to go, and just left him. What did you think was going to happen?
I presumed that they were a thinking individual and did not take into account that she had no understanding of what a city was. I'm not sure that that condones your actions. I'm not sure that me telling someone else not to do something and you overriding that to take her out for a walk with nothing but the ability to kill on your belt.
Hate to say this, him.
Yeah, okay,
Well,
sorry.
at least we're
Sorry.
both here, and if Felt and I
I
weren't,
feel that.
Pinebell might not be with us today. Because if we weren't tagging along, and just lets him go by himself. Could have been much worse. It might be down a
Good.
member.
Could have been worse. That's absolutely correct.
Both of our parties have obvious liabilities, and I look at Eridan, and they need to be watched over. If people want, I mean, if we're gonna have moral questions as to their actions, then the people who want that need to watch over them more often, or we need to have a discussion about who's staying in the party long term. Because I'm getting tired of this kind of back and forth messaging.
Right.
Is it the next day? Have we already taken our rests?
Yeah.
No, this
We're-
is like
we're
during.
getting
This is
your-
during.
This is, yeah,
Got
the
it.
beginning of
Wait,
your
it,
long
it
rest.
is not
What time
practical that I can
will
watch
occur
over
here?
Eridan at every moment,
Conversation?
but I can take his armor away, and if he needs it for a combat scenario, I can give it back to him. But when
His
he's just
armor-
moseying about, I don't
His
feel
armor
comfortable.
didn't kill anyone.
No,
He
but
might-
it
he's-
gives him additional protection that would enable him to kill more easily.
It doesn't make any
can I
sense.
overhear
I was
this conversation?
unarmored
They
the
were-
whole time.
They were
You have the intelligence to comprehend long words, though.
Yes,
they
it
were
is. It is.
armored, unarmored civilians. He was gonna destroy them either way if he wanted to. I don't.
You bring up a great point. We should just bind him at all times until we're actually in a combat scenario where he might be needed.
Oh, did someone say bind?
Yes, real. I
You're
did.
bringing up the question of why do we have him in this party?
Because I feel safer near him than I feel with him just roaming about the world unencumbered.
Then you are now his watcher. Congratulations. You get to watch him at all times and make sure that he is acting in a morally upright way.
Literally
you
just said
can-
I cannot do that, but what I can do is restrict
Is there not a
his
prison or somewhere that we can put him? Is he vital to the continuation of this? Because that is a
If you're
threat to the
overstepping your
public.
boundaries here, Farhad, this is our matter, not yours.
It's fine if he weighs in. I'm of the opinion that he's very useful, and there are events beyond us that are continuing to happen that we should work to solve, including whoever was controlling the townspeople.
And Eridan is more
that
than
are
free to
much more
contribute
important.
his thoughts on each of these matters. He doesn't need his armor to do that. I'd argue he doesn't need his hands to do that.
Just to weigh in really quick here, it was instrumental in making it so that I was able to finish teleportation circles, getting us the hell out of Dodge, as it were. Furthermore, atonement begins with some level of freedom. We can't just lock him up forever.
He's been in our party.
Walking about,
He's
is he not?
healed us. He's protected you more than one time. I don't know.
He's attempted to kill us more than one time.
Not of his own volition.
We don't know what controls him. Like he'll just randomly change his behavior. And we have to assume that it's something out of his control, sure, but he seems to be much more easily controlled by
How many
Ow.
times has he?
Only-
this is like
only
automatic,
once.
'cause
No,
I
You've
don't
been
actually know.
twice.
You've been dominated 3 times by
Three
enemy attackers. Yes.
I was here for all 3 of them.
You were here for 2 of them.
Okay.
What was the first one?
It was super early on, but I took
Yeah.
note of it.
Was it like Halloween or
Well,
It may have been. Yeah.
Halloween one shot?
I will work with Eridan to investigate
I wanted
whatever
to,
it is.
I wanted Uwe to change my armor. I'm not fit to bear the sigils of Bahamut. I was thinking of
Do
getting it
you know what's
refitted.
controlling you, Eridan?
My lack of resolve.
that's
I
come
mean,
on.
like, is it a magic spell or is it that book
No,
you've
it's
got?
it's none of that.
I
it's-
I just look straight at Uguay and it's like, you know it's the book.
What can we do?
Apparently
wouldn't have known
nothing.
that someone
We could
called
burn the
cast
book
it-
and it'll apparate
We-
right back. We can
No,
toss it
we-
away.
It's a-
We would have. We didn't know that he was. I thought he was actually dominated by other.
Yeah.
We
Multiple
wouldn't have
times.
known by other people, not by the book.
So the 3 times he was, yeah, he was. You're unknowing while you're dominated, from what I understand. Like you just Chase essentially will tell me like what I have to do and like use like the strongest damage to hurt whoever's like closest.
Yeah, like in the-
Oh, so we don't actually know. Okay. Because I was gonna say, like, wouldn't someone cast something and we'd be able to tell?
Yeah,
someone
so
cast
like
it?
Eridan failed saving throws and then he was forced to attack like
No, but, like,
Cirilla.
we
Yeah.
would know that someone around him cast it on
Yeah,
him
yeah,
versus
you
us.
will.
Yeah, so in
Would
that
we- would
instance,
we know?
Aridin. So in that instance, the attacker was hidden. The caster was hidden, and there's no visible effect on charm person or dominate person. There's no like,
So we have
you know,
no,
wibbly wobbly
we don't
magic.
know. Like, but the one time he killed Cirilla, we have no idea like what happened there.
You guys,
You heard him muttering, "Kill the little ones," and just after he killed Cirilla, and then just
Yeah.
started approaching.
you know, for me, for posterity's sake, Uwe, go ahead and roll an insight check.
No,
'Cause
no,
you
no.
were-
If I don't know it, then that just
No,
that
but
just means it's happened.
you were not present. Dom was not present in that game. Somebody else was playing Uwe.
Yeah, Devin was covering for you.
So and I don't think I had Devin do it at the time. So go ahead and roll.
I was
insight.
playing as Tam.
I played
Oh,
as
or
Uwe
no,
at
you
the
were
time.
Oh, Vel, yeah. So Austin was double dual.
Oh,
boxing.
that's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's right.
So yeah. Not fantastic.
Do you
And it sat on
realize-
that 14 for a while, and then it was just
Yeah.
like,
yeah.
four.
Yeah, so you do know that there was an enemy caster at some point, but that's all you understand about that fight was that there was and Aridin seemingly of his own volition just turned and cut down Cirilla with a melee attack. The next time, what was the next time that you got
We're gonna
dominated?
we're gonna have to look
Uh,
into this book more deeply. If you want to stay in the party, we need to figure out if it's a potential. I'm in agreement on that point with Julian.
Very well, but I
I
as
wanna
we've
know-
seen before. I don't know if any others can examine the book as I can. We've run into that issue before, where it'll just appear back in my hands the moment you touch it.
May I suggest we put it back into the bag of holding? We
No,
have done it
remember what
once,
happened
and the,
last time? And then
the negative
bag
side effects
mutilated-
the
the
negative side
mutilated
effects
flesh.
only happened when we tried to take it back out.
I
Not
just
when it
why
was
Curious
in
to
that
know, like,
happened.
can we possess like Aridin and look through
The
his
last
eyes?
time was in this chamber, and the moment you took it out, mutilated flesh threw
Right.
itself from the bag.
I'm noticing no side effects here if we never take it out.
It's
Sorry, you put the book somewhere, took it out, and it just had a bunch of flesh. Did we ever figure out where that flesh
There
came
was,
from?
there's
from
quite an evil
Julian's
presence
bag.
around this book. Or
So I didn't even know this.
well, no. Will they even know it's an evil presence, Chase?
Well,
From-
mutilated flesh is a hell of a sign.
Well, no, that was from when he took it when he opened his bag of holding.
Oh, yeah, but where did the flesh come
Cholo.
from?
I don't know.
Cholo.
If I put a book in a place and I pull it out, it's soaked in blood and a bunch of body parts all around it, I
No,
might
you-
start to question.
Barhat, you underestimate. It was an explosion of guts and viscera. It was far more than just covered in flesh.
I mean, nobody's cast detect evil or good on anything, but but they you definitely from the sound of it, an explosion of flesh and guts doesn't sound great.
Sounds like a buffet for Joe.
We got an explosion of flesh.
wait,
Man has been controlled by some
Hey,
variety.
You haven't told me about this blood
the
and
first
flesh.
time we
What
were in
other
the
things
chamber,
happened before I joined your party?
So, well, this
It was
is the
just after the split.
yeah. We had just it was in this chamber actually. Julian had confiscated the tome for myself, and upon retrieving it from the bag of holding is when it happened.
Can I
So the
turn?
book killed people.
I'm gonna turn to real quick. I don't understand what you intend to do with my sash, but is there any way you could fashion a helmet to prevent Aridin from becoming dominated or mind controlled?
Nope. Also, I went to sleep.
Yeah, this happened. I assume this conversation's happening before everybody fucks off to do their own things.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I didn't realize it wasn't
Well,
there.
that's something.
No,
I
but
can-
yeah.
That's something I can do.
Okay. Uguay, is there any way you could fashion some sort of helmet or device to prevent Aridin from becoming so easily dominated?
We're gonna have to look into the book and
Do you need the
see-
tome?
Well, I mean, I don't have any idea if you're being dominated by casters or by the book. So we're gonna have to figure out what the hell the book is.
Is he able to hold it if I hand it to him?
Do you want to try?
I will try. Well,
I am more.
I will see if you can at least hold it.
So, Uwe, as you reach for the book, you sense you can kind of, it's like that kind of what's the fucking game? Slender Man. It's kind of like a little bit of like Slender Man logic, where the edges of your vision kind of start to tunnel in, and you get faint like migraine aura. But
drop
you,
the book?
no,
Oh.
you. This is as you're approaching, touching it, but Aridin is willingly giving it to you, and as you reach for it, you sense
You've said your name in it before.
a fragment of possibility within you that kind of resonates with it. You do, because you know Dunamancy, because you have Dunamancy spells available. You reach out, and as soon as you actually make contact with the book, the aura goes away, your vision comes back, and you're holding onto the book.
This is the first time anyone's ever been able to.
Besides Dr. Osagod, yeah.
Besides Dr. Osagod, yeah. And you, I need you to expend a 3rd level spell slot.
Limited power.
I think it's 3rd level. What level? What level is Fortune's Favor?
Two? Like 1 or 2.
Fortune's
I
Favor's
will-
2. So a second. So it costs you a 2nd level spell slot, but you can hold the book.
Okay.
And you feel that you get the effect of
I-
Fortune's Favor on you.
book accepts you, Uguay. This is second time this has
football
ever happened.
touchdown it. Just fucking dunk
Just
it.
spike it into the ground. Yeah.
Don't want it.
Well, I thought Uguay was interested in the book from the moment he met
I
Aridin.
mean, oh yeah.
Yeah, like that
Oh,
was like the
oh,
reason he
yeah.
joined the party was because Aridin, actually.
Oh yeah, that is 100% true.
Hell
Can I roll insight on Uguay to see if there's any adverse effects?
Oh well.
What, like
yeah,
he
sure,
starts
go for it.
vomiting
I'm not.
arms?
I don't.
and-
I'm not. I just wanted to learn new ways to craft. I'm not necessarily
Well,
going to craft
not
evil things.
no, not that you're gonna craft evil things. I'm thinking of
Go
a
for it.
Frodo putting on the ring type of thing.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll insight.
Ooh.
Oh, you fixed the feat.
Darth Uguay.
Yeah, you see him, and other than a slight, he kind of winces for a second when he's approaching it, but as soon as he takes it, other than a sense of relief on his face, you detect nothing different.
You feeling all right there, Uguay?
Like everything was closing in on me until I actually touched the book. Can I open it?
Yep.
I'm gonna open it. And
Yeah, you flip through the pages and you see these beautiful scrawled runes and magic equations, most of which don't mean anything to you because you're not a wizard. But they are written as you read them, as you're reading the text parts of it, other than like pictures and equations and diagrams, you read the text. It appears this ancient scrawled runic text that eventually forms to make comprehensible words. It looks. Let's see, does this work?
What do we perceive Uguay doing? Like,
You
do we actually see
perceive-
him just flipping through a book, or is he like?
Basically,
It's not like he's just
I'm
holding it.
standing there
and-
drooling.
Can I just like kind of
Yeah, the
mosey on
runes-
over and
the
look over
runes-
his shoulder?
the runes look like this, and it's
Wow, that's
What language is it?
that is
Abyssal.
just what I'm using. That is just what I'm using for an example.
MXN9RG.
Uh,
Oh shit! Wait, why is it copying when I? Okay,
the heck?
ignore
what
that.
the fuck? I guess.
Oh my
it
god!
censors
Is that Age of Empires 2 Steam key? Holy shit!
it. But it.
Julian wanted to see if he could look over
Wait, did you
Uguay's
show
shoulder.
the runes anywhere?
I just typed them in chat in Fantasy Grounds.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Like they look like that, but as soon as you start to read the sentences, they make sense, and it's mostly like stories. It's like the first page,
Aridin will
the first couple
murder
pages.
30 innocent human beings on the
It's-
12th day.
It's writing what's happening as it's happening, like but a
Dear
moment
diary,
before.
today I murdered 30 people.
Like
It's
as he
the-
went up to that crowd of people, it wrote into the book, 30 people die. Like
No, it would just write their names.
Aridin will murder everyone but Uguay. Oh, okay, well that's fine.
It's like the example portion of the medical document, like it and just the example portion, like telling about how this spell was used in this battle, and it doesn't tell you the result. It doesn't tell you anything about the spell itself, but it just says that this is, that it was used in this battle by this person, and it's almost like research notes, but kind of given divine voice. And you sense incredible divine power from this tome while you're holding it, and you can feel like you would feel like you would feel when you're channeling one of your divine spells through your holy symbol. You can feel that kind of lifting, that warm lifting sensation, all around you while you're holding this book.
Is Julian able to read it over my shoulder?
As Julian, as you look over his shoulder, you see blurred. You see the impossible. You see the he's flipping pages, but every time he flips it, it's the same blank page, or he's flipping, or he flips it to the cover every time, or
Can you
the
see
book
this?
is.
I'll actually turn to Julian
So I perceive him looking at me and asking, "Can I see this?" But then when I look at his hands in the book, it's just like impossible.
It's impossible. It's impossible. Yeah.
I just kind of look at Uguay and like I don't understand. Why are you flipping to the front? Why are
there's
you?
something here when I look at it, and there's not something here when you look at it. So that
Doesn't like you, I guess.
what would that be?
Those of you in the group who,
I don't.
yeah, Tam, you would be the one other person in the group who can see that him manipulating the book truly the way it is.
Wow, it really doesn't like you, Julian. Jeez.
I instinctually just reach out to touch the book. What happens?
When you reach out and touch it, you're back over Uguay's shoulder, like as soon as your fingers would touch the book, you hear the clink of chainmail as you touch Uguay's chainmail instead. It's an impossibility.
I didn't know you liked me that much.
Just stroking him down his shell.
Tell me about the book.
Read it to me.
Sometimes you just gotta stroke a bro's book. Don't make it weird.
So, kind of a random thought while you're looking at that book, but the spell protection from evil and good prevents someone from being charmed, frightened, or possessed. Would it be possible
I actually know
to?
that. I might actually know that. Hold on.
And if you know that, then yo,
Wait,
Eric,
wait, I know it. I have it actually. It's my paladin spells. One of my paladin spells.
Wait, is that possession or is that
Protection
mind
from
control?
Evil and good. I actually,
Uh,
I haven't used that one in a while. It's one of Bahamut's powers, and it upsets Naglfar when I try to tap into it. But if I
Does
get-
it now?
Tam laughs.
I'm actually gonna walk up a little bit heated.
Sheridan, shut your mouth.
It upsets. You're telling me that it upsets this dragon when you use something to protect against good and evil. It does not upset him when you kill all those people.
Explained. He's the
Alright,
brood
Aaron.
mates of Naglfar.
Well, if you put it that way.
You keep opening your mouth, and I won't be able to help you anymore.
Right, so to continue on with that thought, we create an enchanted helmet with protection from evil and good, and Eridan has to wear it. Does that work for everyone?
I would feel much
I
more
would-
comfortable if that were the case.
Is that possible?
I think
Make an
we need to
Arcana
look-
check,
I
Tam.
still think we need to look into this book.
I'm
Just
sure we
for
do,
the
Uguay, but
continued,
I feel you have
Ooh,
ulterior
nice.
motives.
That's good. So Tam, you as you
I'm
say
not
that, you
saying
go,
I
wait a
look
minute.
into it. Tam can see it too.
Protection from
saying-
evil and good has a limited scope of being from specific types of creatures. There are other more powerful enchantment spells that would protect that could protect from all charm effects.
I'm saying
Yeah.
on the little I know
Um,
that this book is very powerful, and if this book wanted to control him, no helmet I could make could stop that. That's what I'm going to tell you that off. Can I actually roll to?
Roll persuasion.
Well, no. Can I intuit that?
oh, like if you would know that or not?
Just from what I'm seeing here.
From what you're seeing here, because you don't have a fundamental understanding of the arcane nature of it, that's what I was allowing Tam to
Oh,
roll for.
I don't understand then what's control. if this controls him, I don't know like what I could do to stop this book.
So yeah,
you-
Tam would understand it the best, right?
Tam, well, so Tam, yeah, Tam could give it a shot as well. And as you can see that it's a physical book now, and you're kind of taken aback by that, Tam. You've never been able to understand the book before,
Can you
Right.
help me
the Tome of Shadow.
translate this book and figure out what's in it, and I will become I will make I will reinstate you as my money manager.
Tam is already on it.
So question, if I'm not holding it, does that mean I have to sleep now?
But I can make very powerful items, and he charges people a fee for.
Wait, yeah. If was the book keeping him awake? Did he just pass out?
Well,
the
so
moment we
it's
took the
so it's an
book?
it's an Eldritch invocation, right? So it says it's part of like having the book. So I don't know mechanically if not having it would make me like sleep again.
If you try to take a long rest without the book, you will fall asleep.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So I lose Eyes of the Runekeeper, the aspect of the moon, all
While
that.
you're
Does he
yeah,
just have to have it like near him?
he has to have it on his person, but it takes more than an instant for it takes I think an hour for the effects to start falling
Burn.
off.
You just try to set it on fire, Tam.
Sorry, my bad. Finger slipped.
Make yourself
Finger-
useful.
finger
No,
ton
no,
in-
it's
in
canon. It's
materials.
canon. It's right there. It's on chat. It doesn't burn.
Didn't declare my my intentions. Feel bad.
Oh, but is my dispel? Oh no, it would have been hella long. Is my detect magic still up for that? For the book?
It might be, right? Because it was before you left.
Yeah, this is before you guys because you guys had this rather heated conversation basically immediately upon landing. Yeah, so your detect magic would still be up. What are you after?
The the book and just sort of the arcane view of what happened when he handed it to Uguay.
When he handed it to Uguay, you sensed a increasing. You got that kind of migraine aura, like Slender Man haze, static filled view as well. But you sense a great amount of power of a magic type that you're not familiar with. Well, you are tangentially familiar with, but not directly. Expand and kind of flow throughout the room for a second before settling back into the book as Uguay touched it and took control of it.
Forget what I asked Uguay. The moment that happens, I very much do not enjoy that book. And I when he gave that one over, I felt something spread all around us before it went right back into that book.
This book will become a problem to this group's continued existence. I think we need to look into it.
Would anyone be against me putting it into the bag of holding? Just to
Yes.
keep it away from Aridin for now.
It did.
Because
It
of
did.
what happened last time.
Yeah,
I'm
it did.
aware of what happened last time.
Okay.
It
Also, wait,
potentially-
Chase, just meta question. Or not meta, just memory question. When the last time I took it out of the bag of holding, did the guts and viscera shoot out the second I opened the bag of holding, or the second I asked the bag of holding to give me the book specifically?
Second option there.
Okay.
When you tried to retrieve the book, I think it is when it.
Okay.
think it
So
was when
putting
you
it in
just
the bag of
opened it,
holding would not
though.
render the bag of holding effectively useless.
Let me pull my notes because I thought it was when he just opened it.
Yeah, actually, I think you may have retrieved the book and then tried to crack the book open yourself.
Oh yeah, you did try to
I
open it.
think
maybe.
That's what it was.
I think that's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what session that was. That was.
Because you did it while Aridin was still asleep, and you guys were actually not in.
No, I
this
thought we were
room.
fighting
No,
some
we
like.
we weren't fighting.
You weren't
No?
fighting. You were because it happened after a long rest, and it happened actually over here in the wilderness next to Roker Keep.
I think
You
I
camped there, and then
I-
something else.
I loosely have a memory of like I took it from Aridin. Aridin tried to go to sleep, and then when people were asleep and I was on watch for my 4 hours,
You
I
tried to open it.
tried to open it, and that's when like shit went wild.
You did end up fighting something. And Aridin, you had a dream then, and you saw a creature basically slash at you.
Yeah, was it the dark armored creature?
Yeah.
I remember the archivist was able to read it though when I gave it to him last time.
He was
I had
able
that.
to. He never touched it.
I thought he did because I.
You held it open to him.
Oh, okay.
In fact, you refused to touch it.
Oh, interesting.
So what we're gathering here is the book might have a hand in controlling Eridan on the instances where he was controlled.
Look, we have no idea.
Well,
And
potentially,
we
it's on the
cannot
table. It's not
guarantee
good.
with just a helmet that he can't be controlled again.
Sam, with your
Unless,
check, with your
with
Arcana
your
check,
expertise, Farhat, you think?
you know
Yeah.
that
There's only-
there exists extremely powerful enchantment, abjuration actually magic that could prevent Eridan from being one from being charmed.
But we
Right.
do not have control of that, or we don't have the ability to use that magic.
It is an
right?
8th level spell called Mind Blank.
Is the book still channeling with my detect magic? Is it still channeling through Eridan, or is it now just channeling purely into the book?
It's not like linked, but it is emitting. But Eridan is emitting moderate magic essence. There are no magic. There are a couple of magic effects on him. Actually, there's Eridan has the initiative spell. What's it called? Gift of Black.
Oh, wait, I just saw my notes. So I guess the book was causing the Archivist pain, and Julian put it, pulled me
Yeah.
aside and put it in the bag of holding.
Yeah, I'm thinking, what the fuck? Yeah.
The Archivist couldn't look at it. The
Yeah, he
Archivist
couldn't
could
look
not
at it.
You held it up to him and he
So
could not
yeah,
look at it.
so Eridan agreed to hide the tome in the bag. Nothing happened at the moment, and then I think it was session 22. Hold on, I'll find it. I'm almost there. Oh wait, hold on.
Just Tam, do you share that mind blank 8th level? Or no?
Yeah, totally.
So we just need to find someone who can cast an 8th level spell.
Be easy enough.
Right.
You think the Archivist could cast a 8th level spell?
I don't see why not.
Almost
Um,
assuredly, but you don't know if he knows that one.
Right, that's the problem.
I didn't write the specifics of what happened when he opened the bag, but I did write that part before about Julian putting it in.
Sorry, and Chase, common sense kind of dictates that even if you get that 8th level spell, if someone uses like a wish or something like that, then Eridan could still be controlled if that was their wish, right?
I mean, anyone
If
could, yeah.
if their wish
Until
is
the
to get
spell
one
ends.
guy in our group,
No.
I'm not-
Until the spell ends, one willing creature you touch is immune to psychic damage, any effect that would sense its emotions or read its thoughts, divination spells, and the charmed condition. The spell even foils wish spells and spells of similar
Holy
power
shit.
used to affect the target's mind or gain information about the target.
Have I ever told you how amazing magic is, everyone? It's
What?
really incredible.
Like, does he, Tam? Do you share that with us on that?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And with
So-
your extremely high Arcana roll, you know the details of the spell.
So what you're saying is, if the book is controlling and we give him that, it gives us some measure of thing. But if he himself has committed some actions that are bad, we would no longer have the ability to check.
It's not that
Well,
we
I
would have the
mean-
ability to check, it's that we could be assured that it was Eridan committing those actions and not some string puller.
Right. Yeah,
Puppet master.
other
Okay,
deities would
so
be cleared of
We have a
blame.
we have a potential something else controlling him for the instances where he was controlled. I would still stand that I would need to see evidence that his good outweighs the bad on the amount of death that is happening.
You're back.
Right.
That's my main concern. I'm with
he
my
has
group trying to.
certainly helped us save many lives, but
Yeah.
I can't overlook either recent or even past actions that I perceive as very evil.
I don't know any of the past. I can't speak for what he did before. Y'all
I
know him
motioned
better
to
than
the dead corpse of the
Just
the
popping
dwarf
his
we've been like
fucking
hauling around this
dick.
whole time.
Right, right now,
Probably
my
is-
concern is that he killed 30 people, and we're currently saying let's give him back all of his ability to do so.
Let him put on the armor. Don't give him back his holy symbol or his weapon.
I'm
I've had
fine.
the
Place
holy
the
symbol.
book.
The armor.
I've had
Can
the
we
holy symbol. I've never taken it
It
off.
doesn't sound like you can take the book from him.
Why
You're
not?
holding the book.
No,
No,
Uguay,
Julian.
sound like
could
we
you
can keep
place
it.
the book in this bag of holding I'm holding right in front of you?
The
Aaron,
possibility
can you
of
summon this book back to yourself anytime you want, because you've shown me that before you can.
Well, yeah, when the doctor took it, of course. I can
He has
resummon
not
it whenever I
demonstrated that
please.
he could do that if it were in the bag of holding.
I can resummon it as I please. but I'm allowing you to
All right,
keep
well
it
we can
because
test it.
I can resummon it. That's not the issue.
Here,
But
let's
if you, but
open
I'm
the bag of holding. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put the book in
Alright.
the bag of holding.
Okay,
Alright.
I
do that.
surround the book with the
So
the
what
trappings of the bag of
happens?
holding. and I
Aridin,
close it.
call the book back to yourself, please.
All right, I start performing the ritual to resummon it over. It's gonna take a while, but it'll
We
be
got
like an
time.
hour.
Take your time. doing this.
All right, it takes an hour for the old book to be destroyed and a new one to be created
So
in front of me.
have an
Can
hour.
we fast
to,
travel 1 hour?
Yeah.
We have an
you
hour
guys-
to.
You guys, Orderic at that time bangs those ladle on his pot and goes, "Dinner's ready," and it takes you guys exactly 1 hour to eat.
Joe is like, thank God, something to do.
Yeah, so I do 1 hour ceremony and I receive a replacement copy from my patron. And
So
I
to-
can it can be done during a
Okay.
short or long rest, so it could be part of
We
the long
can't
rest.
stop that.
To
We
your
can't stop
guys-
that no matter-
To your guys' eyes, he's basically just sitting there, eyes closed in meditation.
Oh, like Geralt, kind of.
Kind of, yeah.
Take
And
some potions.
the book reappears with him.
All right, so we can't stop that. So next thing is
I'll give it back to Uguay after I resummon it.
Wait, can you inspect it to just be assured it is
It's like the
identical
same
copy?
as before or whatever.
Like all of our names are still written in it, all the stories are the same.
Yeah, so there would be a section where you'd see your name Uguay. So there's two sections. One that you noticed
I don't
for
know if it, so it sounds like without being meta. Well, I'm being meta at this moment. It sounds like the book is showing me what it wants to show me, not what it shows you.
well, you would see where you
far.
signed your name.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
so,
I
although,
will
so
tell-
actually,
I will
Uguay,
tell
when you
what
open
I
the book this
see.
time, it is completely different. It shows different equations, different stories, it's in a different order. It's written like right to left instead of left to right. It is a completely different inside of the book, despite the outside being perfectly identical. And you sense the same kind of power and resonance from it. And you do again find a section. It's in a different place, but you find a section with the names written in it. Veltz is missing from one of those sections.
Yeah, there's
Just
like one
it-
for
in-
communication and one for the death ward mechanic.
Just
Alright.
in game, can I insight to be assured that it's because he almost died and the book saved him, and so his name was
Yes,
erased? or-
yes, yeah. That's a freebie. You know
It's
what
like
that's supposed to
it's
be.
just temporarily off because it comes back on a long rest mechanically.
Well, no, I mean he will have to re-sign his. Does he have to
Does
re-sign?
he?
I don't know.
No, it Red's name contain up to 5 names. Reaches 0, drops into 1. So it's just no creature can benefit from the long rest until I take a long rest again. And then as an action, I can magically erase by having a name by touching it. But I guess for flavor, it would have like disappeared, but
Yeah.
it would have
Yeah, for
reappeared in
flavor,
the morning.
yeah, for flavor, no, for flavor, I'm gonna say it's gone.
Yeah.
And you don't sense it there anymore because the universe has forgotten his death
Oh, what the fuck,
Nice.
dude.
and forgot it, and a equal trade there. It forgot that you wrote the name in the book and you committed this pact, but it also forgot this death.
Yeah, so Aridin would run you through, so at least from what I've been able to understand, and from what I've explained to others before, is if I were to use Bahamut's power to heal someone, it heals their wounds, it fixes what was broken. If Naglfar's power is being used, it makes it so the wound never took place to begin with. As with Vel's death, he never died. He was always alive.
What does Naglfar want from you?
I don't know.
I would
mean,
love to know this.
I mean, it's been like this since session 1, really. I mean, I found this.
Session
What
one?
the
star.
fuck
Session
is
one,
session
session
one?
one, on.
I mean, we found this giant star. I touched it, and it was in the Falcon's Hollow actually, where the gnolls were attacking.
Hold on. Session one. You telling me I'm in a
Uh,
D&D
All
campaign?
right, we're
Nose just
But,
blood just starts
yeah, so
coming
you
out
say
everybody's
from-
noses.
Yeah, but from the time
"Ah!"
from once we first met, I mean, I was a servant of Bahamut, and then the star fell, and we came in contact with it after fighting off the gnolls, and as I touched it, I had this terrible vision of this endless army of the undead, and death, decay, and evil, but the bright platinum dragon, Bahamut, comes in, but soon disappears after. I woke up from this vision, vomiting this vile silver liquid, which we've come to know as Quicksilver. And ever since then, things have been different, and I would let them know about, well, the book wasn't always on my person, but there was a time in the conclave chambers when we were attending a meeting and they brought the star before the court. And upon bringing that star, I really wish I had the exact lines, because there's the orc that came out and said something about someone being dead. It was a cool ass scene. Do you remember when that was, Chase?
I have it in the journal. Let me go find it.
When he brings that up, I just want to quick question before you continue with this interesting court story. How many
Sure.
people did you kill that weren't deserving before you touched the stone?
What do you mean? Deserving.
Well, I don't know. Let's say a crowd full of people in a street that were obviously mind controlled.
Regretfully, that was my first time.
I'm gonna look to his group. Can y'all confirm
Regrettably?
that that's the only time that he's done that? Also, hold on, time out. Regrettably.
Regrettably, that was the first
He
time.
means it in the backwards kind of
Well,
sense.
no, I meant like
It's
he,
fine.
no, like he is regretful that he did that.
Okay.
As I just probably worded that
say,
poorly, but he was saying like regrettably, and that was my first time, kind
I'm
of.
going out on a limb for you in this.
Just
No, I know,
look to the
no, that was my fault. I worded that poorly.
I'm gonna look to the
Okay.
rest of the group. Can you confirm that he has, in no other circumstances, killed someone that was obviously acting under duress, an innocent person by most people's standards?
Not anything that he was in control of. I haven't been with this party as long as
Thank you,
I look
Chase.
to Julian.
So, once you're
Well,
done
wait.
talking,
I would like to hear
Well,
from Tam and
I-
Velt on that for sure, because they've been with him from the
Wait,
beginning,
I was
right?
gonna say, I don't know if Velt and Tam. Oh, Tam's in this. Velt, are
Tam
you
and
here
Bell
too?
have been there from the beginning too.
Everybody's
particularly.
done. This argument has
No,
not.
but are
been
they
over.
here talking with us right now? Or
Yes,
Oh,
they're
or
they're
what
around.
okay.
I mean, they can choose to not participate, but they're within earshot.
Well, I'm
I just don't
asking
wanna
them
talk over
directly, so
people,
they'd have
that's-
to directly. I guess that
They
this is an
just
important
stare at you
distinction.
blankly without answering.
Like,
You see two tomes appear in their hands.
oh hell nah!
The Tam with the little AFK mark next to.
Yeah.
Velt with-
So,
Yeah.
back to what happened in the court. So, upon that
No,
time, I was
no. I'd like to hear from them before you get a chance to change the subject. Has he killed anyone else?
For the love of God,
Hey,
let
killed-
Velt talk. Free Velt.
All right. Wait, I've gotten slightly confused now. The person that we are aware that he has killed is.
Well,
Skrilla?
so of his own
Skrilla.
volition, we know that he's killed the people. That's my main thing. Is I want to know if
Okay.
he's has a
I-
history of doing that.
Okay, so Farhat is referring specifically to the 30 dead corpses left in that city.
Well,
then
I'm asking
motion-
for other instances of when he has killed innocent people
Yes, I then motion to the dead corpse of the
Okay,
dwarf that
of
we've
his-
been
without
carrying
potentially
around.
being
Of his
controlled.
own volition, we've said.
Yeah, of his own volition.
It was not of my control. Julian.
I'm aware. We're moving past that. Of his own volition, has he killed anyone else? And to people that have known him the longest, since when he touched that rock.
That would be
He's been
Julian.
nothing but honorable and gallant and shiny, especially shiny.
Shiny.
Definitely shiny, yeah.
Jesus Christ. So
Has he done anything stupid that has led to the death of innocent people?
No.
I can't say.
There's only one
correctly.
time that I was concerned, and that was when we found those dragon eggs.
Don't know what you're talking about. I'm not on trial here.
What?
So-
Change
Not
the
you.
subject.
So I will offer my perspective here that if this is a singular instance where it was pure idiocy, because correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not big on the magic bit, but Tam, you are able to aim these sorts of effects that attack a large group of people. You could move it in such a situation so it did not hit those people.
Right, of course.
So there was some level of thought behind killing them. It is possible that a flustered man in the moment makes a mistake. That is one hell of a mistake. One that I believe should have penance, but does not inherently mean the man is evil. If he is readily possessed often, that is a
Yeah.
cause for concern. That is a liability. If he's an idiot, that is liable.
You're
I would
preaching
argue-
to the choir here.
I would
talk
argue
to
that
Julian
if-
directly.
I would argue that if he is regularly an idiot in a way that endangers others and is regularly taken over potentially by outside forces to do additional evil outside of his idiocy, that makes him a significant liability. Does he benefit
I'll
the
say-
people of the world in a higher degree than he is a liability.
I would say so far in his life he has been a positive to the world, but it appears as though he is turning negative.
So as a character, he is a decent individual. He is potentially being corrupted by a book that is, I don't want to say obviously evil, but is clearly doing some stuff above and beyond the scope of the beneficial.
Farhat, my biggest concern is that he is willingly becoming subservient to it.
Oh,
Not
absolutely.
that it is controlling him. He is allowing it to control him.
I watched that spell wash over this whole place. It does things to your mind as that happens. And then I saw it go right back into that book, and I'm hearing that book spawn viscera of untold people. They could have been evil people. It's possible it reached out and killed a bunch of rapists. It's also possible that little Timmy didn't make it home tonight.
Maybe he was gonna grow up to be a rape.
Farhat, I must ask, are you a reverend by chance?
I've heard a preacher before. I've heard it once or twice. Mom always said I had to go there every Sunday. Never quite believed in any of that stuff, but
This man is friends with the king of what's the fucking name?
Hayden Engelbert.
King
Ex-king.
Engelbert, the ex-king.
Hayden
of-
Engelbert, yeah.
He holds political weight. He
He
has
used to.
tried to do
Not,
good,
not anymore.
but he has failed in ways. We need to look into this book. I agree with that point, because the continued existence of this party could be threatened if that is not something we choose to. And
address.
so, yes. I think Eridan stays. I will hang on to the book at times when it is important, and when combat comes around, I will give him back his book. Unless anyone has anything to say to that point.
You guys could also
But Tam can also hold the book as well.
yeah, Tam and Uga, you guys could take basically the during the long rest, or at least or after the long rest, since you both do have to sleep.
Wait, are
You
they not
could-
gonna be able to sleep?
They could study
They
the
are
book.
Not our book.
No, but like, are they gonna get the benefits of aspect
You
of the moon
don't
while
know.
holding the tome?
You
Yeah.
don't know.
I'll try to
Oh
keep an
my
eye on them as
God.
long as they're conscious.
What the fuck? Dude?
They could study the book basically immediately and get some of these questions out of the way. Plus,
Bro,
you
the whole
have
party's
an
gonna go
ancient-
insane.
Plus, you have an extremely ancient timeless brass dragon in the building with you, who has some pretty spicy abilities that you guys at least have some ken of. They are that this archivist is a pretty significant force in the Department of Telling the Truth.
Oh yeah.
Yes. ma'am.
Also,
Yeah.
if you wanted me to share how I came in possession of the tome, I'm happy to. But if you wish to end a conversation here, I understand.
Was the book given to you by a good entity, or did it just show up in your possession?
Well, so what happened was this, when the star was brought before the courts, something happened in this giant, it was like an 8-foot tall orcish figure, appeared out of nowhere. Upon doing so, he gives Eridan this message before everyone in Hayden's Reich that was at the Conclave Chambers that day. I know not who you are, but hear me. The Child Emperor is dead. We failed. Take this. He glances side to side as he produces a thick tome bound in leather with intricate pattern of runes covering the surface and a brass-looking lock binding it closed. It's all we could find. She is coming, and she brings the void with her, the end of all things. Magic's beyond ken. Lok Arla.
Which do any of you speak Orcish?
I don't
I
know.
don't think any.
Or Droid?
I know some who have spent many,
Or Druid
Nope.
does.
many
Yeah.
days with horse.
Yeah. Or Druid
Lok
does.
Ara.
So as you say Lok Ara, he responds. He kind of perks up and glares at you.
Loktar, friend.
Basically, yeah. He responds with
I
I
am
forgot- I
Reptar.
wrote it a long time ago, but he responds with the answer to that
What,
with Lok Ara, which is
in undercommon, I'm just gonna ask what did he say?
he said blood and honor.
God, could I make a religion check to see if that's the fucking Well,
Who's
no,
the
I
guy
just
who-
asked. I asked a bit in undercommon. Just who would go about saying that in today's day and age, or even in times past?
Wait,
Time to
who's the
pass.
guy that said that? Who like
It's
responded?
the drow, the cook, who's dutifully sitting behind this colossal cauldron of endlessly spawning soup.
What was the response to Look Aura?
He? I wrote the response phrase a long time ago, but
Yeah, we don't
it's-
speak Orcish, so we don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
no, just for my notes. Just for my notes.
You don't understand it. He says 2 words in Orcish.
Okay. Would I be able to
Um,
just write it down just so I can have it, or?
Yeah. Let me figure it out again.
Okay.
Loktar enemies.
It's basically Loktar.
Loktar.
Sure, we'll go with that. Loktar Ogar.
Tar Ogar? Lokara Loktar Ogar?
I put it in Dragon's Blood.
Hell yeah.
Job. Job.
Yo.
Job. What the?
What?
What?
What is-
Hello.
He sent me something on Steam. Oh no.
He sent you the CD key for
Age of Empires 2. Yeah.
yeah.
Um, and so Orderic explains to you, Farhat, in Undercommon, he doesn't speak Common. It would have been said by the highest warriors, or not the highest warriors, but it would have been said by warriors of Talos.
Oh, hi.
Could I pass on the description that Eridan had for the guy that showed up and see if he recognizes it?
Yeah, I'll try to give the best. Oh no, I'll just fucking minor illusion. I was like, Uguay, can I show them what he looks like? I need the tome from. Well, actually, I think it's a warlock, so I don't think I need the tome. Yeah, I don't need the tome for my minor illusion, so I'll just show them what the orc looks like.
Did he just say
Dude.
he's a warlock out loud?
Well, no, this is Michael talking.
Dude, I
don't-
turned to Ordric. Do you recognize who this is?
He as you
5 foot tall version of.
yeah, you conjure the image. He says it's one of the in Undercommon. I have not seen them in many years. They bear the sigil of the Grot Warriors. And he kind of bumps his left pec as he says it, kind of feebly because he's old. One of the Grot Warriors. They are honor guard. They are ancient tribal warriors of the Jomath. And some great friends of mine.
When you knew them, were they able to project in a, I suppose, pseudo divine way out of some star metal?
Apollo and Star.
They had extremely strong clerics, clerics of Talos. They were a battle-hardened people, more honorable than any I've ever met, including my own. And those warriors that were chosen by Talos would be tasked to a cause until death. If this warrior gave up this tome to someone, to your Eridan, he was dying or going to die. And as he's looking at the minor illusion, actually, Despero, roll a history check.
Oh,
Alright.
ooh. It's probably gonna go really badly, knowing.
It
Some
probably
primal
is.
shit.
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
I
I
say
believe
it.
in you, Des-
I
I
say
believe in
it
you,
so you can
Despero.
prove me
Yeah.
wrong. I say it
You
so you
haven't-
can prove me wrong.
You haven't
Historian.
roll a second time because
Hey, not bad.
Matthias is helping you.
I am
Alright.
an
Nat
expert
20.
historian.
Okay.
Damn, we're gonna have the second roll.
Well, that's
Um,
not terrible.
Rips off his clothes. History
So-
is mine.
so you don't connect any dots, but Orderic does help you at this point, and he He's saying in Undercommon, and Farhat, are you translating this aloud to the rest of the group?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. He basically says that the finest warriors among them would inscribe up on their skin tales of their battles in these very particular patterns, and pass this tradition down, pass their tales down through the generations, in these magical inks that they would inscribe on their bodies, and it gave them the strength of all their generations before them. So they believe. And he lifts up, he pulls back his sleeve, and on his skinny underfed bicep, he has a set of intricate tattoos that are incomplete.
What's his name?
Ordruik.
Ordruik, how do you spell it?
O-R-D Ruick.
Ruick, okay, thank you.
That's good enough, yeah.
Alternatively, Master of the Infinite Soup.
Ordruik Gorgesh.
You can just call him Soup Generation.
Orgesh?
Alternatively known as definitely an orc. He fuck about with a drow. He is just an orc.
Yeah, he's a drow, but he's the oldest among them, and he looks like a drow, except that he's got
Except he's an orc.
Except he has
pointed teeth.
tusks.
He has
Yeah.
pointed teeth, like filed down teeth, and he has an orcish name.
Dude is definitely an orc pretending to be a fucking drow.
Actually, an important question for him. If they had something in their possession that would be a danger to the world and they knew they were going to die, would they pass that on to someone else so that they could keep it out of someone's hand?
Absolutely.
Despero does very brief. Sorry, go on.
So just one last thing. Do they have any female entity bringing about the end of world type of thing that they might have been fighting against?
During my time, there were many calamitous world threats.
Ain't that the truth?
Our matron is viewed now as he's caught up with the times a little bit, as you guys have been exploring in town. They did their own reconnaissance. Our matron is no longer favored, and that may be to whom he refers. That it may be a new threat that they've faced since my departure from this land.
While he
Maybe an
explains,
older one beyond my memory. While he explains, go ahead.
sorry. While he explains, Despero does briefly opine, and the emphasis here is on brief. But he says, "Ordruik, at some juncture, we should discuss why between our two people so many words and customs are shared." And while he says this, his eyes are kind of scanning over the limits of what tattoos are revealed on Ordruik's body, but then he just casts his eyes forward after the fact.
As you look, the only one you can see is that he's kind of wearing like a ripped up shirt, and as he pulls the sleeve up, that's the only one you see.
Yeah, I figured it
there's
wasn't
no,
allowed
there's
to
no
go.
others exposed. There's no others exposed.
Right.
And on his like purplish black skin, they do appear kind of silvery white.
That's cool.
Nice. So where I see it, there's two outcomes here. Either they gave you the book because they needed it as a weapon, or they gave you the book because you're holding a world threat.
Or to keep it out of the hands of someone else.
I'd say keep it out of the hands, period. But let's take a night. Let's look over the book. Let's keep eyes on the people that are looking over the book.
Can Farhat can't, can Farhat see it, or did he not try?
Farhat,
Hasn't tried.
he hasn't
Oh,
tried.
okay.
Yeah, for
Okay.
what? For the book itself? No, I was
Yeah.
mainly
So,
just
like,
I
look
saw
at
all
it.
the energy go out, and I'm immediately like
You
looking
just
around. the
like
room.
immediately fucked off, okay.
Yeah.
Well, not fucked off, but I'm at the ready looking
You're
around.
just
for any
like,
other
alright, I'm
magic
gonna go outside now.
Damn, that's crazy. I gotta be some.
You just see him outside booking it.
Just holding onto his hat with one hand and fucking running.
Take me with you. It's boring in here.
Yeah.
Well, if there's any luck, Joe, there's some nasty monsters outside that need slaying. Couple
You are-
rockers.
I don't know that she should go out there by herself to try to fight a forest. I don't know about that one.
Well, if you need to blow some steam, I understand.
Someone should. I was just gonna throw out the dragon eggs. Someone should speak to the archivist about the
I-
dragon egg.
Yeah, I brought it up to Tam. He's gonna bring them over later once we meet after the long rest.
Yeah, we should really look at that book first.
Yeah, let's take care of the book while we're doing the long rest. While we're sleeping, y'all take a look at the book.
Can
I'm
Aridin
gonna
take his first long rest in however the fuck long now?
As you guys take the long rest, is there anything you guys want to do before the long? Anything else you guys want to do before the long rest? Those of you who haven't spoken up in a while.
Yeah, what is Vel doing?
Joe, Belt, Kindbell. Joe.
I mean, she's stuck in a library.
Words hurt. Head must kill
Head-
book.
Thanks.
I thought we were still in the entrance. Are we
You
No.
guys
not?
are still in the entry hall. You guys are still in the entry hall.
Oh, okay.
technically, But
I-
it's fucking huge, so it quite easily accommodates the 40-ish of the people that are there.
I mean,
Like some Lord of the Rings kind of.
I
Yeah,
guess
I posted a couple pictures in Dragonspine way up there.
she.
above
I
the
think
rest.
she's more
yeah.
just on guard duty at this point for the drow. Because at this moment, the drow are her mission.
Yeah, and you've come back. You've also broken up a couple of little not tussles, but threatening eyes looking at Tyir.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, I figured.
from the voiceless, the black dragon, the voiceless dragon,
Mhm.
who's incredibly quiet. For such a large creature, that thing can move super quietly, and it's like kind of curiously, think like a panther crawling or just creeping around.
Mm.
This thing is silent and menacing, but it's not directly interfering with you until Tyir catches its eye, and then they both start making threat displays at each other, and you've shut them both up pretty quick.
Yeah, just like, hey, cut it out.
Bad.
You guys do
Yeah.
notice that Kindbell is kind of slumped, sat down on all fours in the corner, and Nubeni was kind enough to bring you some foraged greens.
Aw.
But other than that, nobody's gone. No, Kindbell has spoken to virtually no one. And Velt.
Nom 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 nom.
Yeah, Vel
Sad
hasn't
is
said much. What does he feel about like what's going on? Is he just
Like,
like?
has been dead for
Elf's
several
been
years.
playing fucking.
Is he still naked?
Cruelty Squad this whole time.
He's actually got his back against the corner of the entrance. He's actually been dead. We never
Did he
healed
really
him.
melt?
He's-
Oh,
He's been
Uwe
weakened
made
at
something
burning.
earlier,
Actually,
I
like
couldn't
I
make
don't
it
know if
to him.
Farhad's examined Velt or not. Like he's not
Well,
really.
I
Like,
gave an aura of vitality at the entrance from the portals. Anyone that was mortally injured.
no,
was
because like
mortally-
he like doesn't barely breathe. But
My shadow doesn't even touch the fucking
Yeah.
ground.
yeah,
Yeah.
dude.
would I have noticed that? Does that require me to make?
Go ahead and make a medicine check for while you were running around doing the healing.
Yeah, this ought to be spicy. Oh wow! Roll
Oh.
past the 11 and the 18.
How do you have 10 medicine?
Oh, your boy is proficient in medicine, and that's just
Hell yeah.
wisdom.
I thought it was intelligence. Whatever.
Oh, because you're no cleric, druid. Cleric's wisdom, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so you do notice with a 14, you do notice that he's breathing either very, very slowly or not at all. But other than that, he looks like a perfectly healthy, peak physical condition,
may
30-ish
not like
year old
it,
monk.
When we were doing the healing, could I like put a finger to his neck and like, are you good? Are you all right?
You felt no pulse.
Oh Jesus Christ!
But he's also kind of ropey. You may have just missed his jugular that with a 14.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
don't
just-
get too excited. He just cast Pass Without Trace on his
I'm fine,
own
I'm fine.
veins.
On
I'm
his
just-
pulse,
I'm just, no, that's an embolism, my guy. What?
His veins roll a-
Blood
roll a
passed
stealth
out a
check
trace
of
through my heart.
47.
No, I'm gonna just put my hand on his shoulder. It's like, we can talk about this later, but you did good earlier, so I'm gonna balance that against you potentially being whatever the hell you might be.
Undead.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Absolutely.
Also, I probably shouldn't be casting stones on someone of your disposition. Just
It's fair.
His whole clan just got murdered, and now he's.
Yeah.
man, when he saw them
Yeah,
get
you're
killed, it really took his breath away.
Oh God!
Fuck.
Womp womp.
Yeah, I guess.
It's like we give him too much power, but I don't know what power we gave him. He just has.
Vel
we
would probably just chat with Joe and Kindle if they're interested in chatting about whatever.
What would you chat with them about? Just kind
You're
of like,
talking to two 8-in characters. There's not a lot to talk about.
Well,
Well, that's
Joe
all
is
stuff, like-
decent enough wisdom to hold a conversation. she's actually pleasant conversation.
Kindball, on the other hand, doesn't have any wisdom either. So
Well, yeah,
But you make for it with charisma.
Aridin said the word run and he just bolted.
Like, yeah, you know, hey, what the, you know, where you come from, you know, how's the food, stuff like that.
You're often,
Where did you go? Where did you come from?
hold on, I gotta look back at my old notes now.
She looks him dead in the eyes and says, "Yeah, I'm dead that lad,
Yeah,
yo."
Please don't make this. No.
Vel's attack,
looks
half damage only. Okay.
She's went berserk.
I'm gonna open up a map I have not had to open in a very long
She
time.
passes
Since
she
named
passes a stealth
locations.
check and everyone says, "Where did she go?"
Oh yeah.
You like it?
I'll be gonna
Did
go
I-
to the restroom.
Did I not write this? Am I a dummy?
You can walk. You don't have to run.
All right, I'm looking up my own notes, Christina, so I can tell you the name of the location.
Sorry, it's been a hot minute.
It's okay, I don't remember it either. You are from the Giroux Wilds, and in the shadow of Milvigri, although you would know it by a different name.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my people call it something else.
Christina, is Joe cold-blooded?
Probably.
I think so, yeah.
Do you? Pardon me if this is rude to ask, but it's out of character, so I feel like I can. Do you
Yeah.
bask?
yes.
Yeah, she's fast.
She's in character bask multiple times in character.
But okay, I guess so. That is true. That happened. I need to ask the actual question. I mean, does she do it with her
That's
mouth
wrong.
open? I've literally never
So
asked.
life
Does she
helps.
do the crocodile mouth open thing on the banks?
I think only if she's like basking while she's in the water.
Isn't
Okay,
that
fair
to
enough.
eat? That's specifically a trap.
No, that's too cool. That's too
Is
cool.
it too cool?
That's the cool.
The
It's-
salivary glands.
Cool, cool.
Uh,
It's,
yeah.
it's if she's too hot, which hasn't been the case because she's been in the mountains this whole
Well, yeah.
time.
Now you're.
Specifically, really cold places.
Yeah. Now you're
We've
inside of a
been-
fucking library. So
I remember when I had to dive into the icy water, and I was like, I might have to make a con save for Joe so she doesn't like turn into a popsicle.
Go into torpor.
Yeah, so
Uh,
this area on the very north edge of the Dragonspine map is where Joe's from.
Oh,
Very northwest.
hmm
North center, yeah.
Cool.
Dude, was there a name for the fucking pile of death that Kindball was born from? Was there a Fey name for that?
There was not. Nor would you
Okay.
know.
The outhouse.
Yield pile of death.
It was a very
Um,
important pile of death.
Far
It
from
was,
here,
in fact.
It was
far
it
north.
was the Feywild equivalent of a compost pile, but like Kindball doesn't know that.
I'm into it.
Although actually,
You were
Michael
born
had
from
Michael had a good
compost
idea.
pile? Oh my god.
Um,
hmm
I need to grab
What's
a
up?
snack and hail hydrate, so I'm gonna go to that.
Hail
Oh,
hydrate.
okay.
Five, 5-minute bio,
So-
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's scary.
So- I would just like to throw while Chase is not here. Just tell me how bad of an idea this potentially is. Okay.
Oh boy.
So
That
I'm
usually is the
it's-
precursor
it's
to a bad
terrible, you
idea.
don't need to
That's the
consider it.
precursor to a bad idea, but go ahead.
okay. But okay, so I recently leveled, which means I get access to 4th level spell slots now, which is pretty fucking neato, right?
Yeah,
But
all
it
one
also
of them.
means I get, yeah, okay. Doesn't matter. Point is, I can get Find Greater Steed, which means I can get a flying mount, but I still can't ride it. But would it still be helpful for the party if I summoned it for combat, but also for other people to ride it?
What's the combat stats on a mount?
It says that it can be a creature within the monster manual that is equivalent to like a direwolf. I was thinking that because it's Kindball, it would be a Kipine, if you remember what that was in the Feywild.
Wait, is this summon greater fey? Because I don't want.
No, summon
The
greater,
No,
summon
no,
greater
no.
steed.
Find Greater Steed.
Find
It
Greater
will
Steed.
be a Fey creature, right? And its int score becomes 6, which is only one fucking modifier
But-
point away from Kindball himself.
But it doesn't have any of the caveats of like if you tie your shoes the wrong way, they go rogue or anything like that.
No. It is loyal. It is a form of a loyal, majestic mount.
Does it stay? Is it permanent?
It is permanent. I can. It's like Find Familiar. It's the 10-hour casting time summon period, but then I can dismiss it and reappear it whenever I want afterwards.
So it would allot statistical advantages to any of us who wanted to take advantage if we took the mountain combatant feat. But
Yeah, I wouldn't have flown off.
the caveat behind taking the mounted combatant feat is we take that instead of an ASI.
Well, you just no. What you
Well-
really need is just Saddle of the Cavalier, which makes
Well, no, you
never
don't even
fall
need a
off.
saddle. Just the having it around. If it could fly and just during combat just not be involved, or like if
Yeah.
we have someone injured and we need to get them out of there and we just fucking throw them on the back. That,
It can also It can also talk to me telepathically, and it has a mile radius that it can be away from me, so it can
Mile
aerially scout a
radius?
mile around.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
I would get that for sure. Like if we go into a cave, you could just fuck off straight up and like stay alive somewhere.
I mean, the other thing,
Okay.
we still have Tyre though too.
yeah,
yeah,
so
exactly.
it has to mesh with Tyre. So if you summon a griffin,
It's not going to be a griffin. It's going to be a Kipine, if you remember what that is.
So what are the
what do you
other
like-
alternative spells though? Like, are you thinking about maybe putting
Well, a
Death
lot
Ward
of
in
these-
place, or...
so-
oh, it's a permanent choice. I forgot.
Yeah. The other thing is I do have 4th level spell slots that are already, like, it is always prepared for me. So Dimension Door and Banishment and stuff like that, that's permanent to me. I do have Death Ward, but Death Ward is not
It
as
was
good as I
stronger in
think
4E.
it is.
It was way stronger in 4E.
Yeah, it's not as good as I remember it being.
It's super solid for the good old yank, but outside of that, it's a
'Cause-
last minute. Oh god.
Yeah. I'm
Blah,
seeing
blah,
a lot of these spells, and the ones that I would take anyway, things like Dimension Door and Banishment, are always prepared for me.
Well,
Those
what
are
other
just
spells?
permanent mainstays.
Because Greater Steed and missing out on utility or missing out on damage or healing or something like that is worth
Well, the thing
considering.
is, there is Aura of Life, but it's like Aura of Life. I already have something that is, I consider just as good. Aura of Vitality is 3rd level, and I think it's just as good as Aura of Life.
Yeah, I preferred.
Are you
Aura
figuring out
of
like what
Vitality.
spell to take?
But what other thing in
Yeah.
4th is there? How long is the list?
There's Aura
For
of
Paladin,
Life,
there's a
Aura of
lot.
Purity.
For which
It's
level?
not as
Third?
much as for me that's learnable. There's not that many. There's Aura of Life, Aura of Purity, Banishment, which I already have always prepared. Death Ward, Dimension Door, which I have always prepared. Find Greater Steed, Locate Creature, and Staggering Spine. That's it for
What's
me.
the last one?
So what
Staggering?
level?
Staggering Smite, 4th level.
What does Staggering Smite do?
Next time you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack during its spell duration, your weapon pierces both body and mind, and the attack deals an extra 4d6 psychic damage to the target. The target must make a wisdom saving throw on a failed save. It has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, and can't take reactions until the end of its next turn.
How long does that last?
I-
Because it said for the duration. How long does that last?
It'll be
It's
next
extending the
turn.
use of a smite.
Concentration up to
oh.
1 minute.
And
and
it's
it's
Oh,
not.
that's like
smite.
an unspell?
It's
Yeah.
it's concentration. It's all smites are concentration until you hit.
Okay, alright, yeah.
And it's not expending the use of a divine smite. It does take a 4th level spell slot to cast.
And I have other smites that are, I wouldn't say just as good, but definitely still good.
Or Smite's like a one-time use.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the smite spells are on your next attack that hits.
Okay.
I
That's
also
a
have
smite
other smites.
Pardon my interruption. I think the smite mechanic for a paladin was multiple times per short rest.
It costs spell
That's
slots.
a separate thing.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
Divine smite, which is the paladin's mechanic,
right.
Yeah.
costs them a 1st level or greater spell slot to use, and then they do
Correct.
scaling damage based on the level of spell slot.
So I don't know, Nikki. Given that like the 4th of that spell list that you just shared with us is something you have prepared perpetually, no matter what you do, and then to look at the other 3/4 of that, measure their opportunity cost against, frankly, how much fun and utility you'd get after finding the steed. Because I see a lot of practical usage out of finding the steed,
Yeah, I
which is
agree.
awesome. I don't see any
I've also
statistical
already
advantage
thought
in
of a
finding the
game.
speed unless somebody takes Mountain Combatant, which granted, anybody who's going to be with Kindball permanently through this campaign could benefit from. But if our party splits and Kindball leaves,
Can't I
that
just
knocks
cast
the
from the back of the
advantage
steed?
Is a wasted feat that could have been an ASI.
You can't cast from the back of the steed.
Oh.
You can. 100%.
Without you can't without mounted combatant. You can't concentrate
Oh,
on
shit.
while riding
And
a
that's why you would need to take it for the consistent advantage. So what I'm
So-
saying is, anybody
I-
who's going to be with Kindball until this campaign ends should take that feat. But that's a big feat because we're talking about 14. That's our next ASI.
16.
16.
16.
Fuck.
16's
Thank you.
your
Thank
next
you.
ASI.
14 is next class.
Class feature,
upgrade.
yeah.
Yeah.
For most of you, yeah.
Yeah, the
So
invest.
yeah, so that's the trade.
But I think that the functionality of being able to get around or being able to send it to scout or
Yeah.
or
It.
so that versus a 4d6 smite that can impose disadvantage in reaction for how long? Until the end of the next turn?
No, until I hit it. Until I actually hit.
No. The disadvantage it imposes on a failed wisdom
It
save
lasts for a
Oh.
turn.
for a
Unless
turn.
Yeah, I'm unimpressed with staggering smite.
I'm not either. That's why I was. That's
I
why
think-
the big one for me was out of
I
everything.
think Greater Steed or Life or any of the other options are good.
Yeah, the thing is, what the reason why I want to take Find Greater Steed is because I have banishment, and Dimension Door always prepared. It is just always prepared on my spell list.
Truth be told, I think I can tell from your tone you like Find
How
Greater
would you
Steed.
Yeah,
I've
just
already
Steed.
thought of. I've already thought of a name. I want to
I
call him
kind of
Vinny.
think you should take it because we don't have the capacity right now to look into the future and say, okay, these are the people who are always going to be with Kindball and these are the people who aren't. We don't know how the party is going to break up. If it breaks up at all, which it might not.
We better not be both parties together because goddamn Chase is gonna commit suicide at the age of 30.
Yeah,
He's gonna age
Yeah.
30 years.
You're
He's
right.
gonna age 30 years.
I
in
would
like
say,
a month.
Nikki, if you want to take it, just take it.
All right, I've taken it. I've taken it. It's on the spell list now.
There you
I've
go.
taken it.
Worst case, we strap a bunch of explosives to it and we get a real good one shot out of it.
I'll have some dynamite still from that
Recastable.
one part.
It is recastable, so if it dies, I can just resummon it.
But I believe it is sentient, so eventually it's gonna be like fuck around with that fucking explosive.
With the
super
greater
into
speed,
it.
right?
Yeah, do you want to get donkey kicked by something with talons?
A Pegasus or the Griffin?
No, I
Yeah.
was thinking, Chase, that it's a Kipine
I heard
from
that.
from the homeland.
Yeah,
What
so
if it's
Kipines.
super enthusiastic about it? What if it's Geon
Yeah,
Kipine?
this is a Kipine.
Yo, that looks like the thing from Avatar.
Okay, if it's a Geod Cupine,
Oh, yeah.
different ability, please.
Manchi.
Different skill.
I mean, we
different
really saw one of these things fly by and take a Cyclops' face
Yeah.
off.
One
So
shot of Cyclops. Yeah.
Yeah,
Where
to
did
be
you
fair, it
go?
was
That
just like a
Dynamite, I'm
villager.
into that.
Yeah, it's a steed-sized Pegasus, but it's made from an owl and like a horse and bat wings. It's fucking crazy.
So,
It's super cool.
to control it, does it follow ranger rules if you have to use your bonus action, or does it follow?
It
summon
doesn't. It
rules?
wouldn't get a turn in combat because of Find Greater Steed does not allow it to do combat stuff.
Oh, okay.
I think it does. I think it does actually.
Okay.
You control the mount in combat while the mount is within 1 mile. Yeah, I control the mount in combat.
Well, but what controls it? Is it a verbal thing? Is it a bonus action? Is it a?
I don't know. It doesn't say.
Familiar templates usually impose a bonus action, but it will always say it on the template. So we would have
Yeah.
to get Kipine, which I think Chase would have to write himself because I don't think that's in 5e
I have-
raw.
He
I have
already
stat- I
has
have
a
stat
stat
block.
block for it though. Yeah,
stat
he
block
already has a stat block for it, which is why I
Right, but-
picked it. 'Cause I was like, it's cool, and Chase already has the stat
That's
block.
that is actually an excellent choice.
But I'm
Um,
assuming its stat block isn't as a familiar, right?
It would be
well,
the same stat block.
So
It would be-
direwolves. Let's see, direwolves are CR2. Let me go see what the Kipine stat block is because I
All
can
I'm
turn
trying to
it
say
down.
is the stat block could literally remain identical, but it would need player-based action economy mechanics baked into it, and that's up to Chase
It's a
to
bonus
decide what that
action.
is.
The
Yeah.
spirit
bonus
takes on a
action.
form you choose.
Job,
a griffin,
Job
a
said it. Job
Pegasus,
said it was
a
a
Periton,
bonus
a
action.
direwolf, or a rhinoceros, or a saber-toothed tiger. So I don't know what the CR is for all of these, but I'd like to take a Kipine if you'd let me take it instead of any of these other things.
They're all CR2 ish.
Mhm.
So I'll tone down the Kipine block to a CR2 because
Okay.
it's CR4
Because-
currently.
Because Kindle's never seen anything other than a griffin, and he doesn't like griffin.
Yeah, that's
So
fair.
it would make sense.
Oh, yeah, I like that. No, the Kipine's an excellent choice.
Thank you. I figured you'd like that.
Yeah.
It's very
Um,
flavorful. It's got a good amount of mwah flavor, you know?
Real quick, quadrupedal and shit, yes, but does it have talons?
It does have talents.
Yes.
That's fucking awesome.
The other thing is, if it has an intelligence score of 5 or lower, its intelligence becomes 6, and it gains the ability to understand one language of a choice that you speak.
So it already understands Sylvan but can't speak. And its int score goes up to 6.
Yes. Which means it's only 1 modifier point lower than Kindball's intelligence, which I'm not sure is a good thing.
Apes together strong.
Is
Apes
this next
together
romance art?
strong. Wait, what?
You could romance it.
Absolutely not.
I'm glad Joe brings up the important piece of.
The RTX process.
We're not too different.
Leave it to real.
All right.
Anyway,
Speaking of not too different,
but,
I have the thing, Chase. Oh look.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so long rest. So Aridin, you give your book to Uguay and
Yeah,
Tam.
can I give Uguay my armor too? I want him to refit or change the symbol.
That would be easy for him to do.
Yeah.
What am I change? What symbol am I changing it to?
Naglfar. I'm no longer fit to wear the.
You don't
symbol of-
know. You don't know any symbols of Naglfar.
I'm just playing for now.
I'm
You
gonna
could-
guess that the
you
book
could-
has symbols of Naglfar in it.
The book has ever-changing symbols, but one symbol that you see consistently,
Naglfart.
one runic symbol that you see consistently is it's let's see if this posts. It's like this, but it's the slash is turned diagonal. It's the null symbol, the nothing symbol that you saw in the Dunamancy lab. The void symbol.
So
Seems nice and
just
happy.
going
Why
on
not?
the- I'm gonna go on something like, can't you talk to the book, Aridin? I thought that was something.
Not how that works. Usually, Naglfar communicates to me through dreams and visions. He doesn't directly talk to me. Like, the moment I saw Melifia's death was in a vision that Naglfar presented to me, and she gave me this acorn as soon as she perished in my dream that I still somehow have with me. And I pull out the acorn.
Can you write anything in the book?
Yeah, I write spells that I've learned from Tam and others. You've written your names, and I can make additions required. I have the materials, yes.
Alright, well Tam and I will just.
It's similar to the way Tam would describe spells in his book, but it's different at the same time.
Do we have stuff there? Like, is there stuff in the
Oh,
archivist chambers
I
for
have
like sitting and working at a desk or whatever?
Yeah,
Or
there's a
Okay.
study that you as the archivist had flung wide the doors. Some of you have slightly explored. There is a large study that is unprotected.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm there looking at the book. Tam's looking at. All right. So what's the cut? You thinking 90 me, 10 you, or what?
I was thinking more 99 to 1, but that's
99
just
to
me,
1, but
you
that's
know,
a.
yeah.
Sorry,
Alright.
I was a little late. Am I with
Oh,
them?
so Aridin asked you to give Uguay's armor so he could repurpose it from his bag.
Uh-huh.
Well, he's okay. So he's shaving off the holy symbol. That's on
But
the
so it's like
robe.
it's a profile of a.
We're refitting the armor. We're not putting it
well,
on him.
Let me see. There's a picture. It's like a blue. Yeah, it looks like this. Essentially, he has like a white cape that's imbued into his plate armor, and the white cape has this symbol on the back.
Oh, I
Of,
thought you were
uh,
putting the Phyrexian symbol on your back. I was like,
No,
this
no,
is not
no, well-
helping a case, buddy.
No, he's
yeah.
writing a symbol from the book.
It's a symbol that's just Just
But
a
we
mound
actually-
of corpses with a sword through it. Yeah, that's my holy symbol.
Yeah, actually, Andrew, that Phyrexian symbol, we've talked about it. You guys discovered that symbol in the Dunamancy lab in your last exploration in the Underdark before you ported away.
Okay.
It's
Uh,
the symbol for the void, for null, nothing.
I gotta turn you guys up. Okay. Aridin is not with us. It's just Uguay, Tam, and I.
Yeah, he goes off to bed.
Okay, I pull the armor out and I hand it to Uguay
Well,
begrudgingly.
Yo, give me
Oh,
that
yeah.
band B right now.
Cattle decapitation, yeah.
Is that actually
Or-
cattle decapitation? Because I believe it.
No, that's not.
That's that is straight up a close up of a
What?
couch with leather.
What is that?
what do you want from Aridin? Do you want him out of the party? I'm just gonna. I'm not.
I don't trust him. I don't trust him away from me. I feel like I can at least somewhat contain whatever idiotic thing he's going to do. I feel that it is a failure on my part that he was able to get away and kill a bunch of people. But
Oh,
I don't
he
trust
does
him.
care.
You can keep the book. It'll take him an hour to resummon it. It looks like the book changes every time he summons it, though I only have one instance of this to really go on. I can't tell you after that, but the book itself rearranged itself, and Tam can confirm that it's now in a different order. I'm not sure if that means there's anything new or different inside the book itself, but you could keep it away from him for about an hour at a time, and I'm assuming you have to disrupt his summons if you want to continuously keep it away. Now I get what you're going for. I'm not personally invested in this, but I will tell you as much as I can to help you feel comfortable with the situation as much as you can. If you want to watch over us, we will be looking through the book to figure out how to make sure we can find a way to keep him from being dominated by the book, since there seems to be no way to keep him from the book permanently.
I'm gonna be totally honest. Whenever I see you or him use it, it looks like completely incomprehensible gibberish to me. But
Do I
I'm
know
gonna
that
level
I
with you.
use Fortune Fager?
You sensed a fragment of your spells were used, and it's a spell you learned recently that I'm not sure you've used many times.
My Dunamancy seems to have. Oh, sorry?
To be completely frank, though, I'm fine with him being in our party and being unbound and traveling with us, so long as we could keep the book off of him. Like if you and others will help me just prevent him from resummoning it whenever he feels like, and we just keep it on. It doesn't even have to be on my person. We could keep it in Tam's chest if that feels like a more neutral ground. I do not feel comfortable with him walking around with those kinds of powers at his hands.
I'm gonna level with you. I don't know as much as Tam, but Uguay thinking is that book is bound to him one way or another. Whether we keep it off of him or not, it doesn't seem to affect him. I'm sure the book from over here can take control of him right away if it wanted to, if that's the case.
We
So
have not seen that though. We haven't.
But this book.
Just humor me. Like
I'm saying we need to find something even. We need to go beyond that and find a way to sever the link, the book, and him. If that's what you're really looking for.
I
Right,
agree.
I'm gonna
and
bump
Tam
in
was-
just really quick. I think you're both agreeing to each other, but in the most backwards way possible.
Well,
I agree.
I know how that feels like.
I don't
What's up?
necessarily want to do that per se. I'm not sure Uguay is convinced. I'm just saying that I'm thinking from Julian's perspective, and if what Julian wants is to make a safe, the only way is to sever the book. I don't think that just having the book in another place will stop that magic. That magic is something I've never seen before.
Right, but he just wants a what's it called to meet in the middle to keep the book away from Aridin, which I think we've already established is totally fine. We can provide Eridan with the book when it's important. And then beyond that, we can just continue studying it as you want, Uguay.
That would be my preference.
Are you
Then
fine with
perfect.
this? Can we copy
Excellent.
down what's in the book?
Do you want to start trying to at this workstation?
Yes.
As you begin to write, even though you're writing in either Common or Dwarvish, whatever language comes most naturally to you, it comes out as those incomprehensible runes.
What do I see?
For
Do I actually see
anyone-
the runes this time, or
You
is
see
it?
you see the incomprehensible runes being written.
But I can comprehend them when they're all together,
You
'Cause I
can
was able to-
comprehend them in the book,
but not outside of the book.
but not outside of it.
What if Tam doesn't write down the runes, but writes down a description of the exact shape of the runes?
These are SCP tests, by the way, that y'all are doing.
Right.
This is definitely an SCP test. Yeah. You write down a description of the exact shape of the rune, and as you go to read it, and you put the book down, you read your exact description, and you remember in your mind what you read. But as you go to create it, you cannot. Your hands will not draw that shape. Every time you do, it comes out slightly wrong.
This book is cursed. Guaranteed.
You guys have the power. You guys could run some tests on it, if you want to.
Yeah, totally. I'd like to.
Meanwhile, like
So
Joe's in the corner talking with Belle. It's like, yeah, I came from that big swamp up north near the mountains. Not really welcome home anymore.
Wait,
Can
why not?
Kyball be spending the 10 minutes not engaged in the conversation, but definitely
Well, we're-
trying
we're
to summon a Kipine?
We're in
Like,
the
I'm great to
library,
see.
but I actually kind of want to call Moonrune Boy over. Whenever it can be later, but I want Moonrune Boy to see the book too.
Moon Boy?
Worth
Who's
noting,
Moonrune Boy?
you
It's
all are
Bell.
Belle.
Oh.
y'all are
Oh.
describing Eridan and the way to handle Eridan the same way a delusional owner talks about a rabid dog. Just, oh no, we let him out. That's on us. We shouldn't have let him out.
Well, I'm trying to meet the party halfway. I'm seeing like Eridan went crazy when we found these dragon eggs, and everyone was like, "Okay," and I'm sitting there like, "What?" Like Julian and I actually agree on that point, but everyone else.
I think the book's already affected y'all. I think y'all need to leave the phone.
This is why the rabbit never gets the tricks.
That should have actually been a point I brought up with Farhat, which I can't
I
retroactively do. But
I did say it. I said like I think Tam, I think you misunderstood me. I wasn't saying anything about you, Tam, or Jacob. I was trying to bring up the fact that when we found those dragon eggs, like it was, I will kill all of you if you don't give me those dragon eggs. And we kind of, they're like, whoa, okay, hold on, that was not what we were trying to.
not only that,
Julian's saying we kill these eggs unless we can find a way to suitably, and since no one has a suitable idea on how to get these eggs out of here, we should destroy them. And I agree with that, because I can't guarantee that these eggs won't fall into the rocket.
yeah, that was the more important point that I wanted to make, or important to me at least, is he was potentially endangering many people by keeping those eggs alive, because those are basically WMDs, and he's like, oh no, they're fine, we can just hold on to them. Like, that's
So I remember this very differently for some reason. I don't know if it's because Eridan has affected my mind in real life. But like, I don't remember him being like, "I will slit your guys' throats
No,
if you try and harm these."
he was already
No,
like
I
throwing his-
said so when Julian threatened to kill the eggs. I said I will cut you where you stand if you lay a finger on the eggs or something like that.
yeah, it was
Yeah,
that. Yeah,
so-
it was aggressive.
Yeah, but to me, that's more of like a florid way of saying like, "I will protect these innocents with my."
No, just let him smell your head. He'll calm down.
I'm just saying, he's capable of murder.
no bite, don't worry.
Julian and I
He's
remember
this
it
way.
as an actual threat to our lives.
It was just to Julian.
yeah.
It wasn't to you.
No, it was to me because I was on
Wow.
Julian's side.
Was
I,
it?
I,
I don't-
I thought you said it to me
Yeah.
because I actually was sticking up for Julian in this and saying like he's
No,
fine,
no, it
we
wasn't to
don't.
you.
Don't flatter yourself, Uguay. You wouldn't even be worth it.
No, not like it's not like
I thought you said no. It was just a joke. I'm like, that's a weird prank.
Social
okay,
experiment.
well,
Social experiment.
if we're going back to that effort, I totally agree with him in that I think he just wanted to kill him no matter what. I think that if you can't guarantee me a plan of action how to get these eggs somewhere, we should.
Well,
so
he
I thought
did.
that was a
That was a plan of action, but Julian was against it. That's why.
You wanted to put them.
Bring him to the archivist. That was
you
my
wanted
plan.
to put them in a griffin.
No, I
middle
wanted to
of-
ride it. No, I wanted to ride a griffin to the archivist.
You wanted to put them on an ICBM where they could then fly
I
across
remember.
the continent.
Okay,
Is
so
he-
I remember the plan being we'll just put it on the griffin and send the griffin to the archivist, and I was like, but this country, they're all griffin riders. They pull over every griffin they see. They're gonna pull what? And I got mad at that idea. But yeah, okay, so whatever. That was another thing I did want to bring up to Farhat though, is that he went. We've already had conflicts, inter-party conflicts, where he's very. He has acted aggressively, I guess, at least towards Julian.
Yeah, and it's not entirely unwarranted because Julian hasn't trusted him as far as he can throw him ever.
That's the part that is like the most frustrating, just meta in character, is that like I started to trust him, like I was willing to put my name in the book, and then like right after that he goes and like kills a bunch of people.
Sorry, could you rewrite your name? It's covered in children's blood. I can't read it anymore.
Can't see it through all the blood.
Sorry, no, I misspoke. Wait, no, right after I put my name in the book, like the next session, he kills a team member of ours, and then 2 sessions later, kills like 30 more people.
It was an
So it's
accident.
going great for you, is what you're telling me. It's
yeah,
going great
it's
for you.
been a betrayal.
I'm thinking it should be the
Trail on the
continuation of the dog analogy and just straight up have someone that's constantly tasked with it.
You're like being eaten by the dog currently. And you're like, no, don't worry, just a couple nibbles, it's fine. Just
It's just a love bite. He's just mouthy.
He don't bite. Yes, he do. Get away.
Yo, that's a whole nigga.
Jared, Jared, I am streaming this.
sorry.
Farhat, Tam, I'm fully okay with letting Aridin not be bound at all times. I'll even give him his armor back, but you have to help me keep that book out of his hands.
And potentially the cursed sword.
Did I?
Aridin,
I
you're
don't know if I shared.
We
I
need
would
to
have told
neutralize the
this to
book if
Uwe
that's
at
the-
least. Before you walked off with Tam. I wouldn't have said it like super loud, but I wasn't necessarily trying to hide it. Do you remember when Julian took the Holy Avenger, puts it in his bag, and I attempted to atone to this, the Ion Stone of Agility. My understanding, that sword is still somehow connected to me, and I never was able to connect to that stone. So essentially, Aridin.
All those 30 people are in the sword.
Aridin never unattuned from. No, I didn't have it with me when I was with
does
Pineville, but the
I'm
Aridin
curious if that
essentially.
matters or not.
No, because what you learned with legend lore is that with the soul, it was likely sent to Lolth to feed her
Yeah, but we
when
don't know the
something is
mechanism.
slain by the sword. Because you used
Oh,
legend lore
okay.
when we were in the chamber, so
Oh, by the
essentially,
sword, okay.
yeah. So Aridin's just telling you that he was never unattuned from it, even though he tried.
I may.
And this
bring
is
that
supposed
up.
to make us feel better?
No,
I may
but
bring that up.
he wouldn't want to hide that fact from you.
Well, he told me, and I will only tell Tam and.
Yeah.
And if Farhat was here, I'd talk to Farhat about it because.
I think well, it would have been like when we were leaving, like, or when we were going off to bed or whatever. So
I will mention that to Tam and Julian since Julian has the sword.
Those are
Sorry,
both
sorry.
excellent. Thank you both.
you're welcome.
Well played.
I like the first one.
I like the first one better too.
Yeah.
Sorry, so I'm lost in the sauce a little bit here.
Just letting you know
so-
that he was never able to unattune from the Holy Avenger.
the sword he killed the Cirilla with, it.
Still attuned to Aridin.
I don't know what the technical term in this world is. He's still attuned to it, I guess.
Yeah, you guys have enough knowledge.
Do I get what the point he's trying to make is though? Because
No, he just wanted to be forthright about.
Well, that evil weapon. I mean,
Sorry.
that cursed weapon, I guess, is still
I don't-
his rightfully.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
it's,
I guess
it's
you could put it that
rightfully
way.
in a pocket dimension away from his reach.
Yeah, but
Right.
he can't. It's
Unattuned from it.
it's bound to him, and it won't unbind itself from him. Is what I'm getting.
Is
I
it
see.
cursed?
All right.
Is that a problem? Like I legitimately don't understand. Like,
It could be.
Why
I
that?
don't know. I don't. The items don't have wills of their own. If you want to unattune from an item, as far as I understand, you can unattune that
I
item.
don't know. That book seems to be pretty.
Well, yes. So the sword too is now something that is attuned to him or attached to him, and we cannot unattach it from him. And that
Is there a way to what the fuck? Is there a way to dispel an attunement without the need of the person it's attuned to present?
If it's a cursed weapon that he can't unattune from, I can try to.
Yeah, as far
Curse or
if
greater risk,
Farhat
though.
comes by, I'll bring.
Yeah,
it up
I
with
assume
Farhat
Farhat
and-
could be with you. Yeah.
Okay, I will bring it up with Farhat in the morning.
Yeah, let's sleep this off.
I'm thinking Farhat might
Well-
be able to help us here.
Well,
Yeah, if you just come over, if you literally just
I am a
mention it,
cleric,
I can
but
Oh,
try
I
to
thought you were
like-
asleep. I didn't realize.
I'm not as clericy as Farhat.
Well, I am still gonna do. I still have to be up to do the thing to try and bring back the mom, or attempt it rather.
Oh,
Gotcha.
Ugu would have told, or did you tell Farhat that the soul is unable to come back?
Yeah, he already knows all that stuff.
Okay.
We went through all the.
Wait,
Okay.
I was the one that found that out. I'm the one that cast the spell to find that out.
No. We know when we did that. It was before we met up. When we went through the trials of Lolth and Ugu attempted to revive her, he got that the soul was unable to come
Yeah.
back.
And then but he got it again from Legend or.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So yeah, if it was mentioned, I can prep the spell for it. I have a bunch of utility spells right now, basically.
Yeah, feels
Swapping
good.
one out for another
Can
one.
we unattune the book as well?
I mean, I suppose I could try, but
So, is it cool
I'll
to put
leave
down a
that
long
up to you
rest
guys,
now,
'cause
Chase? Or
not as-
I'll do a long rest. Yeah. So you
Okay.
guys.
well, I want to. Can I hit the attempt at divine intervention for the mom?
Gorilla.
Sure.
Come on.
Nope.
Damn. I thought the dice were the other way, and I'm like, man, that's fairly
did
close.
too.
But nah.
I did too.
Okay. Yeah. No.
Okay.
I need to
Go ahead.
pick up my brother. I will stay on the phone, but no one. I dropped him off, and 3 people were supposed to pick him up, and all of them are apparently busy. So I need
Oh,
to go get my
jeez.
brother.
That's right.
Yeah, just stay in comms if you can hear, and that's fine.
I'll do that, and then I'll just I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, okay, that's no
Okay.
problem. Drive safe.
And
Yes, I.
But
in that period of conversation, if 10 minutes has passed, does the thingy manifest?
Yes, it does.
Oh, sweet.
I will append this stat block.
The thingy.
Share record. Drag. to
Behold the
bar.
thing.
It's,
thingy.
it's unidentified, but you can click on it and you should be able to identify it. Nikki.
Okay. How,
And then
how,
drag this dragon down onto your hotbar and just leave the dragon symbol there somewhere, and you should be able to click on it and summon it, or and like see its stat block.
Swear, I thought someone was gonna do it.
did you? Would it be? Is it under characters? Is that what it is?
No, it's on the left in the chat box.
Oh, yes, in the chat box. Okay, so drag that into my thing. Ah,
Mhm.
okay.
You should be able to see its stats. That's the unappended. That's the CR4 one. I haven't changed it yet.
It's only read only right now.
That's
So
fine for now.
yeah, I still can't see its stat block though. It's
Okay, then go to the right side and click on NPCs,
okay. Yes.
and you should only see like a couple things.
Ugh.
If you
I see 7 pages of things. Yeah.
okay, then go down and click on shared, or click on all, and it'll change its mode to shared, and you can see.
Okay.
You know,
I
once
see
you have it, you gotta
unidentified
name
Fey
it, right?
beast. Yeah, I know. I already have a name for it. It's still giving me. It's still pulling blanks for me.
Whatever.
not-
I'll,
you're not
That's
deal
okay.
with
We'll
it.
naming
figure. We'll figure it out
I'll
later.
deal with it later. Yeah. Yes. So yeah, you guys do see Kindball mess around with some dead parts of various animals and like a piece of bark or chitin off of her armor and his armor, and some various like mushrooms and moss that have grown on the floor, and make this little summoning circle and summon a medium or a large sized beast. A Kipine kind of rears its head and gives this soft warbling growl hoot.
Great, another mouth to feed.
Yeah, and it's vaguely spectral and fey, but it kind of balks for a second, but returns once Kindle begins speaking to it in Sylvan, which a couple of you understand. Yeah, Kindle, you have summoned your greater steed.
Yeah.
And now we will feast.
We can just resummon it.
Awesome.
I don't think that's how it works. I will name you Cyphus.
I mean, like how I like
And
how
his
the
name-
idea of like everyone else is having like
Will
this
be
important
dinner.
conversation about Aridin and trying to like figure out what to do with him. And freaking Joe and Velt are just sitting in the corner, and Joe's like actually talking about her backstory, and no one else is hearing it.
Cursed.
Yeah, that
It's a
is
terrible time. Why is no one listening?
Joe has said nothing to her party the entire time she's been with them.
And Felt being the first person to reach out. You're
Yeah.
just like, why is no one else listening?
Well, the thing is, you can tell him where you're from.
My
Like, it's
skin.
not like Kindball has any reference to where that is.
I mean, that's.
What mountain?
I mean,
what
even
swamp?
before then, though, like even Mel or
It's true.
or Kitcherlearn, they didn't. Well, Kitcherlearn a
That's
little
true.
bit, because he was just like, you're evolved from last I saw you," and she's like, "What?"
Huh?
All right. So
So
during your guys'
You know,
long rest,
I'll message you it privately, Velt. Actually, what she
So,
tells you.
Aridin actually sleeps for the first time.
yeah. So as you guys are working, Julian, you realize, man, I'm tired. I gotta go trance, I guess. And you
Oh, I
and
was
you
chasing my.
you sit you sit down and begin your trance, and you get that kind of lidded half perception, that kind of veiled perception that you get during your trance sleep, where it's like you're sensing around you, but you are resting. Tam and Uguay, I need you both to make Tam, I need you to make an Arcana check, and Uguay, I need you to make just straight Wisdom.
Rose
Alright.
pet.
Well, let's see what I'm trained in first. I'm trained in wisdom smithing. Can I do?
No.
Ooh.
nice.
Okay.
+5 wisdom.
So, Tam, you recognize as you also realize for the first time take the book. It expends. What's the lowest level Dunamancy spell you have?
Good question.
Resonant Echo, third.
Okay.
So yeah, it expends a third level spell slot for you. And as Tam, you reach out to pick up the book. Instead, your shadow splits off from you, and
touch
in
the
the kind of fake light of the kind of false light of these magical illuminated orbs that light the study, and the vague, like a mirror reflected skylight lights that are now gone to night. Your shadow springs up off the ground and is no longer touching the ground, and picks the book up from its the kind of music stand like shelf that it's standing on, and brings it over to you. And Uguay, you're just watching like, what the fuck? And Tam, to you just went and picked it up.
Pass whatever you smoke.
I cannot, for my shadow is possessed itself.
But yeah, your shadow is now assisting you in reading this, and it's an echo. It is a resonant echo of yourself. And as you're reading the book, your perception kind of flickers back and forth, like you're focused on the book, but you've never read something like this before. It contains so much power. It contains something truly unknowable to this plane. And your perspective, the book stays fixed, but everything you're flipping sides between which side of the book you're standing on. So you keep like every time you kind of glance around, you're in a different place in the room, and in a reversed perspective, like a mirror. And then as soon as you kind of start to realize that, you flip back and come back to reality.
Feels gravity.
You are glancing into the infinite. You
Oh.
mill 10. It's 2 mana.
Oh shit.
I was gonna say, like, every time he starts reading, I pick him up and move him, and then I. Oh my god! No!
Truth is, I'm just senile.
Oopsie.
You see the equations, the arcane equations, as though they were wizard spells for various Dunamancy spells. You see equations for. Let me see.
Am I not reading with him?
You don't understand it in the same way that he does.
Because he's not a book caster.
Yeah, because he's an arcane caster and you're a divine caster. You understand it in a completely different way. You could.
Oh, no, wait for my turn then. This one.
Yeah, Uwe, in your experience with it, every time you open something, it's you read a new page, and the knowledge doesn't necessarily intuitively make sense to you. Or sorry, it doesn't like consciously. You can't just read the spell and cast it.
Intuitively, I know what it means.
But intuitively, you kind of know what it means. You kind of know what it's getting at. And these vague stories, these vague descriptions of places that don't exist, maps of non-existent places, these impossibilities made real through text, through alien knowledge text that cannot be here. Whatever it is antithesis to this plane. It describes a dark world. It describes the land where shadows crawl. It describes the in-between. It describes loss and nothingness and questions without answers and answers without questions and
Map of the problematic. Gotcha.
yeah, exactly. A map of non-existent places. And you feel that you could use it as a casting focus. You could use it as kind of the equivalent of a holy symbol. But Tam could not. But Tam can read the equations that are in the book. So, Tam, if you want to take the time during this long rest, you could copy spells into your spell book and make them usable to yourself. Through the use of the void symbol that you learned in the Underdark, you could copy down a couple of Dunamancy spells. Do you want to try and copy them, or do you want to just read about them?
Can I get like an evil check? Like, am I copying down the anti-life equation, or?
Real quick, Chase, are you describing?
Go ahead.
Sorry, for the book, the way you were describing it, was that the darkness from Destiny that you were describing?
No, that was off the cuff.
Oh, okay, because the unknowable doesn't exist. I'm like, damn, this sounds like the lore from Destiny. No shit.
I mean, yeah, okay, I'll buy that. Yeah, Jacob, you could learn. So with your Arcana check, you recognize these spells. These are just spells. These are spells that do not exist on this plane. These are spells that you've seen, some of which you've seen Aridin cast. This is forbidden knowledge, but you don't think that it. There he goes. You don't think necessarily that it's the anti-life equation or anything crazy harmful. It is just descriptions of the raw, the absolute base of the absolute fundamental of certain types of magic, of Dunamancy magic, is described in these books. How gravity works on a magical sense, how force and probability work, and how time and possibility and the void, the nothingness symbol that you understand now from your time in the Underdark.
Right.
you understand how that's what this book describes. It's not necessarily evil.
Got you. I will copy down the forbidden knowledge that is no doubt sealed away for a reason.
Okay. So you can, let's see, you have 8 hours of long rest. So you could copy down, since it's not of your class, you could copy down 4 spell levels. So here, let me pull something up real fast. I'm gonna pull up a well, you won't be able to see this, will you? Shit. Go to on the right side of the screen, go to spells.
Mhm.
I'm sharing all of the Dunamancy spells. So sort by shared, sort on the where it says all next to the green plus. Click that and it should go to shared. You can copy down 3 or 4 spell levels of any of these spells, and you could do, or you could partially work on the higher level ones.
Sorry, I don't see the shared that you're talking about, but
It
that's
says-
something we can deal with later.
The button is all, but when you click it, it'll go to shared.
Yeah, so I click on it. It has uncategorized 5e SRD data, D&D basic rules, D&D player's handbook.
Down lower, there should be all. Down lower next to the green plus.
I do not have a green plus.
Oh, balls. Okay. Then in that top all button, scroll down to Dunamancy. D-U-N-A.
Yeah, don't have that either.
If you go to sources, just put critical role.
It's no, that won't. That's in D&D Beyond. He doesn't have access
Oh,
to that.
is this
In Fantasy Grounds.
Oh, weird.
Oh, but Dunamancy exists
back.
in the source.
Yeah, click on that source and see what it takes. What it takes you to.
Okay,
I
yeah,
think
I
it's
got
all
like
from
Dark
that.
Star, Fortune's Favor.
Yes,
This looks
okay.
like help. Sick. Thanks.
You can also use the level filter to sort by each level and look at what you want to copy, because they're otherwise not particularly sortable.
Totally.
Are they
You
all
have
from
a-
Wildmount? Like the
They're all from the Explorer's Guide to Wildmount, yes.
or Wildmount,
Except for Resonant Echo.
Resonant Echo. So I know you said that when Nefrak took the spell, it like erased its existence. Is there anything in the book that Tam would see regarding that, or would it just be like not even there?
It's actually in the book still.
Oh. The
Um,
temporal shunt, right?
Temporal Shunt is in the book, but Eridan has no memory of that spell ever existing.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah.
I didn't actually look in the book for that specifically.
And when you do look in the book, you have looked in the book since then.
Yeah.
You don't see it,
Interesting. Okay. But Tam does.
but Tam does.
Oh. It's erased from my
think of
knowledge
that,
of
thinking?
existence.
Yeah, totally benign knowledge. Go ahead and look up Ravenous Void or Reality Break or Dark Star. Those are also fun.
Yeah.
Those are pretty high level, but soon TM. Actually, you learned some really spicy spells.
Knowing evil laughter from me.
Yeah. Yeah, she knows. You learned 3 of these spells in the dark of the Underdark.
Over.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of funny that you gave me all the top level spells already. It's kind of
You
ridiculous.
were in a research lab that was researching the extents of Dunamancy magic.
pretty rad.
Yeah, so you can copy down 4 spell levels now, or you can write down 4 spell levels of like a 5th level spell and continue work later.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Um,
I'll do the continue work later one. I think.
Okay. Ugwe, in your reading of the book, you feel that with this as a holy symbol, you could cast certain Dunamancy spells that you have
Okay.
level for. They act as cleric spells for you.
But is there anything written in there about controlling people's mind?
No, not a thing.
Yeah, so like my charm person is innate. It's not from the book, from my understanding. I don't know how you differentiate books or spells from the book and then like warlock spells or cantrips that I just know. That would be the only thing, right?
Yep. That's not that spell's not in the book.
Okay.
Nothing, no spell that I see written about controlling people's minds. Does Tam see one? That's
Nope. Neither of you do.
It's probably not worth asking, but do I?
You don't even know.
No. Alright.
You see them pacing around the room and talking about things and like drawing notes and Tam copying stuff into his spell book, but you don't see
oh.
you see Erden's book just resting on the stand.
I wanted to fuck with Andrew, like LOL. I'm gonna kill your whole party, and then no one else can see that, just him. Like,
Nice.
I mean, temporal shunt kind of allows you to affect another creature's mind, just not in the way you'd really hope.
No.
I mean, he won't be a problem if he's dead, right?
No. Please.
Kind of came out of nowhere.
It's also not even necessarily true.
Fair.
I can think of one dead character who's definitely going to be a problem.
Yes. Good times.
Oh boy.
Who?
Peter.
We're not going to talk about it.
It's an us problem. Don't worry about it.
Well, it might be a them problem, but we'll see.
It's a future them problem. It's a future us problem.
Them? I'd never seen them in my life. No. I mean, that's fine. I don't get any closer to the original thing that we were looking for, though, I'm assuming.
Which specify?
Understanding the book and what we need to do to, like, what would it take to...
Influence on Eridan, right?
Huh?
Like the book's influence on Eridan. That's what the main thing you were looking for. Right?
Just to understand what the hell we're dealing with and if we can guard or ward Eridan. I'm assuming I learned nothing there except for how to helpfully... So, when you say, like, using it for Dunamancy, do I learn new spells with that? Or
Yes.
do I understand?
With this book, if you attune to this book, you will have the entire Dunamancy spell list as cleric spells for you. Because you're a prepared caster, you can prepare those spells.
Well, I'm going to attune to it then. I'm going to let them know that I'm attuning to it.
Okay.
To see.
This isn't
is it already-
isn't a bad idea at all.
No. Yeah. But I am first and foremost out for knowledge. So this will be.
Yeah. So you take like half an hour and really study the book and work it into your magical system.
Ham and I are.
Just take
real
all
close
Eridan's
to each
spells.
other.
It's like you can leave the party now. We got everything we need.
We no longer need you.
Yeah, you're kind of scuffed, not so shiny anymore. So, sorry.
The knowledge that comes to you is utterly alien, and any images you had in your mind of what Eridan felt or saw or sensed while he was using it as a spellcasting focus are immediately replaced. You are overwhelmed with dark images of broken ground and cracked skylines, and you see I had it. You see this darkened skyline that I'm going to put in Dragonspine chat. That an eclipsed sun, the hint of an eclipsed sun between dark roiling clouds, and you see this desolate wasteland of darkness and cracked earth extending out
Dune.
before you for just an instant. As your eyes blink, you see this image, and you sense you flip the book open, and you can sense the growling of your god, Moradin. the one who gave you the power to create. And you sense the rumbling of his voice, like voice resonating in the snare drum. You sense this vaguely resonating, powerful voice of Moradin growling out knowledge to you in an unspeakable language. You sense the lower and darker and slower, and you sense a female voice intertwined with this. Also, you recognize it as dwarvish. Well, it's trying to speak dwarvish, and the images you get are a knife to the heart, a torch raised, a hammer dropped, and endless legions of armored, bearded warriors charging the lines in this swirling morass of tunnels and mine shafts and fungus and underground. You sense the Underdark and a war between dwarves, and you see with every soldier fallen a split on either side. Some of the soldiers are these flaming bearded ashen-skinned dwarves raising hammers and pickaxes and picks, and ancient beasts of lore in the Underdark, things told to dwarvish children like nightmares, like boogeymen tales. You see tentacled monsters. You see these large-headed and bug-eyed, tentacle-faced monsters rising up with like puppet strings, legions of slavering dwarves, and these ash-skinned dwarves clashing head-to-head with the dwarves commanded by the rhythmic beat of this hammer. Every time the hammer strikes again, you feel that wave of power surge through you, and you sense dunamantic power raging out from it and being contained by it. You see the leader of these ashen dwarves allied with these monsters from beyond the far realm to help contain this atrocity. You sense Moradin's anger. You sense anger and betrayal and sadness, and you read the tales of one creature whose name is forbidden to all dwarves. Jim, you read the tale.
Wow, just gonna attack me like that? Fuck you.
There are some who call me Tim.
I'm sorry, I lost the actual name, so I'm working on it.
We're talking about Oxygen.
You read the
Tim
name.
the Enchanter.
You read the
Oxygen.
tale of Baranar Truesilver. The tale of Baranar Truesilver and the Duergar.
Is he reading this out of
He's reading this out of the tome.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a.
This is utter annihilation. This is genocide.
This has not happened as far as I know historically.
You have no knowledge of this. But as you're attuning to this over about the half-hour period, you are racked with visions of darkened sky bleeding into pools of black blood on the floor of the Underdark. You see crashing cloud waves roiling against each other and bleeding down into the earth like a fog cloud, annihilating everything in their path, which turns into a creature falls to this cloud, and the next thing you see is a sword and a hammer ripping out of a dwarven or a Duergar corpse, as Moradin himself, crown on his head and shining bright like a beacon in the Underdark, leading the charge against this betrayer. And you sense his sadness, and you sense with every word he speaks a knife in the back, and a knife in the heart, and runic magic echoing through the halls of dwarven all-out war. This is genocide, and it hurts you to see.
That can't be anything bad.
Wait, he's leading the fight against Baronar Truesilver?
Yes.
We don't see any of this, right?
I
Like,
No.
Oh, I am?
Yeah,
No,
just
no.
Okay.
Wait, you see Moradin.
Yeah, okay.
leading-
Okay.
leading the charge.
Okay.
Ugo is just on the front, like pointing his whatever weapon forward, like charge.
He's got like Eridan's hair, like.
you read about and as you ravenously flip through this book, Tam, you're kind of alarmed that he's reading this with such fervor now, but he told you he was going to attune to it.
My breathing gets all.
Yeah, you're breathing
And I'm
heavy.
just like, okay, dude, calm down.
With yourself, don't bring Uguay to a library. It's really embarrassing.
You witness Moradin committing genocide.
Nice. I don't share that. Well, I might share that with Tam.
I'm like with you guys.
You're asleep.
Meditating, right? Oh,
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
No, seriously, what? I thought I was with them this whole time.
No, you had at some point you had to go to sleep.
Fine, gosh.
You
I
stayed up.
guess.
You stayed up as long as you could.
Oh, this is a good song.
Andrew
Nice.
san, or
Yeah, sorry, I hadn't
Julian
realized you
san, I had a nightmare.
The moment he went to sleep, you started reading the book.
Yeah. All right, Julian's gone. Party time.
It was,
I was gonna say, as soon as Dad's asleep, everyone does all the naughty shit.
Everyone does
Disco
occult
ball,
rituals.
like.
It was after it was after Julian went to sleep, because that's just where it happened in the story.
Oh, okay. It was not
Um,
intentional.
It was not intentional, no.
Oh, so I just told Tam, like, hey man, I'm gonna tune to it, and he just looks at me like, okay, cool.
You guys were like trying
Sweet.
various, you guys were trying various magical things on it.
Cool.
I don't know if you like announced your intentions,
did.
right?
Yeah, I
Like-
did say it.
He did. He
Or I
said,
meant to
I'm
say
going to
it.
go attune to it.
Oh,
I meant to at least tell you.
right.
Oh, did I
Well,
not
I
mention
guess-
that? Shit.
What's done is done. You're attuned, I guess. Whatever.
I have the power. So yeah. So what else happens? Like I just
After that, you
chill in, or what?
you hear you continually throughout this vision, you're hearing the sound of the falling hammers. Pang, 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 and each time the hammer falls, it's usually Moradin or another dwarf next to him in the vision, slaughtering a Duergar or some other creature. These strange creatures from beyond the far realm. As the vision fades, it cuts back to Moradin, who's standing there with his armor and his weaponry all displayed out in the forge, and he's hammering off the symbols on it and making them his own. And your vision fades with him setting this gigantic fucking ruby, like 5 inches top to bottom, into a crown. And as he finally sets the hammer down, he puts the crown on his head, and his eyes faintly glow, and your vision ends.
Cool. So, and I look to see if Tam is in the middle of something, or if he's just kind of.
And I assume you were kind of watching Uwe have these varying this panic attack in the middle of the room by himself.
If you're busy, I can
Yeah,
leave it.
totally.
Give it to them more than here. Cool, sorry, man.
What are you jacking off while reading the book?
You don't know.
You can tell it's underneath the shell anyway.
Whoa.
It's like a Fucking spring-loaded. You know those statues, those like Polynesian statues where you lift up the shield, and the giant dick flops out.
Oh Jesus.
The dick is the turtle.
No, I don't know about the dick statues. Tell me.
They're fucking.
Tell me more
hilarious.
about the dick statue.
There's one that's made as a nutcracker, and it's
That's exactly what I was just about to look up.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
so I'm gonna
God.
Google Polynesian
Half an hour.
statues, and if I don't see a dick flopping out, Chase, fuck
Do it.
you.
Look up Polynesian dick statues.
All in the stream.
Just
fellas.
just give the FBI something to think about.
You know, I took anthropology in college. I don't remember any Polynesian. Oh, that's a huge dick statue.
I was gonna ask, like, didn't Dom get one of those from Aaron?
Aaron, well, it was a guy.
Wait, I gave him a dick statue?
No,
Hi,
Aaron got me
Aaron,
from the
not Aaron.
Philippines. This wooden statue, and it's a guy in a barrel. When you take off the barrel, a little
That's the one that I had.
erection pops out. Yeah.
Yeah, spring-loaded dick. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's like that.
In my line of questioning, I've seen the proof.
Yeah.
Jared, you are obligated to
keep-
count that.
Could, could you
saying
share? I have
spring
actually
loaded.
yet to
Yeah,
find.
post that shit in Dragon's Mind. They're
You
fucking
keep
hilarious.
saying spring loaded, and I keep thinking like of a switchblade, like you're getting into a fight on the street, and like a bunch of greasers pull up and just unzip their pants.
Yeah, post that shit. They're fucking hilarious. And the Nutcracker one is even funnier to me. Yeah. So Tam, you see him attuned to this thing, and yeah.
Hey, do you know much about the god? I'm gonna say it wrong.
Moradin.
Yeah, Moradin. Okay. For some reason, I was like, that can't be his
I'll bring
name.
it back.
Aridin, like more did.
Do you know much about the god Moradin, by chance?
I love that you're bringing that up right now, but could you explain just exactly why you had a seizure?
I think like Toby Maguire trying to stop the train and
I
Spider-Man
will
2.
paraphrase the. You said it was. You kept saying it was genocide, but he was killing Duergar and other like evil Underdark creatures, right?
He was killing Duergar and other Underdark creatures. Yes.
And I felt like he was committing genocide, and I was ashamed.
You
I just want to make sure that's like, or like sad. I was upset.
you feel his sadness while he's doing. Well, he was his
while he
sadness,
was doing
anger.
it,
His
okay.
You are feeling radiating off of him his sadness, his anger, his betrayal, his lots of
That he
emotion.
has to do this because okay.
I'm back.
What- You know the well, yeah, it's like a vision, man. It's crazy. Moradin and the dwarves, and I'll just paraphrase, slaughtering Duergar and other Underdark creatures. I've never seen this. I've never heard about this before. I can feel his sadness and pain and everything, all from reading this little text here that you can't even see, I suppose. I'm gonna
Alright.
point.
You see a spell equation, Tam.
What spell is it? Is it
one of the-
Ravage Time? Because otherwise I'm scared.
It's one of the Dunamancy spells. It's one of
this-
the
It's the spell of perceived genocide.
It's the spell of "Don't cross me ever, you pathetic mortal."
Sorry, and that is your god, right?
Yeah, which I didn't think had anything to do with this book.
It's a big
Hmm.
yike on target.
Ukwe gets his own book now, and
We all get our
Julian
own
wakes
little
up
book.
with one.
Yeah. I don't know of any time or period when Moradin has ever gone to war in the Underdark. I guess there's a lot of history that is not written down or told, or just forgotten. But just off the top of your head, you got any?
Yeah, can I do a religion check, Chase?
absolutely.
Sick. I might not look like it, but
You
I'm
can do it with
actually
advantage.
pretty good at these.
You
I
can
was
do
gonna
it with
say, I should have
advantage.
high religion. How come I
Yeah.
don't know?
You can roll too, Uguay. Then
Because Tam pretended to be
Tam's been a
Oh,
sleeper
yes.
agent of Pelor this whole time.
exactly.
I
Save
don't
me,
have that high.
Uguay.
Oh,
Yeah.
But it
wait,
matters
what?
not.
I love that you ask me about it, and then you're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Stop for a second.
Hold
I
on.
don't know."
Turn
I
to
was
each other
testing
and
you.
say it at the same times. Jinx, you owe me a soda, and you're gonna go, "What's a soda?" And then
Who's Steve
That
Jobs?
is who Steve Jobs.
He gives you a no. He drops some Na. What is it? NaOH. Soda. Sodium bicarbonate.
I'm about to drop some knowledge.
This is a soda.
Do you know about
Thanks
this?
to
Because I know more than you.
NordVPN for all of your.
Oh, extra cursed item. Every time you cast a spell, it has to play an advertisement for you.
Oh god.
So PPK, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Brought to you by
So-
Raid Shadow Legends.
Between the two of you, you recount like a basic telling of the 22 and 24 both excellent rolls. You recount a pretty basic telling of the tales of Moradin and the kind of religious foundation upon which he founded his religion, and it's that Moradin was the first crowned god. He was the first god to be worshipped as a god, and be crowned by himself and his people to rule them as a god. And so this whole tale of a pretty spotless tale, obviously like edited by Moradin himself, because he was a physical being for quite a long time before this. Dwarves being one of the older peoples of the plane. So it's this tale of kind of
They were back.
generic good. It's their own Bible, basically, is the virtues of Moradin, and it extols why you should be like Moradin. And it's like we owe everything to him. It's blatant outright.
No one fights like Moradin.
Yeah.
Springtime for Moradin in divinity.
Yeah. It's outright jacking off of this guy with him present. And not a single word in there. It's like there were wars won, and it recounts some of the wars that he fought, but nothing like this. It's all like it's all like we were the victims. We were, and then he smote 10 men with his hammer, and they all died. Their dicks came clean off. Like it's very much they were the victims, and Moradin and the dwarves were heroes.
And what little dicks they
That
were,
was
for they were not
recorded
dwarven
specifically in
dicks.
the annals of history. Their dicks came clean off.
Yeah.
If that isn't written in the history books, Chase, whenever. Oh wait, my character can't read. Never mind.
A cavalcade of underdark chodes flew beyond.
Could someone read me this history book?
Yeah, someone read this history book, and if it doesn't have a
Control
cavalcade of dicks falling off, I no longer want to be a part of this campaign.
Control F,
Yeah, hard
dick
agree.
falling off part, because I just want to hear that.
You just want to read those? Okay, yeah. It's recounted in at least 3 different chapters. The great dickening of the North.
Love
The great
that.
undickening.
How many volumes in library are there dedicated to that specifically?
I mean,
Three
Dewey Decimal System
rooms.
is-
Dewey
Three
Decimal System, your
volumes.
friend.
The Dewey Dickable. Sorry, no. You know what? Go on. Ignore me.
No.
No, please don't. It's great.
We're on to
Give him the
something here.
Dewey Dick. Yeah.
I think you're on a
Give
roll.
him the Dewey Dickable system.
Anyway,
yeah, that's
so
what you,
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna say, is the Argivist old as shit?
Yeah, Aaron talked about it, like, because you weren't there
Okay.
before, like when he was telling it,
I-
filling
I'm
in
gonna
everyone. He said he
go
was before the
ask-
Dwarf Divergence, like 1,000 years plus.
Does there feel like there's more? Because I don't want to waste your time, meta-wise. Like, does it feel there's more to be known here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I will.
Infinite knowledge.
Archivist.
so for the record, and pardon my interruption, but I think this is important. We still, at this point, and I have to ask, have not spoken with the archivist yet, right?
Nope.
I mean, very briefly when he greeted you and said, "You guys are not worthy to talk to me yet."
Yeah, that's what I'm making sure of.
Doesn't
Okay,
tell,
yeah,
wipe
okay.
yourself off.
What he said,
Yeah,
fuck
that's what
off
I'm
when
making
you're
sure of,
less
okay.
fucking dying.
Wipe
is
yourself
what he
off.
said.
You dead.
Yeah, you're dead.
Well, I
Yeah.
didn't fight. I just went through the portal. So I'm pretty.
Yeah. And
I'm
actually,
missing
over
5
this
health, so I should
over
be
this
okay.
period of time, Tam and Uwe, you guys do get a long rest. It's by the time you realize this, the skylights are beginning to brighten, and you realize that it's morning.
Wow. Cool. Cool.
They know about
Let me
Seki
let me pause this. Aridin,
Ah, yes. Full night's
About-
sleep, right? I dream of
about an hour into your rest,
Oh boy.
unicorns and
fall asleep.
butterflies.
You fall asleep for the first time in months. You fall asleep.
What do I dream of? If
You're too
I'm
tired.
killing
my-
innocent.
You dream of
You-
sleeping.
Just murdering
Oh my God.
actual civilians.
You're like, man, I almost got that Sun Prince. I just
That's right. That was the third time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the third time I got dominated.
You
big dick domination.
you begin choking.
Uh-oh.
Quicksilver.
Oh, jeez.
Oh Jesus.
You
In my dream.
you don't know. You begin choking as you fall asleep. You come to spitting and gasping, and everything hurts, and everything smells like bile and tastes like bile, and your eyes sting, and your muscles hurt, and your body hurts, and your head is splitting. You roll over from your kind of like half sitting up position, and you roll over and you spit up again. You retch again, and a glob of viscous mercury comes out and splashes to the ground in a puddle that you see it splash, and instead of hitting the ground, it ripples out in a puddle. And you look all around you, and 20, 30, 40 feet to either side of you, you see this reflective surface spreading out all around you that the ripple passes through. And you see other forms broken and bruised and torn and mostly unmoving in this pool, this otherwise still pool of mercury. Your hands coated in it, you try and like scratch your face, and it drips and it burns and it comes away as mercury. And shaken, you stand up and survey a battlefield, a ruined, utterly destroyed battlefield. You see up the embankment, you look behind you, and you see up a large embankment, maybe 80-foot diameter crater taken out of the hillside. You see ruined buildings and siege engines smoking in the distance. You see a dark black clouded sky with just a hint of an eclipsed sun behind it. You feel beneath your feet cracked earth. And in your hand, instinctively reaching, you pull the Blade of War, Ruin, from the ground next to you and put its pommel in your hand. And you step forward and slosh your way through this viscous, dense mercury. You're standing on it, basically. And as the mercury drips away, you can see your skin beneath is red and raw and burned and heavy, and your body feels heavy, and you stand up with this blade, raising your black skin to the sky, your black hands, with this black blade in your hand, and examine it in the light. And it is in fact the curved blade, the curved Holy Avenger that you were wielding. You lurch as another wretch racks your body, and you look down and you can see the tabard that you wear soiled and ripped and stained with blood and dirt. And it is a symbol of nothingness. It is the symbol of the void.
Where do I see the symbol?
It's on your tabard, like on your belly.
Okay.
You see the wreckage of engines of war, some twisted black metal frames that you're not sure the purpose of, but you know they had to be destroyed. You see the sky, this clouded, blankly clouded sky, no features, and broken mountains around you. And you know you are not on the prime material plane anymore.
I'm in danger.
Off distant in the distance, you see a flash of bright light, and feathered wings sprout and fly away from this battlefield. And you put the tip of the sword down in the mercury and begin doggedly marching your way towards that flash of light. And with every step, your vision grows darker until you awake in the morning.
Presumably in the bed I fell asleep in.
Yep.
Is there just a floor covered in mercury?
Nope.
Interesting.
What are you talking about? That'd be weird.
You roll slightly in your sleep, and ow, that's sharp, that's hard. And you pull up your blanket, and there's a sword in bed with you.
Who will?
It's the first erection he's had in months.
Gotta stop drinking. Oh my god.
Swore off booze. You find Ruin in bed with you. It's underneath your sheets.
Not real.
Not real, no.
Who keeps giving him cursed items? Who keeps? we took away the book. We
Why
turned
are we
around. There's a
doing
fucking
this?
demon jacking him off. Like what the fuck?
Do you realize?
Got it.
Do you
we'll
believe in
take the book
that?
from him so he can fall asleep, but then we will just constantly prevent him from falling asleep because he only gets items when he falls asleep.
When you first described the dream, I was like, did he OD on heroin while we weren't looking? Like,
This is a frequent occurrence. If you traveled with Aridin, you would
Yeah.
have this every night.
You've gotten 2 items while you were asleep: an acorn and now a sword.
I think it's a slight upgrade.
Yeah, I don't like the trajectory this is taking. The next thing is gonna be like a
The
wish, and then the next
USS
thing's
yeah, the USS Enterprise.
I just wake up Julian's in there. It's like, wait, how'd you get? I
That's a fight on site. If I woke up in your bed.
I try to like hide the sword in the sheets or whatever.
Yeah, you lay it back down. You just cover it back up.
Yeah. I don't know if I need to roll for that or.
No, it's easy enough to do.
Okay. And I look at where the symbol was in the dream.
Just your clothes, just your kind of silk shirt and whatever trousers you were wearing.
I don't know if I know where Uguay and Tam were studying, but I would try to find where they were if they were still there.
It's not terribly hard, and you see them doggedly researching this book now again in the morning light.
What is it? Fully morning?
It's like the crack of dawn.
Okay. This is probably relatively far away from where this is happening, but Despero is in front of the threshold whereupon we would need to pass to speak with Eosel Rendosa, with Progny just embedded in the ground. He's waiting there.
Okay. Are you standing, seated?
Standing with his
Okay.
hand on the sword, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, are we switching away from Tam and I for a while?
Yeah, we can. Like you guys, unless you have some. Ow! Fucking.
No.
You don't bite a hole on your lip and it just keeps getting inflamed, and then you keep fucking
Yes.
biting it.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful
Yes.
about that. You can get a canker sore that way, and that takes about a week to go away.
Dog, I 100% know.
I just remove my lower lip whenever
I
that
wish I
happens.
could. Oh.
You fools, you still have teeth.
Well, I don't.
How do these
I'm-
teeth get here?
I'm missing one of them.
Oh,
I
a
took-
mouth? What?
I had him
First-
fucking get rid of the one that was biting me all the time. I had him take.
I-
I got a tooth removed earlier this month because it was fucking ridiculous. Anyway,
You
So I
still
go over to
have
Tam and
attached
Uguay.
nerves.
yeah, you pass by
Oh, okay, so
Despero
it is
standing.
us.
Yeah, you stand by Despero. You pass by Despero standing vigil at the door, or at the entrance, the threshold of this hallway that is the long hallway down to Io Silverandosa's chambers. And the rest of the drow are mostly up and about now. They've done their rest and have been sharp, prepping weapons and kind of uneasily talking amongst themselves. Yeah, you see them voraciously studying.
Did you find anything?
I can now ravage time at will.
But you both come with me for a moment.
Word?
Farhat just pinches his nose. How?
Wait, is
How did-
everyone here?
No, it's just Aridin came over.
Oh, it just
Oh.
Aridin came over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
can you-
everyone can. I just wanted to make sure.
well,
And Julian,
I
you're
was,
waking up too.
yeah, I was
soon.
gonna
Yeah.
say, can you two come with me for a moment? There's something you need to see.
I don't know if I can take another revelation here.
I'm
But
gonna
lead
scoop
on.
up. Oh, if Tam's not, then I can leave the book here.
As,
But
as we're like walking towards my bed, I would explain my dream to
wait,
them.
Tam, are you gonna?
Oh
I
yeah,
can go do
I'll
it
I'll
if
go
I-
with you guys. I'll go with you guys.
So I would,
I'll
as
scoop
we're
up the
walking
book.
back towards Aridin's bed where he was sleeping, he would explain the vision he had last night and his dream when he fell asleep. And as he takes him to his bed, he shows him what he woke up with.
An erection.
Yeah, he pulls back the covers and you see the obsidian ball hilt
Oh.
of ruin.
I
And-
expected
and
Real
remember
to be here. Well, this is.
As did I, and honestly I wish I would much prefer her than this.
Wait, where did you go to sleep? Did you go to sleep in the same room that everyone else was in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I up and seeing the gathering, or is that?
I think you'd still be asleep at this point because you were up
Okay.
for a little.
Gotcha.
Were Tam and Uguay even able to sleep?
Nope.
Interesting.
Nor did they notice the passage of time over the night.
Oh, aspect
Right.
of the moon.
Sorry, so wasn't that inside of B's bag?
So I thought, and then after I was wielding it and what it seemed to be my dream, I felt something prodding my back as I awoke, and truth behold, the sword was in my sheets.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why you're telling me this. If I were you, I would have hidden the sword away and told no one. Maybe
Well, I mean,
maybe
it's
talk to
better
Julie.
I'd rather have you find out of my accord than you stumble across it and think ill of me, which wouldn't really help, because since maybe you already do.
Right. I'd say give it back to Julian and pray he does not use
I'll just,
time
if he's still
ravage on you.
asleep, I'll like try to sneak over and put it next to his bed, just like on the floor next to him.
What if he wakes up,
It's a
sees you
terrible
over, and it was just Sword of Ruin? Like,
Look, I can explain.
Okay, just in the interest of not creating another scuffle, I will back that, and we can tell Julian about it later. But for now, we're gonna just
What should we do with this?
we'll dump it with it. Well, actually,
Can you take it?
Tam, can you just hold on to this for now?
Oh god,
your-
the
your
crown
chest-
of thorns
Does it-
and the
your
holy
chest
avenger.
have, any room in that?
It's just a terrible idea. No,
Oh no. Okay, then let's give it to.
yeah, give it back to Julian. He's already a nervous wreck. Having me suddenly have the sword for no reason is a terrible idea.
No, I
You
feel
might
like
have-
being
You might
you
as well
know-
just tell him what happened.
As
uh, good morning, Julian. How are you?
Yeah, you guys go back into yeah with
Didn't
the
perchance you visit me last night?
You didn't leave the sword in my bed, did you?
are you
I woke up with my sword next to me.
You may have given me the business.
Man, I should have prepped a reaction GIF to like when you came at me with that. I just really didn't expect
He's acting like it's a
So-
brazier that his mistress left behind.
something along the lines of this. No, I did not.
Well, I pull out the sword. Well, I woke up with this prodding me in the back. Not sure how it got there, but I explained the dream of what happened.
I found the gif of this happening. Here we go.
And
You're trying to return the sword.
I'm just like, I'm in that like morning wake up, like classic Disney, like the music playing, the birds are chirping and everything. And Erden just busts in with a sword I didn't think he had.
Oh, I ain't seen that, Austin. What's that one?
Thank you for telling me, Erden. Yes, I will take that sword back. Do you know how it got there?
and then I tell him my dream and how I was wielding it in the dream, and when I woke up, the sword was right next to me.
My expression is more aligned with this at this point. All right.
I'm just gonna like, hey, you didn't think it was a problem? It was attuned to him still.
I got the picture.
yeah,
for
I-
that.
I-
I got the picture for his
Farhat.
response as well. Here we go.
Yeah, the tongue knife. Hey, Farhat, could you come over, come hither,
Come
by
here.
chance?
I jerk awake at my name. It just
You
But
jerk
I-
awake? Are you sure? Are you sure you jerk awake?
I
Yes.
hand Julian the sword,
Jerk
like,
weight.
holding one hand on the hilt and one hand on the blade and handing it to him.
I get up, I look at that, and then like I have my hat on my face when I'm laying down. I get up, put up my, just go and lay back down. Oh my god.
Yeah, for the record, Tam has exited this conversation. It's
They don't
Yeah,
sound
I'm-
it's fine.
crazy.
I'm gonna go back with the.
Oh wait, did they tell me the night before? Did we retcon that they told me that about the potential curse on the blade? Like, did I have the night to prepare it?
Yeah, sure, I'll allow you to prepare it.
Told you about it.
Yeah, so I'll get up and walk over and be like,
You see me like handing it to him. It was like,
Anyways, Farhat, could you attempt to dispel this sword or in somehow entwine it with Erden?
sword's gonna be a bit of a problem. That right there is powered by a bit of divinity, but I could try and break its connection with him, see what happens.
That would
I'll hand it.
be-
I'll like turn from handing
Boy.
it to B and hand it to Farhat.
I rub my hands together until they got a little bit of silver on them, and then, oh, you got something on your shoulder right there, and I brush off his shoulder, which is the casting for remove curse.
Excellent.
Ooh, I like that flavor.
Roll 20 d20 plus your wisdom.
Oh,
Gotcha.
nat 20, nat 20, nat 20.
Not terrible.
Not
Not
bad, not
terrible.
bad.
Not good enough.
Uh,
You reach out, and as you brush that bit of curse off his shoulder, you get kind of the when Gimli hits the ring with his axe, and he gets the Eye of Sauron for a second.
ooh.
You get just a deep thunderous roar for a second that kind of like clips it like the sound around you the sound of the chatter of the drow and the noise of the chamber around you slightly attenuates for a second and comes back to you in like a slight ringing in your ears.
I'm just gonna bark out. Would you shut up? Just say no.
Good thing, all right.
Put back on my hat and say, the sword is fighting me just a little bit. Am I able to try again?
Yep.
Because that's
Do you think a greater restoration might work? Is it perhaps more powerful?
you see what you're thinking is that I know anything about this whole holy business. I do not. So no, I do not currently have that one on me.
If you can give me back the book, I do have the ability to cast it.
There on yourself. You take the cursed book to get rid of the cursed sword by casting it on yourself and the cursed
Yeah,
book.
two negatives make a positive. It does not. It's mathematics.
Let him try again. Let him try again.
Man,
Okay.
Oh, I almost misclicked and put bestow curse. Yikes.
Start.
So, question for the purposes, because remove curse is traditionally just sort of flat. If I upcast it, does that improve my odds?
Very slightly.
Why Airden mentioned Greater Resto like a little bit, but
Wait, yeah, no, real quick. If people are still nearby, anyone here know Great Restoration? I don't got that one on me.
I guess besides me,
Obviously, besides the man that is currently in possession of 2 cursed objects.
I've said it
Ukwe knows
several
it.
times. I know the.
Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic. Oh. Pick
So
Calm
this does have
down.
Greater Resto does have a material cost, but I think you guys have material.
I have diamonds I can give him if he needs it.
Okay.
I have.
So yeah, take 100 GP off your diamond dust.
Okay, I have 300, so I have 200 now. So 2 left.
Could I simulcast alongside that to try
Yeah,
and
you can certainly try.
yeah.
You can't upcast Greater
Oh,
Resto,
yeah,
but you can
yeah,
upcast
okay.
you can upcast remove curse.
Well, so is that rules? This is not me fighting on anything. Is that rules written for remove curse that you have to beat the curse that put it there?
No, it is not.
Okay. I want to make sure I didn't misread something because.
But I'm treating it like the dispel magic.
Got you. Okay.
Or like the dispel magic rules or counterspell rules.
I'm gonna hit it with a 5th level simultaneous to the remove curse.
Okay, so Uguay, go ahead and roll d20 plus wisdom. Same with you, Farhat.
Is that a wisdom check or do I just roll a d20 plus 5?
You're just a spell casting roll.
You can see 2 or no?
Oh, so I don't.
Just d20 plus wisdom.
Oh!
So
Nice.
There we go.
Farhat roll as well.
I did, but it ate it. Let's try that again.
2 nat 20s.
No, isn't that the 13 plus 18 right there? Or?
No, that was the previous
Oh,
one. Damn it.
nice.
There you go.
Damn.
Good.
Between the
Looking
two of
hot.
you,
Like I said, you have something on your shoulder.
between the two of you, Airden holding this sword out to you guys, and you see for a second his
Well, go on. Don't... Sorry.
his arms shudder at the impact of both of your magic. It's both a touch spell, and I'm just gonna assume you guys both like touch him on the shoulder or something. Yeah, Farhat, you brush off his shoulder, and Uguay, you kind of lay a reassuring hand on him.
We're just beating the shit out of him.
And
I could
as
do
he
that.
holds the sword out, his arms buckle and he falls weak.
Yeah, he's not having a good week.
His knees go weak and he kind of buckles to the
heavy.
floor. And he puts the sword, he like instinctively puts his hands out to catch himself, and the sword goes point down into the ground. And he lifts up and kind of sits back onto his haunches. Airden, you feel lighter. You feel clearer.
I drop the sword and jump back. I'm like, whatever you did, I feel much better.
You realize you're still attuned to the sword.
Oh my.
You still have the magical connection to the sword, but there's something else that has been broken off of you. The hold of something else that you may not realize was still having sway over you.
So, good and bad news. Which is like the good news or the bad news?
Neither.
I look at the gunk on my hands like, if you say you have another goddamn curse on you.
No, I promise it's just the one. So, whatever was affecting the sword or me or whatever seems to be gone. However,
do you want to unattune to the sword? From the sword?
Actually, could I hit a detect magic to see if anything changed?
Your innate detect magic's back. You see the magic item, the sword is still brightly glowing with a powerful divine light.
I don't know. Like, can I decide later?
Yeah. You see Airden still glowing with vague divine silvery divine light. You see the kind of ripples in the aether of the fairly powerful amount of magic you two just dumped into this guy. Nothing is terribly different, except the kind of aura of the magic radiating off of Aridin. It's somehow lighter. It's somehow
Clean.
cleaner.
I'm still somehow attuned to this blade, but whatever you did, it feels better.
I'm gonna just real quick give just the lightest possible poke on the sword and see how the magic responds.
Yeah.
The
You just-
pommel, not the blade. I'm not fucking slapping the knife on this.
Open the black hole into
Slapping
the
the
nether realm.
blade.
You just poke the pommel.
Yeah, basically just a little bit of nudge of my own energy and see if it's violent or any screaming happens anymore.
No, you reach out to it and you
fool.
you reach out and you push your energy, push your mana against the a little bit of silver comes out from under your fingernails, and you kind of jab the pommel. Nothing happens.
I take out a smoke and light it. So I could give you the good news. Good news is you had something on you that was making you all sorts of nasty to those that can see magic. That's gone. Potentially good news. Sword's no longer screaming at me when I touch it.
Does that mean it's safe to use?
I'm not the one to say for that. I'm gonna have to defer to the weapon master and my fellow cleric.
Uguay? What do you think?
I'll
trust
take a,
your judgment.
let me take a look.
Any of you have detect evil and good?
I do as a paladin spell slot. But I did change my things and
Yeah. I don't think you have it anymore.
no, I still do. I still do.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
I will try. Do I need to roll for this?
No.
Interesting. I don't need to roll d20.
Nope.
Okay, I will use detect evil and good. But I don't have my holy symbol on me anymore.
It's so good. Oh.
Do I still have that goop on my hand? I know that was pure flavor, but
Of the silver? Yeah, it takes you.
well,
a
like
second
when I
to-
wiped it away, it comes away dirty. When I actually removed something, like I wiped
Yeah.
something off of him.
Yeah, you still have it on your hand.
You getting anything off of this?
Yeah, you detect good. Let me actually read the details of the spell.
Yeah, for the duration, if there's an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, and dead within 30 feet. Yeah, it's
Fuck.
not like. Or wait,
It's-
or place or an object within 30 feet that's been magically consecrated or desecrated.
You detect
clean, but not for the right reasons.
you detect that this place you're standing in has been consecrated. It is an ancient form of consecration.
I combine that with my divine sense.
Yeah, and you detect a celestial within 30 feet of you behind closed doors, behind two closed doors.
You also
Sorry,
feel a
Rick.
fey right in front of you.
Yeah, you also feel fey and other things from your allies, but
Do I have I felt this presence before?
not as such, but it's fairly powerful. And as soon as you detect it, it whispers into your mind, "Do not
Hello
try
from
to
the
find."
outside.
And
Not
it's
trying to
the
wait.
do not interfere with me. It's the artist.
Sorry.
Oh
Didn't mean-
man,
Didn't mean to peep.
I was hoping it was something else. You just hear it whispering the fucking Adele song.
So what do I feel from the sword if I can feel anything?
You do not detect any.
If
you
it's
don't
been desecrated or consecrated, I guess.
It has been consecrated. You detect the faint aura of the consecration upon it was evil, but from the blade itself, you detect no evil.
Okay.
I've returned, by the way. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Welcome.
What whose original intention seemed to be evil, but whatever it was seems to be gone, from what I can sense. Uguay, I leave the decision up to you. You're the weapons master here. Is the sword fit for use, or should it remain in Julian's bag?
There's no way I can tell just in this moment, right?
Not without the assistance of some magic or an examination of your own.
Yeah, that's. I was gonna say. I will examine it later.
You do know the identify spell. I don't know if you prepared it.
Erden knows that too. He would need his tome though.
Uguay just walks up and
Tam,
kicks
actually,
it
you
and
know,
says,
you
"I
and
used it."
Tam, I think, also knows
Do
identify as a
identify.
ritual.
But you don't want me to use curse magic to find the curse magic.
I do have identify prepared.
Okay, you could identify it, and that would solve a lot of the issues.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
and
will
just to be clear, Tam ejected from chat. so-
Got it right.
Hamlet's left the chat.
Okay. Yeah, Uguay, you cast identify, and it is a +3 Holy Avenger. It does have the name Ruin. It has seen some pretty violent acts in the past, and it is currently attuned to Eridan. You do not detect the curse that you had previously detected with your legend lore. You do not detect anything about the soul of Cyrilla. You don't detect any semblance of evil taint upon it except its history.
Would I be able to now revivify Cyrilla?
Revivify.
Or what?
If
I
you
got
did
raised
at the
dead.
last minute.
I
right?
got raised dead.
Raised
equipped.
dead. Raised dead would be a better option.
Yeah, I can. Okay. Yeah.
If you ain't got it prepared, I got it.
So I'm guessing you
I
save
don't
that.
have raised dead prepared, but I do know that.
Can we save that?
All right. Well,
Do you think we can bring
Curses.
it?
Farhat said he had it.
gone.
Farhat.
Yeah.
Everything that I sensed before. I mean, this is just a regular old magic weapon.
Regular old legendary magic weapon.
Told the
Yeah.
same to Julian. I would like to use it.
Well, I would say you don't need it just yet. Let's give it a little bit to see if anything tries to creep back into it. If we get into a fight, probably pass it back to you. Seems clean enough. But
You need some time
just
to put my armor back on. Were you able to fix the sigil on there, Uwe?
I don't believe I have yet.
He would have last night, right, Chase? Or because
I think I
Never
got
took
it.
the action.
Because Julian, Erden asked Julian to give you the armor before you went
No,
off with the
I
book.
know. Like I'm saying as Uguay, like I don't think I did. I
Oh,
think
I
I
don't
got caught up in the.
I think you got caught up in the
Okay,
So
so
we-
that's
I
the
will
long
keep
go
it
ahead
tuning.
and do that now.
Do you want him to replace the symbols?
Gave him the book because I skipped it.
Do you want him to
So-
replace the symbols or just remove them?
I think for now, just remove them.
treat it like Mandalorian armor. You haven't earned a new sigil.
Yeah. Not the Mudhorn yet.
Let me figure out if there's somewhere where I can use my tools.
I hope it shouldn't take long.
No,
I'm gonna
it
go-
shouldn't. I just
wait.
need a appropriate space.
I need diamonds for raised dead.
How many do you need?
hella
I can,
We
money.
have
I can
lots
spare-
of
I can
diamonds.
spare
I need a
some.
diamond worth at least 500.
I have 2 with 600.
Let's check. Is there a way to check if her soul is bound anywhere still? I don't see it in the weapon, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily free for up for grabs.
Ah, fuck. Do I still have?
Before we start using.
I could try something. I
You
I
guys
could,
have divination techniques that you could use.
I could try scrying for her.
Scrying
Well,
will,
you
you
guys-
know from
It won't
before,
affect
scrying will
anything.
just point you to her body.
Ah, okay, that's right.
You do have the divination tools at your disposal, though.
Augur?
Uh,
Augur?
You know what?
I'll leave it up. to you,
Actually,
Farhat.
I can try something.
Ooh, Joe, let's
Yeah,
go.
Joe, do it.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna try to cast augury.
Okay.
Nice.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
I
So
forgot
Joe, in
about
the
that.
middle of this conversation about
Spirits.
about
I
spirits
know.
and stuff,
Yeah.
yeah, Joe knows spirits, and Joe comes up with a bag of a slightly rattling bag, and introduces the idea that she can cast the spell for you.
Good for you, Joe.
So what do you ask of your ancestors, Joe?
Okay. She's gonna kind of sit down and then kind of like look through the bag and kind of close her eyes. So what's the name of this chick again? Sorry.
Cyrilla
Cyrilla.
Silvertoe. She is a dwarf who's basically mummified here. She's wrapped up like a mummy. And her daughter and husband have been in tow with you guys. The daughter very traumatized and super Wednesday Addams weird child, and the husband just kind of stoically trying to keep the child sane. But as soon as you bring it up, they Brusselmere, the husband, perks right up and rushes over, and Nefrak's still kind of groggy. But as she gets up and kind of wanders over, and yeah, she's intimidated by you, Joe, but you are literally 3 times her height.
Sitting down.
Pretty much.
Yeah, she's a 6-year-old dwarven girl.
Okay. Joe's gonna kind of look over at the body. Is her soul free? In a way where one of us could bring her back, and then she's gonna toss out the bones and see what they say.
Okay, I don't think you have to roll anything for augury.
In conclusion,
No.
try
I see.
Rolls
The
out.
DM chooses the following omens: wheel, woe, wheel, and woe, or nothing.
You, for a specific course of action that you plan to take within the next 30 minutes. So
Mhm.
resurrecting Cirilla.
Yeah.
Wheel. You get. Let me actually make this more specific.
Oh yeah,
All the
'cause-
bones stack end to end.
Ask again later.
Roll a d20 for me.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh, I just.
We ever told you?
Oh.
Oh no.
No.
This was an NPC that I wrote one of our rotating DMs that Aridin was forced to kill that Chase kept in.
Well, so I mean, your plan. I had a plan already, and I just for a character to actually, it was a dwarven woman that I introduced. And if
Oh
you
really?
remember, I took
It
over
worked
and
out.
described her. I took over and described her when you began introducing her because I was like, all right, I'll just make this my NPC.
That was smart, yeah. But
So you come up with Joe, you roll and you get the result of the High Priestess. It is wheel. It is a good result, and you get this image of the spirits being called and the rights of the ancient rights of your people to confer, to talk with and consult the spirits. You have wheel. It is a good result.
Joe's gonna kind of be quiet and kind of study the bones, specifically taking one of them in her hand. She kind of looks at it carefully, letting her claw run over the engravings. Her soul is free. Go ahead. It should work.
I'll leave this up to you, Farhat, and I'm gonna walk off with. I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna walk by the dwarven family and sort of kneel down. And your name's Nefrak, ain't it, little one?
Mm-hmm. She actually, you don't see her move, but you hear it in your head.
You mind holding on to my hat for me? I gotta do something here to try and help out your mama.
She reaches forward and telekinetically lifts your hat out of your hand.
I want to cast Sanctuary, so it sort of forces onto her head and wraps her up in some holy protection.
Okay. Yeah. The telekinesis lifts and you can see her kind of fighting it for a second, but it then flies over and puts itself on her head, and she kind of reaches up and tugs it and secures it on her head. It's a big ass, it comes down to nearly her nose, but she rotates it so she can see.
Yeah, that looks better on you than it does on me. That's crazy. I'm gonna get up and walk over to the mom, and as I stand up, look to the dad and say, "Just keep an eye on her, will you?"
He kneels down and puts an arm around her.
I'm gonna go over to the raised dead, to start the raised dead, and grab the diamond and put it there, and just sort of turn the diamond into a set of chips that I'm slowly over the course of an hour pushing over to her side and into her for raised dead.
All right.
Is that the actual how it works?
Oh no, that's
his flavor.
Flavor.
I'm literally buying her back into the table of life.
I love it.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
I love Farhat's flavor. This is fucking cool. I'm gonna look up the details. Gone, raised dead.
You know what?
And who wants to I'm gonna go for
The critical.
loudmouth rolls.
All right.
Rules for this.
I
Who
w-
wants to assist in the? Two people can assist in the resurrection of
May I
of
help?
this soul.
What
The
is-
stronger the
want
bond,
to-
Devin, you are one of them. The other two, the stronger the bond to the person in life, the better chance you'll have.
Why
Aridin
not?
step forward.
Yeah, Aaron didn't fucking leave the room.
Why not the two
Well, no,
family members?
I'm gonna try and gesture Nefrak over once I figure out that's what's supposed to be involved.
Okay.
And
Just
the
say, "Hey,
dad. Dad's here.
Like,
He's not a caster.
No, he
well,
doesn't
I
like
mean,
They don't have to be.
Yeah,
You don't
no.
have to be a caster.
you,
Oh, okay. I thought it had to be a spellcaster.
no, no, no.
Okay. Then
Uh,
yeah, I would say Nefrak would probably be best suited.
for the other person, if I don't have anyone better than the dad, does anyone know them better?
No, we all know about equal.
There's nothing
Why-
funnier than
What, the
choosing
dad
someone
knows her the
besides her
best
husband.
of everyone, even the do-
Yeah, no. Why is the dad not being included? You
Yeah,
know?
no, then
Yeah,
yeah,
is
I'll
it?
I'll,
Oh, no,
I'll bring
we
him
know
over.
it's a spellcaster.
I'm sort of sitting around her over on the head side of it. It's like, y'all mind coming over here, grabbing onto her hand, try to guide her back, if you would.
Brossemlier kind of hesitates and he says in Dwarvish, he doesn't speak common. He says in Dwarvish and Oogway you can translate.
Oh, I left.
Oh, you left.
Should I have stayed?
I could hit a tongues. I have tongues, and that
Yeah.
and raised dead
I
isn't
can have
concentration.
stayed. I don't need to get the armor done right away.
Tim has comprehend language, I think.
Yeah,
Does-
Oogway, you
Tim
would have.
got out,
Oogway,
Doesn't-
you would have
wait,
stayed.
Does telepathy require speaking the same language?
No,
Yeah, doesn't it? Doesn't it say like
it doesn't.
unless
They have to
explicitly
speak
says
a language.
Okay,
Oh.
well then give the headband to Julian because it's morning now.
original King Julian?
Anyway, you
do
guys
that.
end up understanding Brossemlier. And Brossemlier kind of hesitates, like I don't know about this magic stuff, but I'm willing to help any way I can, of course, if we can get Cece back.
She just needs something familiar to help guide her in.
Okay. Come on, sweetie. And he brings over Nefrak,
professional, I think.
who Nefrak is already like Nefrak before Brossemlier even started moving, she was already walking away from him towards Cyrilla's body. And he comes over and he kneels down and he kind of started armoring up for the morning, like because he's been wearing various pieces of armor, and he like takes off the helmet and puts it on the ground and kneels down with you. Let's see, what's he got?
Do they have wedding rings?
He does. He does have a wedding ring.
I want to tell him to go on the same side as the ring. You gave it to her. That's something she'll remember.
Okay. Yeah, so with the I'll give an advantage because of the wedding ring. Yeah, he basically can't fuck this up.
Don't say that as you're rolling it. You know better than this.
Jared crashes through the door, slaughters.
I'll do it again in case you thought I was sorry.
He's amazing.
Yeah, so he just kneels down and you guys have unwrapped the body obviously at this point. He lifts her hand up with the wedding ring on it and matches his to it underneath and then kisses her hand and just kind of sits down and you can hear him whispering a prayer. Nefrak kneels down and she's kind of sitting cross-legged and she begins very slowly levitating. And Brossemlier does too, and the body does too, and Farhat, so do you.
I can probably just stand up. They're all really short, so how high do they levitate? I can just stand up.
It's you guys are continuing to levitate, and it's getting higher and higher, until even you stand up. You right yourself and stand up, and then your feet come off the ground too as your center of mass is being lifted, and Nefrak's eyes are beginning to darken. Her pupils very slowly expanding to cover her irises and her eyes, and she's focusing extremely intently on Cyrilla's body. She's going to roll her check straight. She passes.
Yay! Go.
Farhat, I need you to roll unless you have a skill in mind. You have you need to roll a spellcasting roll. Just a d20 plus wisdom, unless you have a skill in mind that you're using to bring her back.
The chair. The giveaway.
You know what? I'll channel divinity for that. Can I do that?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll allow that. And so you in your way, you are buying her back from the Reaper. You are gambling for her life right now, for her soul. So go ahead and roll me. What's your gambler feat give you? Just advantage on those checks?
Advantage, and then also the 6-way path, but I don't imagine that matters too much.
Yeah, that one doesn't matter. But you have advantage on the roll.
Yeah.
So yeah,
my
D20 plus
gambling
wisdom.
roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty dope.
Wait, so gambling? So I do an insight for the gambling roll, or is it just plus one?
Yeah, sure. Let's do insight
And with advantage.
with advantage because of your gambler feat.
God, if I fuck this up, Jesus. Wow.
Holy
Drop the
shit.
one.
Christ, Farhan.
Oh my God.
Drop the one.
You had to say something, man.
Oh my fucking god.
That is enough successes. And as you finish the spell, this shockwave releases from Cyrilla's body and kind of bumps you guys, and you guys begin like floating away from the body. Your chips disappear under her as you see a vague spectral force sweep them away. And Cyrilla's eyes open, and her hands have been down by her sides, and they immediately flare up with magical power. And the split on her body, which had been sewn up by a medic, by one of the drow, and healed with magical curing, it completely seals itself, and she doubles over, and you can see her hands still glowing, and on the back of her neck and the back of her right hand and the inside of her left bicep and the back of one of her calves and underneath her solar plexus, you see these bright points of light in various symbols shining out from underneath her wrappings and clothes. This bright blue light that vaguely kind of crackles out through the cloth. And she takes in this deep breath and she treads water air for a second, before you guys feel yourselves all slightly lowering, and Nefrak's eyes fully open wide and her pupils slowly retract into normal, and she leans back exhausted. Brusumlier, just tears of joy in his eyes, immediately starts blubbering. And Cyrilla, alarmed, looks around, and she kind of like raises her. She's like shakily raising her hands before her muscles fail her, and she grabs. You guys all slowly touch down, and she reaches forward and grabs Brusumlier by the collar, like the scruff of her neck and of his shirt, and pulls him in for a kiss. And reaches down and grabs Nefrak by the shoulder and just sinks to her knees and grabs her and hugs her and lifts her up. And immediately begins crying. The whole family is happy and rejoicing.
Thank God.
And now Aridin breaks in.
Now they're all close.
Aridin murders all of them.
And now they're all in a tight group. I can hit them with one sword swing.
Cyrilla, can you identify your killer?
One shot.
I would say to Farhat, I'm in your debt. Thank you.
Well, we undid one. I don't know that I can fix the rest.
I understand.
Yeah, Cyrilla is visibly weakened, and after about 5 minutes of just hugging and crying, and Nefrak, for the first time you've seen her, smiling. Cyrilla, like, I have had the strangest dreams. I am very hungry. Do we have any food? Please, food. Food.
At that, Joe's just gonna like get up, and then she's even gonna use her big bowl,
Oh,
get some
hell
food,
yeah.
and then she's gonna bring it over, eat.
As I say,
Hell
summon the
yeah.
steed.
Yeah.
No.
Ordruic almost protests, but then sees that this ritual's been happening, and he just kind of waves you on. Go ahead. And she comes over and she just starts up. She just picks up this bowl that's like as big as her torso and just like leans it towards her and is just drinking the soup.
Heck yeah.
I'm gonna cut it. Say you got to do it slowly now. You ain't eaten in a while. You don't want to upchuck all that.
She puts it down, flips you off, and then continues drinking.
Yes, queen. Yes,
And
queen.
then she vomits, right? 'Cause that is the only thing that can happen at this point.
She drinks. She stops eventually. She's dripping down her front with like orange like curry soup, and is like, I needed that. Just one moment, guys.
No problem.
I'll take your time.
Joe knows when someone has a mighty need for food.
Joe
If this
understands
didn't work
that
out-
mighty need.
Yeah, but on the
We
other
were on a-
side, Farhat knows the mighty need for vomiting after eating a lot of food. After
Yeah, isn't
Well,
it that if you
any
haven't
amount of
eaten
food.
for like 24 hours, like you have to start eating like little bit by little bit?
yeah, and light food, so
And
soup works
it's
perfect.
your-
way more than 24 hours.
Yeah,
but-
because your body goes in starvation mode, right?
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, but
But, yeah, that
technically
was
she
on a-
was dead, so she was basically shut down. So
True. But you know,
Between her being dead and the gentle repose spell, her body was preserved, but she still comes back with
Oh,
-4
right,
to
right,
everything.
yeah.
She still comes back with -4 to everything for 4 days.
I'm gonna kick on an aura of vitality, and just because I know she's back with one.
Yeah, she's back with 1 hit point.
And I'm gonna
Um,
walk up and use my feet-based cure wounds. Which
Okay.
I never had before. So just touch the back of her, and then my duster sort of flutters out like wings for a second, and then goes back down, and she's healed for.
Yeah, over the course of the I can add her back to the combat tracker now. Over the course of the minute of your vitality spell, she is fully healed. And between the cure wounds, actually, yeah, whatever, she's healed. Let me make sure I've got everybody marked the way they're supposed to be. Yeah, you look at Cirilla and she is happy and healthy.
Nice one.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
I was really worried there, honestly.
well, yeah, we were on a timer with the raised dead, so
Yeah.
that was good that we
I
got that.
mean, yeah, almost infinite timer, but yeah.
No, it's 10
because
days.
because of because you can recast gentle repose.
Oh,
Yeah.
it just okay. So that helps prolong how long you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
that's good.
I'm gonna call over one of the. I remember that the drow had a medic, and I'm gonna stand alongside to just give her a basic check, make sure that
Absolutely.
everything's where it's supposed to be.
Okay, let's see. What's this medicine check? And they'll do it with advantage because of your help. That's a nat 20.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, the medic looks up and down and explains in Undercommon, like they bring you behind a small pillar for some privacy. You flare your duster for some privacy, and Cirilla disrobes and is checked head to toe. And this medic she's in excellent health. She's a little worse for the wear from the magic of your resurrection, but I really think it's going to be all right. You've done a great job today, Farhat.
Thank you. Just happy to have the kids smile. That's all. Now, if you
Yeah.
excuse me, I need to go get my hat back.
She's not willing to give the hat back.
All right.
Hey, roll for combat. Roll for initiative.
I'll walk up to her and say,
Murder the
What?
child.
"Got her back. I'll trade you. You get her back. I get the hat back. How's that sound?"
She dropped for a second. The smile drops, and you hear in your head, "I would take the hat if I wanted." And she extends her hand and gives it back to you.
Why is everyone that I meet like? I don't understand.
You can make her a hat if she wants.
You say she's gonna turn Farhat into a hat or keep his hat?
yeah, she said she could keep the hat if she wanted to.
Yeah.
As I'm walking away, I stop and say, "Wait, are you saying my hat's not good enough?" Oh,
She's turned away and she's like skipping back towards her mom at this point.
God, imagine getting fucking grief like that by an actual child.
Absolutely.
Getting
We
not.
thought
red
it would
for
be Aridin,
film.
but it's actually Farhad. Who now
I would say Joe's probably cleaning up.
That's the one line you can't cross with me. You insult the hat. Immediately, I upcast level 7 blade barrier.
we walk into the room, find you and her. She's dead. And it's like, can you believe it? Aridin did it again.
Breathe, Christina.
Sado
Breathe,
was a
Christina.
justifiable homicide.
Looks like a suicide.
I would say at this point Joe's cleaning up the bones that she bred for the
Absolutely.
fortune.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna walk over to Joe and say, I didn't know you could do that. That's actually rather impressive.
Once a day at most. Spirits are fickle sometimes.
Don't I know it? But appreciate the assist. I didn't have that one ready. I might have done all that for naught if you hadn't stepped in.
Yeah, it's better to not waste materials if we can. So it's good to make sure that we know what will work before trying.
I look over at the family and say, I think I'd burn a diamond for that.
Yeah, they are just happy, sappy go postcard photo of the family.
Lining up for a picture with the archivist and
Yeah, they're like the ending
I
of
love how we
Cheers.
kept the archivist waiting for like a day and a half now.
the end of a Cheers episode. Like they're all
As
they're
they
all
leave,
looking
they
at
leave
each
us
other.
behind. They go out into the forest and walk away.
I did want to talk to him. Did I not go talk to the archivist?
you went back in the room, right, to help with the translating?
I forgot about that.
Because he was
No,
helping.
because by the time you realized that you wanted to go talk to him, it was already morning, and then all this happened.
So I want to go take care of the Aridin stuff. I let Farhat know, and Aridin know to come see Tam and I once they're done with everything else.
Sure,
Cool.
got it.
Absolutely.
So you guys go about your morning prep now that the morning prep has been resumed. And I need some more water. So let's have
Yeah.
another 5-minute bio before we go talk to the archivist.
Sure, I'll
Alright.
grab the tea.
Perfect. Good shit.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Yay, Joe did something.
Joe did
That was
an-
smart. That, no, that
that
was actually
that was
smart.
more
I
than
never
just
thought
something,
to
that
use.
was-
Because Aridin knows it too, but I didn't think to use Audrey before something like that.
Yeah.
I didn't have augury equipped. I would have had to lean on the
Augury.
gambler thing,
Alright.
but that's way
Smart.
worse.
That was really
Um,
smart. I like that.
Last time I cast it without checking, so I figured this time we should check before we.
Well, to be fair, we didn't know. Like, obviously, like you know that would.
Yeah,
work.
yeah.
I mean,
We had
Joe
no clue.
Joe knows
No,
two
that was
spells. She knows two spells. She knows augury and she knows clairvoyance, and that's it.
Oh shit.
Those are good.
But for what it's worth, Devin, Aridin's more trusting towards you.
Yeah, I don't think it's reciprocated though.
That and
I don't think
$2,
it's
my man. That and $2 will give you a bag of chips.
$2 go a long way if you know how to use it in the casino.
No, it won't.
You play the
Very
coin slots?
recently,
At the
it won't.
penny slots, maybe.
Penny
Yeah,
slots,
penny
yeah.
slots.
The big casinos do not have penny slots. I figured that out the hard way.
Thunder Valley, dude.
Man went in there with
Reno.
1 penny, left disappointed 5 minutes later.
Joe's used augury before though in our campaign, right?
Yes, you
Yeah.
used it for yourself.
It's for us.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you used it for yourself for like figuring out your plan.
Oh, I used that, and then no, this is the third time she used it, and because the first time she used it was figuring out what we should do with the giants. Remember that if they were
Yeah.
coming over, it's like, should we go? Yeah, you should leave. We're like,
Leave
okay.
now. Go now. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you rolled the bones, and then like the bones started to smoke and crackle, and Kitchell was like, "I take it that's not a good sign."
No, I take it we're fucking leaving now.
you cast the bones and they explode with fragmentation. Is that a wheel? Do you think?
I mean, like, the closest thing to that
another-
too was like when Joe's like, should I leave the group and like do my own thing and will I be okay? And she rolls and it says death. She got death. And she's like,
Oh no. Never mind. I guess I'm staying.
yeah, I guess I'm
Everyone
staying
has
for
to
now.
die, though. I think if you rolled the bones, had the same question, but with the group, it'd probably be about the same.
Probably death is everywhere, you know.
Death is all around us.
Definitely.
I really brought us down there. You're welcome, I guess. Yikes.
So Tam just left.
But
Yeah, I had shit to do, man. I couldn't just watch you guys talk about swords all day.
Uh-huh.
Why not?
Sounds
Swords
like
are-
something a man with a small sword would say.
Yeah, sounds like sounds like so.
It's a scimitar. It's a scimitar. It's a very special
Pretty
kind
cool
of sword.
It's a small
size
curved
blade.
sword.
I still just love like Joe opens up about like her actual backstory and only Velt heard it.
Look, Kindball was kind of listening. He just like it just doesn't mean anything to him, unfortunately.
Oh, Velt's a good
You're like,
listener.
yes, I came from this place, and he's like, huh? What? What's a swamp? Actually, he knows what a swamp is, but he doesn't know the specific swamp you're talking about.
This one.
Yeah, so kind of like a meta question. What is Kindball's end game? Is it to like absorb knowledge and eventually like emerge fully
No.
formed or something?
No, he was created for one purpose, and it is to avenge the death of his
Which he
creator.
will-
Which
He will
Got
tell
it.
you in not meta as well.
he will not. He
Okay.
yeah, he kind of understands the not
Avenge
meta.
Melifia
Oh,
or
I thought you
No,
did
No,
know
Nyx.
meta.
Nyx.
Nyx.
I
Nick?
thought
The
Nyx
Night
could
Queen,
tell
Nyx.
us.
Of
Okay.
death, yeah, the Fae, what was she
That's
called?
my bad.
Archfey of death, isn't
Mhm.
She was
Or
decay
night-
and rebirth, I believe, wasn't
she?
she?
She was decay, death, rebirth, and night. I think was her.
Well, Nick,
her-
you tell me if I'm bullshitting, but the way I understand it is he is literally a horseman of the apocalypse, right? He is the avenger of a realm that has already died.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
He's very much an arrow already shot. Like
Yes.
there's-
Yeah. So he's like an avatar or like a golem.
Yeah,
so
what
when-
Kindball
when-
does has been predestined.
Golem is pretty
Interesting.
accurate. It's a less avatar in that she's not receiving any more correspondence from her maker. More a
Right.
golem
Yeah.
if she's working on last instructions given.
I mean, Nick
Yeah,
is
so
probably the person most
basically-
qualified. Sorry, go on, go on.
So when Nyx died, right? The last scream of her death was what created him, right? And so he is the avatar of vengeance for that.
Got you.
So then theoretically, if we roll a deception check and convince you that some random dude
He's gonna die. I mean, he's gonna fucking die.
literally the scene from Suicide Squad, Kindball, do you see who that is? That's your mama. Just
No, actually though, yo, Boss, right?
No,
We
don't be mean. Come on.
No. Boss, right? We convinced Kindball, yo, he did it. Kindball gonna fuck him up.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
yeah.
I mean,
I'm gonna attempt it for sure.
You guys have described the plot of
But the-
Memento.
I think
Oh, yeah.
I think the other thing for him is like I think he intrinsically might know who it's supposed to be. Like he's never met the person, but he knows that person must die.
Actually, you know what? The Memento thing is actually pretty accurate because in Memento he had some level of knowledge of like things. He knew what a car was, knew what a place was, but he very much started like in medias res, just knowing that he's supposed to go and do this thing.
Totally.
And every scene going forward doesn't have the information leading up to it, doesn't have any context for anything
Well,
else.
in
It's
that way,
just-
it's kind of shitty because think about the only two people who could have like realistically, accurately, and intelligently told him. Melifia and Kitralorn are dead. They were the most capable people of telling Kindball what his purpose was. They died before he was born. That's
But
all-
he knows his purpose. That's the thing, though, is he knows his
You
purpose.
pass butter. Oh my god.
Right, but he's driven by it. He doesn't know its history.
I don't think he really cares about its history, though. He
I
just
think he knows it,
Oh,
he
hold on,
doesn't
real
care.
talk. Could you imagine Melifia or Kitralord trying to describe that and how biased their views would be?
Yes, unironically and with no jokes. Yes.
Melifia would be like, "Yes, you are here to get this guy because of thing," and then Kitralord, "You will burn them before you. You must decimate."
Yeah, good cop, bad cop. Yeah.
Who are we interrogating?
Yeah, you're just educating.
All right, I am back.
Welcome back.
And I
You got
have
it?
so much water. I don't understand how the fuck Matt Mercer does this. He talks for 3 hours
he-
without a break, and then he talks again
he
for
is a
3
voice
hours.
He's a
voice
Oh,
actor.
He is a voice
Professional.
actor.
He does,
He's
like,
trained
voice
to speak
exercises
for
No,
hours.
how do you not just have to pee? I have to take
Oh.
so much piss.
You think he has a piss bottle under the desk?
I think they all have
Oh,
cabinets.
definitely. It's tied to a sock.
God.
Dude, it's all about the poop sock, my guy. It's all
No!
about
Enough
Man.
of that, please! No, don't.
Also,
Alright.
Chase, there is stuff that you can get that singers would use that you can put before you
Yeah,
go
but that
and
stuff's
use your.
nasty. That
You're not
stuff-
supposed to
The other thing you
taste
can-
it. Just spray the back of your
Or
throat.
you-
No, you.
No, I've used it
the
for
other-
singing.
You're still gonna taste it.
You can
actually just-
the other thing is you can take a shot of olive oil. Apparently that helps. A lot of like
Fuck that.
professional singers do that.
No
If
wonder
by
our fingers are all
helping
fat.
wax with
Fuck
that,
that.
sure, you'll
Matt,
shotgun your porcelain, but what is your purpose?
You could chug a bottle of olive oil and then punch yourself in the jaw. It won't help, but you can do that.
Does
Hey,
it have to
look,
be olive oil? It's kind
Mariah
of
Carey
expensive
and
too.
Ariana Grande both fucking and Demi Lovato all take shots of fucking olive oil before they
It's
go
either
out on
olive
stage.
oil or apple cider
I
vinegar.
mean, they're
and
all
you get to pick.
Italian.
You wake up in a room with a shot of olive oil and a shot of apple cider vinegar. There's a note on the wall saying you have to sing in 5 minutes.
Look, Ariana Grande and them all might be completely clinically insane, and I'm okay with that. But if Matt Mercer's poop socking, I think we should all stop judging ourselves.
Okay,
The amount
why
of
do we have to go
does he
back
have
to
thigh
that?
highs? How is he getting that to work? Like,
He's sitting in a chair. He has the means.
He's
Therefore,
standing
he
up
has
a
the
lot of the time.
possibility.
Anyway,
Anyway,
I want to be anywhere but this conversation right now.
anyway,
I was
Anyway,
wondering,
how big is the
stock? Is Airden throwing up the Quicksilver? Is that symbolic of him breaking his oath, or not?
Nope,
honoring
you didn't.
that?
You didn't throw up any Quicksilver this morning.
No, like in the dream.
You
I
don't
roll like
know.
a religion
You could roll insight,
insight.
reading insight into your own dreams.
Yeah, good at that. Totally. Actually, not.
It's not something that it's something that you've seen commonly enough in followers of Naglfar, that you figure it's not symbolic of of anything like that.
it was more like the sword was purging you of it than anything.
Well, no, because this happened before the sword.
Well, no, but in the dream, the sword was there, wasn't it? In the pool.
Yeah, I was like cutting through the Quicksilver with the sword.
You didn't have you've thrown up Quicksilver in every dream previously.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
And
Yes,
if not explicitly, then you should have, because it's
I
supposed to
have.
be. Yeah.
So anyway, I'm dreaming, and I just finished throwing up Mercury. Then I get a club sandwich.
Yeah, and the sword was with you, and your hands
Rye
were
bread.
your hands and arms were black, and you had the sword of ruin. So
Like instead of just the fingertips, it was my whole hand.
your whole hands and arms, yeah.
You had the Orochimaru arms after he got his fucking soul arms cut out. Damn.
That's so shit. I hate how well this maps to. So anyway, I started blasting because like.
so anyway, I was
Oh, he
Orochimaru.
wanted, yeah. No, Aaron didn't want that.
These what it
Sometimes
is.
you just gotta be
So are we going in to see the dragon? Man,
Yeah, so are you guys,
Probably.
is there anything else you guys need to take care of before going to talk to the archivist?
Just strengthen my resolve for whatever hell we're about to face.
Has strengthened my resolve, that's for sure.
Okay.
Yes,
Are we all
bro.
gathering to
Yeah.
Yes,
or
yeah.
can I speak with Tam and Aridin and Farhat for
Yeah,
that?
sure.
You can call them away. I mean, yeah, you guys have like half an hour of getting
Well, we can do
ready
it
for
after
all
the
the-
archivist. It doesn't. It's not related, so that's
Okay.
fine. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, and sorry, just as like an aside, I think Tam would have told Velt that he saw those like his kinsmen before, just kind of going around the town and that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, so you share the knowledge that let's see. That a character looking sort of like this one was with Eli while Eli was preaching.
Right. So not
Wait,
sure if it's relevant, but it seems like they know your sorts of arts. And
These
then you,
three
of course,
are the
taught
ones.
them.
These are the ones you've seen. The three that I
Yeah.
just shared.
Those ones who put the kibosh on us when we were back in the manor.
The Mohawk one and the one with the staff. Yes.
Yeah.
The curly-haired one you've not seen fight.
Explains the Solarians. I don't know why they're in Stilveldi, other than sun is great, praise Palor. I don't remember them praising Palor, but they were all about that sun, man. They were all about that sun.
Right. Yeah, I was hoping you could tell me something
No
about it. but
lunar.
I'm a blank slate.
Are we? So are we? Are we broken off, or how are we grouped right
After
now?
the archivist, I'll tell you what I can.
We're doing the archivist.
Perfect.
Okay.
If it's
I would
archivist,
actually,
the sun is risen. Despero's walking forward.
Okay, I would
So
say
yeah, by the time the group is grouping up, Despero realizes it's time to go and magically times it all at the same time.
Alrighty.
I would get Farhat's attention for a moment and say, I just want to give you something as a thanks if you're willing to accept it.
Is what you're giving me a cursed item?
Not that I know of, but maybe it might
No.
come in, but it might come in use for you. And I tell him it's a Quoll's Feather token for Anchor.
Okay.
I look at him and just sort of give him the face of what the fuck does that even mean?
You are a Dark Souls 3 NPC.
It is the single most cursed item you've ever seen.
If you, if you touch
Touch it
it,
and you instantly die.
Michael, just copy him the D&D Beyond page or something.
yeah, sure.
It is oozing
Or
some
the
kind
item.
of like disgusting, poisonous.
Yeah. So you guys group up
It's
and you're ready to
screaming
go
like
talk
it's
to
a
the
faint scream.
talk to the archivist.
I like it. It's cute.
Yeah, it's
Jared,
archivist
what
time.
the fuck?
I fucking bit my lip twice more while talking.
So
Okay,
here
now
you go.
The archivist.
So this is the Anchor.
Cool.
It's not much, but
It's honest work.
it's honest work.
Did you
Minnows
send it
not
to?
animals.
Oh,
He posted it in Dragonspine.
Oh, cool. We don't have a boat,
So
but
you
okay.
guys,
Take it.
you guys
If
head
not,
down. Just the party of the 10 of you, and I suppose the other Voine, Matthias, and so Matthias, the Sun Prince, the Counselor.
I don't
Can
think.
we take
I think the
exception,
dwarves
or-
can stay behind. I don't think they need to.
So
Cyrilla
all
would
actual characters and all ringleaders are present.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say Cyrilla would come with as well. Actually,
Okay.
she's just curious at this point now that she's alive again.
Devin, did Farhat take it or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, Michael, can you link that item to chat? Can you drop it in the chat box in
Yeah, you just want the actual link for it, right?
in Fantasy Grounds?
Sure, sure.
So I can
By the
drop
way, Tam, have you taken a look at your inventory?
Yeah, give me a second.
Sorry, what about my inventory?
Have you looked
saw
at your?
them.
Oh yeah. No, it was hilarious, man.
In Fantasy Grounds like that?
Maybe.
Uh,
Nope.
Post a link.
you should be able to drag the thing from your
No,
inventory.
item,
the
just the
dragon
item from your
Oh,
inventory,
just got it? Okay, I see.
and so I can copy it to Devin's inventory.
So I just drag it to here?
Drop it in the chat box, and hopefully
Dragging these nuts.
Box. Why is it not? Oh, that's my character sheet. There we go.
Nope, that was just here. I got it. Congratulations. Emblem, a small totem. Let's see. There it is. All right, Devin, it's in your inventory.
Awesome.
Older brother. A grand
They just didn't
Um,
allow me to sell the can to add it.
I mean, Chase, just stop me when Despero reaches the stopping position of audience.
You reach as you take off, the rest of the group kind of falls in behind you. Those of you who want to talk to the archivist one-on-one or semi-privately, we can do so after this talk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Um,
So
yeah, just because this is the first thing in the morning, basically.
A lot of time for talk.
Jared, I know that Devin said that jokingly, but I really want your character to just walk in and like rip off his shirt. I'm here to speak.
Probably a bad move, but I understand the energy.
I fucking love the idea of Despero just
It's
like
me,
every time
Anastasia.
ripping off his clothes, like I'm here.
He has to learn mending.
Ah, God. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
tearaway
wear
tearaway
clothes after
pants.
I fix Eridan's shit. There
Loads
we
of
I need,
mending.
I need magical tearaway pants.
Clothes of mending are a thing.
That's
do
the,
have
that's
that
the
buff
that's the
armor.
clothing of doffing. That's what that is.
Yeah.
I would never whip out my dick in front of ESO Rendosa. Fuck you.
So,
That attitude.
the group of
With
you,
that attitude.
the group of you walks down the the hallway. Despero kind of in the lead just because of the nature of his power walk. Do you still have your weapon drawn, Despero?
Progny, yes. So the sword, yes. The
Spear
sword
stowed.
spear is on his back, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you what's the spear's name? I forgot.
That was. I mean, you named it, so that's hilarious. But it's Nera.
Nera. Yeah. I made so many fucking names for this campaign.
That's fair, that's fair.
Speaking of weapons, I don't know if we worked out logistically for Rune if Eridan's allowed to keep it or not.
We're just leaving it for right now, but
Like with
we'll
him
talk.
or
Well, just in the ground over there. So someone pick it up and wrap it up and bring it with us, but just don't walk into there holding the sword of ruin.
Present. Anyway.
Yeah, I'll assume that you guys
How
picked
heavy
it
is
back
the
up.
sword?
okay. What was that?
How heavy
How
is the
heavy
sword?
is your sword?
Oh my god.
I think it's like
Yeah.
Real one?
I think it's like 25 pounds.
That's not the sword he was referring to.
I am well aware.
No, that is the sword I was talking about.
No,
just wrist pocket.
I changed it. He was actually.
Yeah, it's
asking
a
me.
6-pounder.
But so
Okay,
Chase,
there's no way a
Progny,
grease sword should weigh only 6 pounds.
If
mean-
Io Mendoza gives a look that says this is the stopping position of your audience, Despero's not going to keep walking. He's just going to drive his sword into the ground and like fucking
Yeah, it's at
stop.
6
He's not a
pounds.
dumbass. Yeah.
So you walk into the room. You guys slowly push open. Despero by himself slowly pushes open these giant stone doors, and they weren't locked. So it's been made clear to you that you are welcome. And you walk into a familiar chamber, low lit with a couple of skylights bringing in natural light from outside, and this beautiful mosaic wall that is now finally touched up and restored to its beautiful self. A mosaic wall a la like Skyrim, of these giant intricate carvings detailed like 60 feet long across the far wall from the door that you're on. And sitting in a tall leather-backed chair, kind of perpendicular to you, with a nice like reading nook in the middle of this giant study with tall bookshelves, and it's a beautiful like library, like study library. You see the elvish long ears, high eyebrows, high cheekbone features of the archivist in his humanoid form. And he's sitting there with his hand on the cover of a tome. As soon as you guys enter, his eyes flick open and his whole head turns towards you.
In a normal neck way, or was he facing away from us? Okay, got it.
He was he just turns to acknowledge you.
Got you. Okay.
Picturing like the Emperor turning in his chair, but it's only his head.
We toys see everything.
Hello, come in.
And he addresses all of you telepathically, and you hear, "I've been expecting you. Have a seat."
Despero, in lieu of sitting anywhere, drives Progny into the ground and folds his arms.
Yeah, so
And
you walk up to the edge of what's clearly the edge of this little reading nook, and rather forcefully jam Progny down between two piles.
Yeah.
And the rest of you fold your arm. Go ahead.
Yeah. So he folds his arms. All he says is, "I've come to give you the accurate report of my travails."
He sets down the book and kind of scoots forward on the chair so he's not looking directly at you. He's, as far as you know, functionally blind. But he looks kind of past you and then explain. He waves his hand kind of vaguely at you, and a bunch of chairs clatter their way in from the sides and make room for enough of you to sit in this reading nook.
Given that, Despero does sit down because why disrespect somebody who could fucking atomize him? Probably a bad idea. He sits down and he says to him, "The eldest, to whom you placed in my charge, is dead. That was entirely the scope of my own failure, and I've come to report that to you. Additionally, while I don't think this will be news to a being of your ken, I feel it my responsibility to tell you the Feywild is gone.
I sensed its vacuous disappearance. Vacuous might not be the right word.
I did tell him through sending
Yes, you
rough intel. Yeah.
Yeah, but Despero doesn't know that, yeah.
He
Evidence
turned
of
actually at that. He turns to you, Farhat, and I appreciate your notification. I had sensed its destruction the moment it happened. This loss is a tragedy for which the world was not prepared, nor could it ever be. This loss matches only one other in history.
Swear to God, if it's that comic.
It's worth noting, as a point of clarification, it was not destroyed as so much as it was condensed. There is, out over by the mountains, grove once belonged to Melifia, currently being used to foster a new one from the ground up. For us, it's going to be several generations. For you, but a blink of the eye.
The time of mortals is pertinent to one such as me. The time of mortals that may interfere with its germination. I am aware of its presence, but if I am, then so may be others.
There's also one who could be relied upon for the germination of that duty. And Despero looks around. Is Kindball anywhere near here? Or is he, like,
Kindball's
outside?
Yeah, Kindball's in the room.
Stand at the... Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so Despero just lifts his chin toward Kindball.
Kaiba will look very confused, huh?
You, a beast born of imbalance. Kind of clicks his tongue at you.
Kindball will look very confused at first, but kind of then understand and just kind of nod.
You are born of an imbalance, unless your purpose must be to address an equal imbalance. All of you, since you last graced these halls, the balance has been upset. Forces rage across this realm beyond the meaningless machinations of politics. The agents of the void have made their presence known, upsetting careful balances along the way.
Were those the names we learned of from Masagad?
Some of them, yes.
Okay.
Yes, actually, yeah.
I would just like chime in and mutter the names that we learned and see if that rings
What
he
were
says.
those names?
What session was that?
It should have been in the dream, wasn't it? That it was all the names. Goes to you and Mel.
Tinky Winky.
Mr. Crawley Wally.
Digadish the Hunter, Vok the Prideful, Radiak the Scavenger, North, Death, and Unknown.
He speaks again, and this time his voice resonates, thundering through your minds, and with a deeper resonance than you're used to. And he speaks the names Lound, Lound the Knower, Radok the Scavenger, Voke the Prideful.
Roke?
Voke. I'm typing these all out. I'll enter them all at once. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Suan, Champion,
What's you want?
Gundrud,
Gundrud is a good name, by
Yeah.
the way. Do these names spark anything? Does this sound like my purpose?
Yes.
Okay.
Diagrosh. Let's see. What was the last one I said? Death. Diagrosh the Hunter, and Kjal the Faceless.
What baller names. Good job, Chase.
Yeah, they're pretty sick.
They are ballin', big ballin'.
The knower.
This is it with his resonating voice. This is Eos Ilrandosa. This is to your knowledge. That means this is without fault. This is, or sorry, without treachery.
Is he saying that to Cannonball to say that, like, what I tell you is true, or is he literally
He's
invoking
telling
his name?
he's telling everybody this to tell him that this is all the truth.
This
will-
is yeah. He says these names and he says these are the truth.
That's really fucking profound.
7 names.
So there's more than 5.
Yes.
I can tell you from what we figured out, one of them was in the Fae, and one of them was in the city when everything went sideways.
So why did Osagod say there was only 5 Scions of the Void?
As you hear that and you invoke Osagod's name, he probes your mind and he's gonna force you to make a save. Do you want to resist or let him?
I'll let him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll a new character.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I
roll
actually have one ready just in case.
Roll 46. Drop the lowest one.
Okay.
It's your new strength score.
Wait, it didn't roll my first.
He
Oh, there we go.
he looks
14.
into your mind and he sees this creature, and you describe Dr. Osagod to him unwillingly. He spits and he says, he doesn't spit, but he like
Coughs, yeah.
yeah, just coughs. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. A Lie by the Faceless.
Ooh.
Oh.
Faceless, who are they?
That's
The
one of the.
That's the last one?
The last one on the list there.
Wait.
Oh,
Wait,
God,
wait,
he's
hold
Wait,
on.
was
He's
Osagod
one
a
of them.
fucking Scion?
Wait, real quick, which one did he? Because he said 5, right? So which one did he excluding
So
himself?
okay, so I'll give you the list I got. So
Yeah,
that
I
list
think he excluded the Knower and the Faceless.
So here's the list I got from Osagod. He said there's 5 and excluded 1. So this is what I got.
He excluded 2, himself and the other one.
And the knower.
And
Yeah,
the
so
knower.
the Knower, the Champion, and the Faceless are missing from that list.
He even has the wrong name for death. Come on now.
That probably could be my misspelling of Chase's pronunciation.
That's pretty close. No,
Oh,
that's
really?
right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like Chase went through all my notes. He's
Oh
like, yeah,
no,
like, half the stuff is
that's because I
misspelled.
fucked up and typed slightly. That's an old name.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is what Aridin and our group would know, and yeah.
Did you can you send me those names just to make sure that I'm not
It's in the chat. It's in the chat.
They're in Dragonspine.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
I also copied it down into my Google Doc
I
notes.
also
So
copied it down into my notes because I was writing them down in my notes as well, but then I was like, "There's no way I fucking spelled this right. There is no fucking way."
I even got Vok wrong.
Hey, yo,
So
Vok the prideful.
Is he insinuating that Osagod was one of the Scions?
I think he
no.
straight up said it.
Well, I mean,
Oh, a
is
lie
he
of the
mean, like,
Faceless,
that
he
was
was
a lie
told,
from the Faceless, or that was a lie from the Faceless?
I mean, yes,
Yes.
both.
So,
that is a lie. That is a lie of the Faceless. That's what he says.
do you remember how your minds were wiped? That might have been by potentially a sign of the void. I would mention the part about how when we encountered him, all Arcane's memory was wiped except for mine, who only had recollection of what happened.
Yeah, he focuses for a second and no result. No judgment on that one way or the other. The world you know will be thrown into chaos should the balance not be restored. He drops pretense for a second and his eyes close and his head kind of sags. And again, the thundering voice. Lain in slumber for 1,000 years, in the land where shadows crawl, a single divine fell and feigned the divinity of self, dreams her realm into being. A single domain cut apart from the rest, buried deep in forgotten memory and lost. At the breaking of the seventh seal, 7 names, 7 sinful names will split the heavens, and those names will bring her kingdom to bear. I will copy that for you.
He mentioned a name to us way back when. That Sehanine Moonbow?
Sayanine Moonbow is a god of the current pantheon.
Okay. Disrelated, I'm guessing.
Unrelated.
Unrelated.
For you to have a through line. Oh, hang on. Oh, got it. Sorry, May went out to go listen to music and dance, so she's texting me like she's made it there. Yeah, she knows I
Aw.
fucking hate clubbing, so she's going by herself.
Well, to be fair, all the clubs in Sax, I guess.
Yeah, she really just wants to go listen to music.
And dance, because dancing. I feel like dancing is the most fun part of the whole experience.
I
usually
fucking
pretty
hate
trash.
dancing. I fucking I got
Dancing's fine.
I can dance. I can at least ballroom dance. I fucking hate dancing.
Oh, you should see Dom break it down.
What?
Father break it down on the dance floor. Got some
I've
sick
never broke it
moves.
down on the dance.
No?
He has broken down on the dance.
Just a pile of gum.
I would ask the archivist, what
His
knowledge do you have?
tears don't seem.
What knowledge do you have of Olus, Angel of Blades, and Follower Pello?
At the name, he turns to you, and just falsehood.
Falsehood.
What's that supposed to mean?
I feel magic older than you. Seven seals. My portent has described to me. Once the 7 seals are broken, the kingdom of the void will be brought to bear. The seal of war, locked away in timeless prison, beyond the ken of all men, guarded by a warden tireless, soulless, now set free to roam the world. The balance has been upset, and the seal of war has been broken.
Yeah.
He's looking directly at you while saying this.
Yeah. Oh, you don't say.
I'm just gonna pipe up and say I was told to listen to you rather intently, but I must confess I cannot quite parse the intent behind your words.
At that, Despro does a pine, and he says,
Olus,
do you give us this information as just information or yet another contract?
A contract may stem from this information. For now, it is information I see. And you see him kind of go starry-eyed again, and the robe behind him kind of flutter up, and he's continuing to portend. He's using a spell, a divination ability.
Gotcha. Okay.
The seal of magic, splintered from the land. Excuse me. Splintered from the land by an ancient diamond blade, cast into the sky, where it flies among logic-defying lands, is shattered by those forsaking their past and ascribing to a new god. So the seal of magic is broken. The seal of war is broken. The seal of peace, a basin filled in by the blood of gods, signing a concord of peace, now lies barren, dry, and broken.
What were the three again? It was war, peace, and
I'll,
world.
I'll copy this all to you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
The seal of nature, the most venerable force binding the planes together, severed from its core and rotten from within. The seal of law, self-made law, resides here. Crimson banners hang, and crimson blood flows in the name of order. Protected by dark magics they know not which, they know not with which they tamper. This one is sealed. The seal of loyalty. Stars forged into working metal. Hearts broken in betrayal. The seal of loyalty lies shattered beneath an act of hatred. And the seal of divinity. Two forgotten gods, and one who binds them together. Severed from history. The seal is fractured, but not yet fully broken. In one way, the balance must be restored, or it could spell doom for all of creation. I will copy that to you guys now. With the spark notes of what the fuck I meant.
Hard thanks.
So it seems like the seals have created a shatter, but it's not completely broken.
One
Five of the
seal
seven-
remains, one is fractured.
Yeah, 5 of the 7 seals are broken.
Okay.
That's not good.
The one of nature is in Alphea's Grove, I'm guessing.
The one of nature was the Feywild.
Yeah.
So, okay, so the seal of war was Aulus, and he was broken from his prison and freed. Aerodin was the seal of war.
Yeah, about
So the seal of magic is in Jaume, and it is broken by those who serve a new god. The seal of peace was broken. It is in the city called Heaven Basin, the Galric Basin.
When the temple was entered underneath
When the
lake.
temple was entered underneath the lake. The seal of nature was in the heart of the Feywild, was in the heart of the world tree. It was broken. The seal of law, you guys with a pretty easy history check can realize that that's in the Crimson Court in the Prowlum Dynasty.
Great.
Fucking nose goes. Can we get a fucking nose goes real quick?
It is sealed. The seal of loyalty is in the Bernhardt, in the Burnished Keep underneath the Starforge. It is broken. The seal of divinity, the Forgotten Gods, half broken. There should be an S there. Gods, plural.
Where's that one?
You don't know.
So we have 1.5 seals left.
Yeah.
Could I try to roll a I guess, a history check to see if I know any gods that might meet that.
Absolutely. Roll a history check.
Can I aid him? I'm proficient and have like a lot of history.
Sure, you can roll it too. You can roll by yourself. Then.
Yikes.
Oof.
Yeah.
27.
Yeah. Yikes on both ends of the scale. Yeah, Farhad, that doesn't mean shit. Julian, you remember very distinctly and you begin to put together some threads of the portents that have been told to you in various ways. You remember the tale of Yelekjat Kasim, a human woman who raised herself to divinity and kind of sparked the War of Divergence.
Yeah.
The War of Divergence, where the betrayer gods took a stand against the what is the current pantheon, basically. So basically okay, I don't actually have to go. You rolled really well. there.
So
To go
what
into
I do remember is like she was ascending to godhood, but gods had this rule where like the number of gods had to remain the same. So then there was a dispute about like can she join or like who's getting kicked out or
Yeah,
right?
basically, yeah. And so
I think we've heard about her before for sure with our group at
you've
least.
definitely heard
Yeah.
about her. And I'm
I-
trying to find the actual. I have the list of the gods that fought each other.
Really, I was history checking to figure out where that half broken seal was.
So that half broken seal, the location you don't know, but you do get that it is. You're starting to understand things that he's put together. With that excellent check, I'll just give you some information. The land where shadows crawl and the forgotten gods are a single domain cut apart from the rest, buried deep in forgotten memory and lost. The land where shadows crawl, and the single divine Felon Fane, who dreams her realm into being, has also been forgotten. You gather from this that something in the War of Divergence, Yelekjat Kasim, who later became known as, very, very briefly, as the Raven Queen.
I suppose these two know more than I do about the Raven Queen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was 4 moves, but yeah.
The Raven Queen, who was banished to the realm where shadows crawl, to the realm of nothingness, dreams her realm into being. And if these 7 scions of the void break the 7th seal, her kingdom will be brought back. Now, because of the nature of the planes after the Divine Gate was created, and frankly, the archivist is explaining most of this to you once you guys present all the information, because he has this is me talking, because he has the unique ability to speak only the truth. So if he can't say something, it's false. So he has the ability to very slowly ascertain the absolute truth about the current state of the world by just
The weird thing
trying
about that is
to
we could
speak.
literally manipulate him into like giving us supernal guarantees, but I don't think he would let us get out with that alive.
He would not.
Yeah. Okay.
He cannot portend the future. He can only portend the present by using extremely high level divination. This is basically a 10th level divination spell.
God level. Yeah.
This is god level divination to read the world and the state of the universe. But he cannot give. He has to have enough pieces to make the sentences that would work.
Does it definitely say help?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah. Any information you can give.
I would mention ruin found in the depths of the caverns of the Underdark, and
a weapon of war. Each of you, most of you, lie in imbalance. Address the imbalance, and the balance of the world may yet be restored. Eridan Planewalker,
Yes.
you have committed a grave sin against the balance.
You're referring to the Angel of War?
Yes. This angel known as Aulus was sealed away by the gods as a sacrifice to create the seal of war. You now take the weapon of war and atone for your sin. Set the balance again.
I will.
Julian. Kota.
Yes.
Address the balance within you. You
Sorry,
seek.
do it. Oh, okay.
You seek order amongst the chaos.
I do.
Yet inside you have chaos and order roiling.
Go on.
Set the balance of your history, and perhaps you can set the rest of the Velt. Velt Lunarset, he says your full name. Address the balance of your people, your school, your family. They have actively destroyed their portion of the balance. Oogway.
When he said
Perfect as
for
you
Eridan,
are.
did he say I need to use the sword to restore balance, or like find
He said to take the weapon of war, which you know to
Ruin.
mean ruin, and atone for your sin.
Okay.
Wait, you're
Um,
perfect as you are.
Oogway up top.
Oogway,
Correct.
you are wonderful.
Correct the imbalance of the people to which you lend yourself. The Dwemer rely on you for guidance and impartiality, yet their history drips with blood. The Dwemer, he means dwarves. That's the old word.
Okay.
Tam Magulti. You have lived in imbalance for years, hiding from it, fleeing from it. Address your imbalance with finality.
I'm going by Zam now.
His voice thunders. His voice thunders, and you take.
He names you Tam McGulty.
You take 8 points of psychic damage.
You are now
Are you calling me a liar?
As he looks through your soul with his clouded eyes, and
Get
sees the truth.
Oh, get fucked, kid.
Fucking truth, asshole.
I'll just tell you guys, this is a celestial being.
God.
And this being knows if it hears a lie.
Oh,
Hey,
he's not lying. He
you're
does know by
Capricorn, bro.
Zam
You better
now.
be sure about that shit.
He's calling you by your true name.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
No nicknames in this house. Again.
Despero and Matthias. You have
Nickname me
failed in your contracts, but not of your own fault. Address the imbalance of your people. Find those who would destroy the balance that you have so carefully created. And the balance.
Despero does confront by virtue of pulling Progny out of the ground. If I need to make a save, go ahead and tell me.
What do? Go ahead and you pull the weapon from the ground.
He pulls Progny out of the ground and sheaths it. But he does, for the first time in this entire encounter, eye to eye, Eosol Mendoza.
You look into his clouded eyes and you feel him staring straight through you.
I'm pretty sure that fucks me up.
And the abyss stares back.
And the abyss stares back.
And now
Does that fuck Despero up?
You, for an instant, you hear his voice override everything else in your head, and it's equal parts threatening and hopeful. You have failed in your contract.
So it's like forceful guidance.
Yeah.
Does Despero even have the ability to respond, or is that like off the table?
You can respond telepathically with him.
What he says is, probably as he sheaths his blade and like recoils from however burned he is, he says, "Why is it that you, Archivist, lack the capacity to right the imbalance yourself?"
Fair question.
Oh my lord. Okay.
He speaks forward. He speaks.
He tucks back into the shell.
That one was private, I assume. He speaks forward. I am an instrument of the balance. I direct the flow of ether. I am an extension of Ao himself. I will maintain the balance, but I must do so from here. For I have long left this world. You know what? For that, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you.
Oh, what the fuck are those dice, Chase?
You take 20 points of psychic damage as he says, as he conveys these telepathic messages. You glimpse he's opening your eyes for just a fraction of a second.
Oh God.
To the utter impossibility that was the star of creation, Ao, the balance.
Okay.
In the primordial language, the word for balance is Aor, A-O-R.
So Despero has like a mild mote of understanding, but world's most legendary migraine.
It's like looking into Cthulhu for like half a second.
Exactly. Yeah, you're looking into things incomprehensible. Ao. So in the legend lore of the world, Ao was the first god.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's showing you a glimpse of the power.
All right. So Despero, realizing that he fucked around and found out, digs his fingernails into the soil and says to why the fuck am I forgetting his name? That's fucked up.
Matthias?
Matthias. He says to Matthias specifically, he speaks the truth. We'll discuss its scope later.
You see also that Matthias is kind of starry-eyed looking at the archivist, and he kind of snaps to attention to you. Eyes kind of wide and almost fearful. And he flicks his attention back, and you can see him shaking just a little bit before he forcefully sheathes his dagger that he had out as well.
Yeah.
You don't know what was said to him, though.
Only gives him the hunter's handshake and says, "We'll discuss this later, Vleen."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Einbell, you are born of imbalance, and thus your purpose must be to address an equal imbalance. He, again, the runic, kind of the ancient word Nothurth is uttered in your mind.
Okay.
And you get the picture of death. You get the picture in your mind of this coursing, roiling blackness that forms the cloak on the body of a woman with a scythe. This is your imbalance. Real. And all these are private to each of you.
Okay. So
in fact,
we don't get it.
Later.
Yeah. Alright, come to my office.
Yourself up for that one.
That's all for you, real. You're otherwise you're pretty good. Next one.
Farhat, you are born of the imbalance, a void made whole again through the grace of those long forgotten. Your anomaly has a purpose, but it is yet to show itself. Joe,
chance you could give me a
Akjotu.
Joe actually kind of perks up for a moment because she was, you know,
Nice augury.
This is all simultaneous.
Oh, okay.
All of you get these messages at the same time.
Oh, okay.
He called me Farhat. That's
That's because I wrote Farhat. I should have. Yeah.
Nice.
Wait, what's his real name?
Yeah. Well, you guys don't hear it, but he says the real name.
Well, it's Nearcap.
Anyway, sorry.
Your cap is.
Yeah, so he calls you each by your true names. I just wrote down the notes to myself because I needed to write notes.
Mhm.
Basically, Joe, you get images. You don't get a sentence.
Okay.
You don't get a message. You get images of a mountain of massive proportion reaching up into the sky with this storm around it and like swirling clouds around it and a single beacon of red climbing about 3/4 of the way to the top. You are on your path to greatness and your ancestors smile upon you.
Nice.
Big ups.
Big ups, my homie.
You're good. Literally in my notes, I wrote you're good.
She's just like,
Crocodile's
she's
old
like
pig.
I think she's just like they're confused, like I'm doing right, but what am I doing? I'm just following these idiots. Is this right? Am I-
According to this guy,
Bite Force. That's all you need.
according to
take
this
defense of
guy,
this?
you are maintaining the balance.
Oh, they are totally idiots. You are so right about that.
You are so right. Also true.
Jesus
The guy who
Christ!
tells
Look at
nothing but truth.
Okay.
the drool, the spittle hanging.
So I'm
off their
posting
mouth.
I'm posting all of these except Reels because Reels was private.
Okay.
Oh god, it's
Okay.
formatted awfully.
I could reformat it.
Whatever.
You want it like one line or?
No, in my notes it's just tabbed.
I was gonna
So-
say, Chase is
No,
the
I got
mountain
you.
the mountain I'm thinking of?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Velt would probably ask the archivist of the fate of his trainer if he would be able to.
Fucking hell. Water's hard, dude.
Yeah.
Huh?
Don't you mean ice?
You should-
Um okay, well, I'll let you guys basically talk to him telepathically during this conversation in the aftermath of this conversation. So we can go
Let's start with go down the list or
well, Velt piped up first, so
Sure.
I'll go with that.
Okay.
Velt, the fate of your trainer. He describes that your trainer has been forced into hiding. The raid on the Temple of Shadows was unexpected, brutal, and destroyed many things there in the search for the last hint to the Seal of Magic, which they may have gotten. But the trainer is alive, badly injured, and trying to recuperate. You have any more questions?
That's it for me right now.
Okay. Uguay, you had stuff you wanted to talk to the arbiter, the archivist about.
I may do that after all of this, or is there not going to be an opportunity for that?
I mean, this is you guys can have a telepathic conversation.
Simultaneously.
It's all simultaneous.
Oh, I can
so-
show him. Then I can just show him what I was reading in the book, right?
Yeah.
Oh well, then I do that.
So what are you showing the Moradin stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he what's your question about it?
Is this what you're referring to?
This is yes. Yeah.
What is
it-
this?
This is the breaking of the seal of loyalty. This is betrayal at the hands of the gods, wiping a race from the face of. God damn it! There is a name for this planet that I can't remember now. Wiping a race, a sapient race from the face of existence. Those that they called brothers, those that they housed and fed and clothed, one day deemed unworthy and destroyed.
When did this happen?
Over 1,000 years ago.
So you're saying we had a
And so what are you asking me to correct?
Those that have no place to go are lost. Those that have no place to go when destroyed are lost.
Everything
The Raven Queen has abdicated her throne or been forced off of it. And so there's an imbalance. The dwarves are living in a lie led by their god.
Who is more okay?
Morden.
And he's not supposed to be their god.
He's not supposed to be their god alone.
Gotcha.
And he
Raven
shows
Queen.
you.
We
He
find
shows
the
you.
Raven.
He shows you Baronar Truesilver, the queen at the side of Moradin. A beautiful warrior, stronger than Moradin in many ways. Just as fiery.
She
and
betrayed him.
He betrayed her.
Could you tell me why?
Let's see, does he know why?
History check.
I'm waiting for him to give a super sarcastic answer. It's like, is it about the genocide? Is it about genocide? Yes, it's about the fucking genocide.
Yeah, the way he betrayed her was by decided to make himself the only god of the dwarves.
Okay. Why? We don't have
Pride,
any
mostly.
idea as to why he decided it was time to.
Pride, mostly.
Gotcha. Okay.
He's a dick, that's why.
So I have to solve a marriage dispute. Good.
Uguay therapist.
Marriage counselor is what you meant to say, but
yeah, much better.
What? She doesn't listen to me. She never listens to me. Every time
every time she belittles me, she calls my pee-pee small. You know.
I wanted a golden throne, and she
I
told
need to
me that was
become.
stupid, and
I need to become the god of the dwarves. It's for the greater good. I am the greatest good. You are.
I'm not gonna see.
Here's my super suit.
And as a note, Baronar Truesilver is a Duergar.
Can I just have a golden throne room? Just a little one.
As little as that dick. Sorry.
Okay.
Who's next? Julian, Aridin, Tam? We'll stick with New Blood for this time being.
I'll ask.
Okay.
By what way must I atone? Must I honor the pact I made with Aulus? Must I defeat Storvedli Solaris? Must I return the bloodline of Engelberts to the throne?
The pact you made was under a lie. Aulus intentionally deceived you.
Womp womp.
The pact you made has been suspended due to the actions of your colleagues.
Hey.
Okay.
The thing that broke off of you when they decursed you was the pact of war.
Oh, what the fuck, dude? Holy shit. Hold on a
Holy
second.
fucking
Hold on a
Christ.
second.
That's bad.
We left you alone for 5 minutes, and you broke one of the 7 seals.
Well, no, that was a long time ago, dude. Don't worry about that. This is
No, like, yeah, no.
ago.
Yeah, no, 2 hours ago when Farhad and Uguay broke the curse, they broke the binding of Aridin to the
War Angel.
So
to the
when I
world.
grabbed the sword, it like formed with the Pact of War, or the Oath of War.
Yeah.
Holy.
So
Hey, we did it! Yeah,
The
guys.
the archivist reaches out to you, and through the vision of the infinite that you're seeing, shows you this angel in disguise sowing the seeds of war throughout the world. And he shows you yourself wielding a black curved blade and taking basically vengeance upon this false angel. He instills in you also, you have broken your oath. The oath of devotion you have failed the oath of devotion, and you are no longer a paladin of Bahamut.
I know.
Oh no.
Nice.
I understand.
Bermuda, Bahamas.
Cannot step-
You serve a new master now.
Oogway.
If you take the Mercury Dragon's name and sow vengeance, sow conquest in his honor against this this angel of war, this falsehood, this false demigod rampaging through our plane, you may yet address the balance.
Take the new oath, Naglfar, Fimbul Vetter, and swear fealty.
So, pulling out of that for a second.
Yeah.
You need to go hunt down by yourself, probably, the Angel of War. To do so, you will have to give up your warlock powers and take an oath, take a new paladin oath. You will be a level 13 paladin.
Interesting.
Welcome.
Either
Welcome to the party.
vengeance or conquest, or oathbreaker if you decide so.
Okay.
Or if you can logic to me any other oath that Aridin would take.
Yeah, I'll
But
figure that out.
his command to you is to go and hunt down this angel. You don't know where he is. You don't think he's even in this continent or in this part of this region of the world anymore. This is the archivist is commanding you to leave the party.
Yeah.
Well, that's some bullshit.
Wait, isn't this what you
gonna
wanted?
ask
Hello?
if you have to do it on your own.
Now meta talk, if you want to keep playing Aridin in the party, I can retcon this, but this is what the story that I have worked on would dictate.
I want
If
to
you
play.
want-
I want to play your story.
If you want, then I can work in. We have
We have something planned.
We'll talk.
We'll talk. I would like. Yeah, I planned for something like this to happen there. I just didn't expect it yet.
Go ahead, Dom.
I mean, with everything that's happening, it makes sense.
It makes sense.
Does he
yeah.
have to go by himself, or?
The part of the archivist's command is that he's saying that you broke the seal, and you
Uguay and I
chose
both
this.
did, technically.
Uguay,
right?
Uguay
I think
didn't take any of
Oogway
it.
was.
Uguay helped, right? I don't know if that
I
matters.
didn't do anything at all. I didn't even know it, but I.
No, you
didn't
helped break the
stop him
chains.
either.
I couldn't wield the sword. But
He
I don't know
gave
if that matters
He
or
gave
not.
me the sword of.
No. Before we broke him out, he told you to grab the sword and break the chain.
Yeah, you just physically freed him. Those were not his weapons.
Oh.
Those were
just-
not. Those
I
were not
still
his
don't
weapons.
get why
Those
he
were the
can't go
weapons of
with
his
a party,
jailer.
or
Um,
why it has to be like immediate for Aridin and not like another side quest.
Because this is more than a side quest.
Right, he has to kill a demigod, which
No,
I
an
assume
angel.
is
Okay,
pretty
An
sure.
hard.
angel of
So-
war.
And so back to my first question, why does I still do not understand why he has to do this alone? Like he could take the credit, we could just aid him in his quest.
It's balance. It's
The-
to restore the balance.
The
Yeah,
thing
you
is,
guys have its own
Well,
breaking us
so
down.
from what
I mean,
I'm,
Chase's thing,
yeah.
I don't have to, but if this is the story he wrote, I want Aridin to go through with it.
From
Who's
what I'm,
gonna be the Pippin to my Jordan?
I was gonna say
So, yeah.
from what I'm taking with it, it's like you guys have to do your things to restore balance, and he has to go on his own to do his own thing. Yeah,
So can I
this has to
say-
happen at the same time.
Because
So
Yeah,
without
I mean,
without
it's-
Aridin to break the balance of the Seal of War in the first place, you guys would have stayed. You guys might have stayed together.
Hmm.
But the Oath of War and the curse that was on him could certainly be blamed for his actions destroying a bunch of civilians in Sterveldi Solaris, considering he did take an Oath of War against Sterveldi Solaris. However, in the aftermath of that, Aridin privately realized that killing those civilians had in no way hindered the Sterveldi Solaris war effort, or and in fact did the opposite to their morale. It raised their morale because they just got angrier. So Aridin was cursed by the Pact of War. Aridin was under false pretenses. You guys got lied to by the angel, by by Owlith.
Can I just make like a separate character sheet where he's just level 13 paladin and
character.
would
Absolutely.
be
absolutely.
all just new spells and stuff, like
Yeah.
create a new character from scratch?
Yeah. And if you want to just talk to me later about which oath you want to take,
Sure.
because they all fit.
Garridan.
Garen?
And he's,
Garen? Garen Planewalker?
oh
Yeah, so you-
no.
You lose your warlock levels because you also don't have your book on you, and it's currently attuned to Uguay.
Oh, okay.
And you gain
oh no.
and your faith in the balance, your faith in
hear that right?
Nagapar and the balance
Mhm.
is what fuels your paladin abilities of whatever this new oath you take is.
Okay, I'm gonna have to think a lot about what oath that's gonna
That's
be.
fine. That's fine. And
Yeah.
maybe later on down the line, Aridin will return to the party after his job is done if he survives.
Fucking hell. So are we gonna have like stuff where you and me are just like doing stuff for Aridin, or?
We can.
Okay. Shit.
Sweet.
I was like, Chase, we're gonna need to order a couple rounds of beers before.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's like a sit down and beer session.
Like, Chase, we're gonna need something stronger.
Yeah. Man, I wish.
Get
Because
that
of my
peanut
new-
butter
because of my
whiskey.
new- Yeah, because of my new meds, I can't even have that. Ugh.
You do non-alcoholic alcohol. Because my uncle had the same issue where he had to, because of medicine, he couldn't, but he could do non-alcoholic alcohol if you just like the taste.
What?
Yeah,
Get
you could do
yourself
a
some
classy-
non-alcoholic pina coladas. That shit is like virgin pina coladas are the bomb. I swear.
Do you like pina
Pina
colada?
colada.
I hate pina coladas. Pina
What
coladas.
the fuck?
That's fair. I actually back that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
First of all, fuck coconut. Fuck coconut.
Wait,
And second
what
of
you
all,
know?
All right, so
Chase?
Chase and Devin,
Anyway.
yeah, you're my guys. Fuck both of you. That's
both of
that's
you.
fucked up.
Jared, me and
That's
you-
fucked up.
Me and you, Jared, team coconut, all the way.
I will drink.
All
Yeah,
the way
all
to
the way.
finish
What the
line.
I
fuck
like
is wrong with you?
coconut.
Why is
No, no,
it-
no,
All
no,
the
no.
way to the finish
I
line.
like coconut. I do not like pina coladas. I don't like them.
Pina
I-
coladas?
Pina coladas? What the fuck are those, bro?
It's what
Pina
that shit
colada.
tastes like. Kidding me?
Anyway,
Hard.
If you
Anyway.
like pina colada.
Anyway,
Dude,
We're
we
getting
got
caught in
sauce
the
in a
strain.
drink.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna fuck off.
Oh, I like
No,
pina
Jared.
coladas, Don't worry. I'm not. I just wanted to sing.
all right. Tam, Julian, do you guys have anything you want to talk with the archivist about?
You do you want to go first or me?
I know, it's all you. Alphabetical order.
Should have been first. Wait, real names or no, never mind. I'm just I need a clarification. He said something about an internal struggle that I'm having. Can you refresh or rephrase what he meant by that?
You battle with a force of good and a force of chaos, a force of law and a force of chaos. It may or may not be related to your sword, which just awakened a day
Okay.
ago.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And you have unresolved quests. You still have exclamation points in your journal.
Wait, am I No, it's
I thought Andrew was gonna say like, actually, I don't have an internal.
no. We finished
Actually,
the
he just
Halo
says
quest. Contact
Your
console.
your
stone.
your your
Hate to
quest
break
of
this to you, but I'm just gonna-
upholding the law in a city called Heaven and the follow up to the sword.
Okay, so yeah, regarding the sword, Archivist, do you know a way to either return a soul to a new live body from a sword, or in some way let a soul rest that's trapped in a sword?
Sentient weapons, unless destroyed in very specific manners, will remain sentient, and any weapons that any souls within them are typically not fit to inhabit a body in any way. Such an attempt has been tried. He gives you like records. Like such
Yeah.
attempts have been tried by necromancers of history of yore, and they never succeed when the soul is imprisoned in a weapon. There is a very specific way that souls can be trapped in, what's called a magic jar. That's just the generic term for it. That's the wizard term for it.
Yeah.
But like a soul gem or a soul gem specifically attuned to the creature that you are trying to trap the soul of.
That doesn't really sound any better for the soul than.
No, it's really not.
Okay. What might have trapped Brentana in this sword? Like, why her? Why for
does
so
she have to
long?
be, why does she have to be trapped?
Are you asking why I'm using the word trap? Or oh, I assumed she was trapped.
He's a trap. What do you...
Sentient weapons are often created to honor a person, or
Okay.
such a person had such a strong attunement to that weapon that that part of their soul entered it when they died.
All right, let me rephrase. Why me? Why would this sword have chosen me?
Because you uphold the same values as the person who was so attuned to it.
That doesn't sound like a struggle between order and chaos. That sounds like an agreement between order and order.
Then there's something else in the weapon that's disagreeing.
Ah, could you enlighten me on what that is exactly?
No, I don't know.
Do you know who might be able to tell me?
No.
Those among you who can read such information with divination.
Okay.
That knowledge. So basically, he doesn't know knowledge that doesn't exist. If nobody knows it, he cannot know it if it's true or false.
Oh, so literally no one on this plane nor any plane knows that Brentana is in this sword, or what else is in this sword?
Correct.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Thank you for your time, Archivist.
For nothing.
By the way, it's B. Walks away.
Takes 8
I take it back. I take it back. Oh, it's,
Yeah.
It wasn't what it was. It wasn't what it
I'm
was.
just kidding, just playing. JK. It's like,
It's a prank. Look at the
Stay
camera.
psych. Stay psych. Tam.
Right. So I've got a couple questions for you. One, please elaborate. 2, imbalance for years. I knew that, but I can't imagine it would destroy the realm. That's absolute madness. 3, finality. You yourself are proof that nothing is final. I do not understand.
And 4, have you thought about selling your services?
Right, exactly. What are the 3 magic digits on your credit card?
You've lived in imbalance for years. You've been running from your imbalance instead of addressing it. Because your personal imbalance will not destroy the universe, but if you are to help protect it, you need to balance yourself first.
You're telling me that I have to settle in a court of law.
If that's what it takes to bring the balance back.
This archivist is the worst lawyer I've ever talked to.
Okay, I missed it. What does he have to say?
I think I have to settle in court, my dude.
So fucked up.
Oh.
oh my god.
He says to you, you have the tools at your disposal to settle the balance in many ways.
I'm a trained dwarven lawyer. We can do this.
Dude, I'd like to nominate Kindball for your fucking lawyer defense.
I'm gonna
Oh,
receive
yeah,
the
yeah,
death
yeah.
penalty.
Kindball just read defense and
Kindball
assumed
and
it was called
Oogway,
that.
Yeah, immediately fucking whipped out the fucking sword.
I feel like Kindball will come in with a little mallet and kill the bailiff and be like, "What'd you say? What's up?"
The
You know,
defense will not rest.
Yeah, the defense
do you
does not
realize-
rest.
Do you realize he ate babies? Oh shit, that's bad. Yeah, okay, no, yeah, I'm out.
You know, now that I said that out loud, I understand.
That's fucked up.
Oh, that's fucked up. Where did you do that?
Baseless rumors started by myself.
Damn, I really like the Kindball bailiff timeline.
No, Kaibo would be great because he consumed the young. He is stronger for it. He might rise
No,
above without.
that's something Joe would say.
Joe and Kindball as co-lawyers.
No,
That's lawyers.
No, Joe has mounted Kindball. That's who do you think is holding the mallet? What the fuck?
I'm picturing Joe and Kindball as like fucking Hans and Franz from the. I'm gonna go on the pump. You are.
Oh
Just
no.
45 strength between them.
And still 8 in between them too. It's
Mm-hmm.
all the muscle, none of the brain. Some of the charisma, maybe a little bit of the wisdom. Nothing else.
So just to be incredibly clear, you're talking about with Silveri Solaris, right?
Storvaldi Solaris and Eli, yeah.
Right. All right.
The accuser who will not rest, and the religious fanatics who hunt you. There's a couple ways you could go about that, but yeah, you gotta settle that.
Right. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your time, I guess.
Out of character, do you want to talk about the eggs?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, but
I mean, I do it now. Now would be the time.
Okay, or you want to wait on that until last?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Tam doesn't need a crowd, you know.
Okay, okay.
I don't think we can hear what he's saying, right?
Oh well, no, this is all in mind. He's
Yeah,
talking
but-
to
but
us
still,
individually
it'd
in
be
our
a
brain.
Pretty physical, but he's talking about a pretty physical thing.
Mhm.
So
Hey Chase,
Yeah.
how do you feel about Oath of the Watchers?
I would have to read it, but it's probably
It's binds paladins to protect the mortal realms from predations of extraplanar creatures. Many lay waste to mortal
Yeah.
soldiers.
that works to me.
Excellent.
Despero, do you have anything? And Matthias, you guys are kind of linked on this now. Jared, you're muted. There you go.
Yeah, there's only one lingering position that Despero wants to like fulfill, but that's contingent upon two things. Are we still speaking with Eoson Redosa, or have we like walked outside?
You guys are still speaking with him. It's the same instance.
Okay.
You and Matthias are
still
just on a linked call now.
Well, but that's kind of the thing. Am I still recoiling from like the sheer fucking impetus that he blasted into my fucking brain? Or
It's been a
am
moment.
I-
You're after that. It's been a moment.
Okay. Despero will do two things. We'll first dip his head to Eoson Rendosa, the archivist, basically as a gesture of respect.
Mm-hmm.
And then he will say to Matthias specifically, "We have much to discuss, and I think I know where our next heading is, regardless of what these people say with their words of waste." And then Despero pulls Progny out of the ground, sheaths it, and begins to walk kind of fast.
Out.
Say again?
Out of the chamber.
Out of the chamber.
Okay. You have nothing more to ask the archivist.
Hmm. Damn.
I can come back to you if I need to.
Now's the time to ask, dude. If you're gonna ask
Yeah,
anything.
that's the thing, right?
You can.
So,
I'm just gonna say this.
here-
You guys can basically ask the DM questions.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
kind
I
of
figured was
important.
happening.
Yeah, because this is the Elf Dragon DM, right?
Mhm.
So what Despero is actually going to do, after saying that, I mean that's consistent upon what he would do. He is going to like cede his position in the current audience that they've obtained with Eoson Rendosa, but he's not going to leave the room.
He's going to go to a margin of the room, maybe near the entrance, and sit down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you walk over to the entrance and you sit down on a chair near the door.
I a pretty turd.
Yeah. Okay. Kindbell.
Oh God. Okay.
Hey, again, I'm just going down the list in order. You guys can the old blood. You're
I
up now. Any of you?
Well, my first question is, did he like? Is my quest specific to like? Does he want me to hunt down every single one of these 7, or is it specifically Nothurth that I'm?
Your specific
Nothurth.
target is Nothurth, but
Okay.
but the balance will not be restored until all of them have been stopped.
Okay. Okay.
No, Nothurth's the big boy, but everyone else can die too.
I can get behind that. I can get behind the death of everybody.
So I'm just going to show you guys the ones that I have prepared because apparently half my images went away. This is Moke.
Didn't we see this guy?
Oh, yes, that was the one. That was the one who blew us
Yep.
the fuck up.
He's the earthquaker.
No, it's not.
Or
No,
she.
it's not.
Wait.
No.
Well,
Hmm.
this
Close.
one, she blew you guys the fuck up, but while you were still Malafia in the mortal plane.
Mm-hmm.
And
Where was
apparently,
that?
that's an old picture. That
That was
was
the one when
in
we were under the
it was in
temple.
the Temple of Inogu. Which actually, if you have if you guys have any lingering questions about that encounter, you could
ask
you
him.
can ask the archivist about it too.
Chase, quick question. Did you reuse this picture for an encounter their group had? Because we had this picture as the one where the original group fought and then it ended in an earthquake underground.
Yeah, that's what this. Sorry, I mistook it for a different picture. That's my bad.
Yeah, they.
It took me. It took a moment for me to register. That was my bad.
This was the original armor you saw Nothurth in, but they have since changed their appearance. Let me see if I can find what it changed to. Because it is pretty different now. I may have just done away with it.
So Chase, while you're searching, can Despero reprise his line of questioning when night falls?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. The timing is important. Thank you.
Okay.
Chase, is my alignment still the same what we said before?
You can change it back to.
Let's say lawful neutral.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see if I can copy this. So what you guys recognize? No, I cannot. What about this way? Where the fuck did I put this? Character portraits. Sorry, I gotta look up what they all look like. Oh, you know what? I could probably do this an easier way. Okay, upload file. Well, let's see if I can do this differently. If I save this, sorry, this could have gone better.
No problems.
Try to look for something that I sent earlier, but there's a bunch of fucking pictures in the way.
Did you guys know for $5, someone on Fiverr will draw your metal band logo?
Awesome.
Oh,
Is it
fuck
just
yeah.
fucking scribbles?
Yeah.
I will upload the pictures later because they have names on them that you guys don't know.
Okay.
I will upload I'll give you a picture of each of those 7 sinful names.
Okay.
After the game.
The sinful 7.
Okay, what was I talking about? I got distracted.
Oh, we were talking about Nothurth.
Uh, yeah, so Nothurth is your primary target, but the rest of the 7 must be destroyed for the balance to survive, or stopped. They must be stopped, not necessarily destroyed.
Okay. Second question is Nyx still here, or is she like truly gone?
Nyx is truly dead.
Uh-huh.
there is a vacancy
Okay.
in the cycle of nature right now.
Okay.
Oh boy, that's not gonna
Yeah.
do bad.
No, that's not good. That's real bad. Is that the same for the domain that she governs, or has somebody else taken her domain?
Nature abhors a vacuum. Something will
Uh-huh.
fill in. Whether that thing is order or chaos remains to be seen.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Number 2.
Yeah, hint, that's very bad.
Yeah, I can tell from the way that I don't know, just by the way you said filled with chaos. I was like, that's probably not good.
I don't know, the cycle of death and decay being chaotic, that's probably not good.
No, that's people randomly dropping dead on the street for literally no reason.
Or never dropping dead.
Yeah.
Or never dropping dead for no reason.
Equally bad.
Which is
Equally bad. Both
great.
terrible. Can I get a where to start for Nothurth? Like, is she on this plane? Are they on this plane?
They are currently on this plane.
Okay.
Good start.
It is definitely a good start because if they fucked off to some other plane, that
So,
makes my
well,
job
so
harder.
for all of you, here's a place to start. The 2 remaining seals.
Oh yeah. I was gonna
Oh,
say,
true.
where are the 2 remaining seals? That's what I was gonna ask.
That was gonna be my next question.
One of them you know for certain is
in
in
the
the Crimson
Temple of-
Court. The
Okay.
Crimson Court, which is the court at the top, at the center of the Praluum Dynasty's capital. It's where Emperor Arden rules from. Is the Crimson Court.
The
And
prob-
they definitely hate us though, right?
They hate magic.
They hate lots
So
of
they
things.
hate us.
Lots.
Yeah,
They hate lots
us.
of things. Yeah.
What about
Right.
sleight of hand?
Everybody hates us. That's a thing that I've learned with this with poor old blood. Everybody hates old blood.
Everyone
Yeah.
hates all of us.
Yeah. It
Speak
is what
for
it is.
Oh my
yourself.
god, new blood. We can bring them in as captured. We got the old blood. Oh god, I hate those guys.
Yeah, how dare they? God, I had my last question, but it's fallen out of my head for some reason because I was laughing and thinking about other things. I have the attention span of like a small creature. Like I see a nut and then I'm off somewhere else. What was the
Oh, the
question?
centaur.
Okay, I get
Oh.
+5 bonus to all my saves. What the fuck?
Or of protection bananas, dude.
And +5 to initiative. Holy fuck. Plus my alert. That's +10 with 0 dex. That's pretty nuts.
Joe has a question.
Sure. Shoot.
Oh.
Well, Nikki remembers her last one.
Yeah.
I just did, but let's.
Oh no, no, go ahead, go ahead, Nikki. I got it.
Oh,
I
okay.
Before
got-
you lose it.
Oh, it was what am I without my oath? What am I once I have either completed or failed my purpose?
That
If
remains
I'm
to be
bored-
seen. Once the
Okay.
imbalance is addressed, you will exist, and the imbalance will not.
It's up to you.
You're a creature of this world now.
Okay. My question was, am I going to poof afterwards? Is what my question
You're a
was.
creature of this world now. Your future determines your future.
Okay, excellent. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Joe's first question, if she's able to ask it, is my friend safe? You know what friend I'm talking about.
Yeah. And I'm gonna give his true name, but I can't pronounce it right now. So
That's fair.
Good old Toby.
yes, he walks through danger willingly, but he is safe. He is safe in his instability. He is He has reached a metastable state of safety, riding the razor's edge. He is
Okay.
doing his work to address the balance, to redress the balance.
If he needs me, is there a way he can contact me?
Anything is possible. But he has no magic to his means, nor is he in a place where he could easily get to magic. The best
Fair
way
enough.
he can reach you is to find you himself.
Mm. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to think of anything else. This is kind of weird that Joe's like talking to someone who has like all the answers to everything.
And it's regardless of your intelligence as well, because
Yeah.
it's in pictures and thoughts and
Yeah.
emotions.
Yeah.
Dragon lore dad, yeah.
There are many questions everybody could ask.
This path with them. How am I keeping this balance by being with them? I do not.
You carve. Go ahead.
I do not see my purpose with them.
You carve your own balance. You act on the instincts that Ao gave you, and you cut down the enemies of those who do good. If
Peop-
your purpose truly is to be a blunt instrument, then you are serving it.
If it makes the ancestors happy, then I guess
Your
I will go with it.
ancestors smile upon you. There are many ways in which your ancestors would continue to smile upon you, and many ways you could continue to serve the balance. The choice is up to you.
She'll kind of nod and she'll mull on it, chew on this info.
Okay.
That's it for Joe.
Real Farhat.
I'll let Real go first.
Oh, I dislike that he's in my head, but I ask, is my family okay? Is my family safe?
They are safe.
And
They
that's all.
they are not doing as well as they could be with your absence, but they are safe.
I come back. I'll come back with many ideas.
Eric. Huh.
All right, Farhat.
Well, first, thank you for calling me Farhat. I'm not too kind on people calling me by the other name if they ain't a giant. No offense.
The first time he addressed you, he called by your old name. I just couldn't be bothered to go look it up on your on here. But this time he addresses you as you call yourself. So
Okay, got it. So a few questions. I'll start with the one most pertinent to me and what you said. Where is she and him, for that matter? Where can I find them?
they're never far from each other. She commits sins against the balance with every step and wanders far and wide. Their travels take them to every corner of this plane, sowing chaos. And the fragment of him that resides in you echoes to an empty shell that follows a new master. This new master.
Ah, hell. Don't suppose I'm gonna just walk into them.
They have a purpose in this world that they will fulfill at all costs.
Gotcha. I'll try to keep an eye out. On those seals, on the big picture, seals are broken, but could they be reforged?
The seals that were put in place by the gods and by the men and women of this world could be reforged if the balance were set.
So are we intended to defend the final seals while simultaneously bringing balance, or is the imbalance going to come to us if we're at those seals?
Both. You could take the fight to the imbalances, to the vacuous, empty space that threatens, that hangs over your heads. You could find more information. You could find that you have help. You could learn more about your foe. You could defend those seals and let the imbalances come to you, although it will do so with fury.
Yeah, but if we ain't there, they're just gonna break the seal, and while we're off in the library trying to figure out what's going on, last seals break. If we weren't down to 2, I feel like we'd have more options.
The seal of law is known, though not accessible. The seal of divinity is unknown. You guys could be the first to find it.
I don't suppose you could give us a hint on its direction.
The Forgotten Gods. The Forgotten Gods are the keepers of the seventh seal.
Do they have a mailing address for the Forgotten Gods, by chance?
Where do things go to be forgotten?
Oh, okay. Another question. There's a book that was here. I believe you had trouble looking at it last time. Don't suppose you could parse what it's about and potentially just get rid of it?
The Eternal Tome of Shadows. That would be it contains knowledge of the fundamental forces of certain forces of magic. Gravity, possibility, time, entropy, fate.
Right. I don't suppose the location for those Forgotten Gods might be in the book somewhere on one of them pages.
That information is not forgotten. That information is readable by those with a mind to read it.
Oh, okay. So it's full on for. Okay, I'll try to figure out where you go to forget things. I don't suppose there's a big divine bar somewhere. So is the book sentient? Because it seems to be acting in ways. There was all sorts of nonsense when it went from one person's hand to another.
No. The book is not sentient.
Does it channel anything? Entity specifically. I understand energies are
destroyed.
No, it is not. It does not channel an entity. It was a gift given by an entity.
Gotcha.
To
And
people who had lost everything.
And then I suppose last question would be, can it be destroyed? I figured they tried a whole lot of stuff there, but they put it in a bag of holding, took it out. It was covered in blood.
It cannot be truly destroyed.
Gotcha.
Knowledge has a eerie way of turning back up.
Oh, important question. Does it corrupt the person it's attached to? Because that was up in the air for a while.
I'm going to say unknown.
Try again.
And it control the person it's attached to. And it,
I'm not sure it was an argument of semantics.
Yeah, it was not an argument of semantics.
You didn't, but you didn't ask if it could possess you. That's a different keyword. The other question would be, the last question, I suppose, for me in particular, would just be, I've seen some discrepancies by what woke me up, brought me back, and what it is for many other people. Is mine in some ways separate from the whole?
No.
Well, then I suppose the important question will be, is what flows through me good by its nature?
No.
Is
Nor is it
it?
evil.
Oh, okay. I could deal with the break-even point. I figure that's run about everything. If I come up with something before we leave, I'll swing by and see how it's going.
Your piece of forgotten history is mercurial in nature.
Yeah, you got it.
Was that you
One more
cracking a joke?
And no, unfortunately. And exists in the space between. Just as you had fallen into the spaces between.
I fell into nothing is what it felt like.
You fell into the space between.
All right. Oh, I suppose this is neither here nor there, but you seemed rather tense from pictures of you I'd seen. Are you all right? since we've been gone?
Say that again.
Are you all right? You seem more agitated, I suppose is the polite term.
The balance is never in a good state. I just hope to keep it close enough through research and information gathering. With
Gotcha.
the old blood returning to me, perhaps one day we will have strength enough to address some of the problems ourselves.
Well, it was nice talking with you, and I stand up and put another rolled up thing of tobacco and light it up. If you ever need to get a hold of me or let me know something that might be pertinent, just go ahead and send a knock, and I'll let you in.
He stares pupillously at you.
At the mention of old blood,
Well, no, I don't think
Despero
we can.
claims both of his weapons.
I don't think he can hear that. I think only
No,
Farhat.
it's a private conversation. I have two
Was it into
more
his
questions.
mind?
Yes.
Oh, it's just into my
Yeah,
mind.
we're speaking. We're
Yeah, this is
speaking.
all-
He's speaking directly into the person's mind
Yeah,
for
this is all
addressing their
telepathic.
personal
Oh, yeah,
questions.
pardon my mistake. Yeah, sorry. Pardon me. Sorry.
It's okay.
Nikki,
I
you got more?
I have.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have two more questions. One of them is for the Sun Prince. He was looking for the quote unquote false sun. Does he have any idea what he could be talking about? Like, is there any
False
sun-based
sun.
deity?
There is the newest god of the pantheon, or the newest god of the pantheon is known to be false by some. The seal of magic sundered by a new divine, by a supposed new divine, and its
Does-
power
does-
harnessed, and its power harnessed by this divine.
Does it have a name?
It has sure. It has a name that it goes by. That name is Heishi Soul Eclipse.
Heishi Soul
Eclipse.
Soul Eclipse.
Eclipse. I spelled it HASHISOL.
I put it in Dragonspy.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. That saves me from attempting to spell it.
Yikes. Fuck.
That looks like a name of, I don't know, somewhere.
A name.
No.
That's the name it goes by.
Oh, that
Okay.
is a very meaningful name. Jesus Christ.
Okay. And then the second question is, over time, because we did end up saving the core of the Feywild, will Nature's Seal, can that be reborn? Is that
Born if it's protected.
okay? All right. So that's a potential solution to one of our seal problems. It's
In a
not
thousand
in 1,000 years, right? But like, that is a fixable problem. Okay. That's it. That's all the questions. Thank you.
Hey, Chase.
Yeah.
That was my 10.
What would function as Eridan's holy symbol?
You could decide that. That's not.
Okay. Could Oogway fix something for me?
Do
Yeah.
you need an inspiration?
Yeah, you could try and make a,
for a chance.
you could try and make a holy symbol of basically anything. The symbol that I would suggest you adorn yourself with is the null symbol.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. Like a pendant, sort of, in that shape.
Okay.
When Oogway has a moment, I'll pull him aside and ask him. Tell him that I have to go.
I didn't know we were talking about the book now. I figured we
No,
won't
no.
have a chance to talk about to him later. Is that
You guys can you guys can stay in the library. And as a meta point to this, you guys can spend another couple days in the library preparing, doing whatever you need to to research on topics that you
Or we
that you
ask him.
need, or you can ask him some more questions, which you guys can either DM to me or talk to me about in person, because
Well,
we've been doing this for 6.5 hours now, and my voice is getting tired.
Okay. Mine is only just, is the book evil? Does it need to be
Oh,
destroyed?
we-
It's the same as Farhat.
Yeah.
The book is not evil. The book is not inherently evil. The knowledge it contains is not inherently evil, and no, it does not need to be destroyed. Mostly because it could not truly be destroyed.
I,
Okay.
I understand this is breaking meta, but no one has asked if Eridan is evil or becoming evil, because we keep getting an answer that the
did
book
last
is not
night.
evil. What?
I thought you
Well,
did
then-
last night when we
then
were like,
And then
Yeah, you're
ask.
still there. Just ask.
Okay.
Like my
can I
character
ask?
doesn't care, so like,
Can,
go
can
for
I
it.
can I ask the archivist? Like, is
Yeah.
Eridan evil or is he turning evil?
He answers with an answer of, "I can't predict the future. The actions that he has taken recently could be perceived as evil. He has done much good for the world. He is." Is he evil? That's a hard question for somebody who's good on neutral information.
Yeah.
Is he worse for the world?
Yeah, I guess just to weigh in as Tam, because I had a really good insight check against him, and then Tam told you to basically rope him up. So
Yeah, shoot.
no, I mean that was
No,
it.
yeah,
basically.
Tam was like, "No, rope him up," and we did. Or are you referring to like a more recent check?
No, that was basically it. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if, on a very high insight chance or insight roll, that someone is then like, hey, this paladin, oh man, tie this dude up. Something's changed.
You also see him.
like
You
that.
also see him like. You don't hear his conversation, but you guys, I assume, that most of the information that you guys are talking about is shared. Aside from some obviously private stuff, but like most of the stuff in these conversations gets shared. And in the interest of my sanity, if you guys have any questions about the setting, about the world, and about anything in the campaign so far, you can ask this guy, and it's basically just the DM. So if you guys think of any questions, throughout the week, message me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
So, are we splitting the groups again?
well, to talk about that from a meta standpoint, you guys have two major objectives.
Mm-hmm.
One objective is to find and secure the seal of law in some way and protect it from the Scions of the Void. And the other is to find and secure the seal of divinity, the Forgotten Gods, at least the half of it that is not broken.
So we know where.
None of us have a clue as to where that second one is.
Nope.
Right?
No.
No.
Okay.
Though I've given you some pretty direct hints.
Where do people go to be forgotten?
Yeah.
Yes, where people go to be forgotten.
In the median, we should probably DM you about it.
Yes, if you have any questions about the plot as the or the not the plot, but the campaign as a whole, or questions about backstory, any questions right now, like I want to get us into, from DM's perspective, I want to get us into Act 4 of 5.
Okay.
The 12 to 15 or 12 to 16-ish arc. I want to be Act 4, and I want you guys to wrap up any personal backstories that you have, so that by Act 5, all the pieces will be together, and we can go probably together again, maybe, I don't know. Or we may come at this from two sides and then group up for the big final, I don't know, couple of sessions, depending on how the story plays out. I have arcs from level 12 to 16 and 16 to 20, and I intend to get these characters to level 20 organically. So I want to start us into Act 4. You guys finished Act 3, with basically with you guys, with both of your parties exiting their respective extra planar locations. And you guys are starting into Act 4. So if
We can figure out next week how we're gonna.
yeah, we can figure out next
the
week how the
party.
split goes. But there are some logistical issues, like Nikki being in a time zone across the universe, and
Well,
Michael
now
and Dom having Michael and Dom having every other Saturday with Chris.
Well, oh, hold on. Go ahead, Nikki.
Wouldn't it be
I
next
would like
Friday
to
anyway?
say
Yeah.
that theoretically, hopefully, it won't be a problem too much longer because I want to be back in the U.S. sometime around December.
Right. But for now,
Yeah.
I'm going with the status as is. Just because of current plans. Because I can't plan for the future for myself, never mind for 10 other people.
Right. I'm just to make it a little bit easier for party split purposes. I don't mind my Saturdays are free, and I don't entirely mind waking up at like 5 a.m.
Okay.
I will say too. As of right now, it's every other Friday for me, and all Saturdays are free.
Okay.
So if
I think I might. I wanted to determine who's going where with the story first, and
Yeah.
then from there determine what time slots we need to change.
Fair
to,
enough.
If we need to change it all.
Fair enough.
Because the groups don't have to stay the same. The group that goes to the Prowloom Dynasty for the Seal of Law, there's certainly characters that would lend themselves to that, and there are certainly characters that would lend themselves to investigation and hunting down whatever the hell the other seal is.
Mm-hmm.
And there are paths to take for both. And for these last two arcs, I'm going to take a little more. I think I'm going to take a little more hands-on approach to railroading you guys through more specific story, just so that we can wrap up all of the dangling threads, of which there are a lot.
That's okay.
That's
Can
fine.
I just
So you don't
ask a
want
question
the
that-
accidental veer into the Feywilds again, is what you're trying
Yeah,
to say.
kind of.
I'll
Go ahead,
just
Dom.
ask a question because you probably have thought about this, but is this going to be our home base now? Like, is the Archivist?
I have not
We don't.
thought of that.
Otherwise, we do not have anywhere.
No, the
But
Rainbow
if this
Chateau
is
is gone.
We are
If
a
this is
traveling
place that can be
group of
teleported back
vagabonds.
to, we split with two different. I mean, we only have one wizard who can teleport?
I actually no, hold on. I can actually, if we're spending multiple days here, I can actually make it so I can bring my party back.
That is true. Yeah, so basically Farhat and Tam have to go separately. Technically, Oogway, you could too. You can
Well,
learn the spell. Devin,
I
help
would-
me out here.
Hallow and Word of Recall.
Yeah.
I was asking also because if I was to stay and make things and investigate the book and anything else, like, can it be easily like? So I wouldn't be able to meet up with them. They'd be able to come back here, but okay.
Right, yeah. If you were to stay here and investigate things, and this is also a point, like Eridan's leaving the party, but Michael's got another character in mind. The objective for which I will give whichever party goes one of the directions. I've got a plan to introduce Michael's character into that party.
He's kind of like Eridan, also.
Yeah, yes,
But he's
I-
different, more
he-
cynical.
And he and I've got to talk. Michael, you and I've got to talk about some things.
He's
Yeah.
he's already in trouble.
No, you just have to iron out backstory details.
Oh,
Well, yeah, because
if any of
it's
you- if any
certain
of you-
political implications.
Yeah,
If any
details.
of you want to change characters, Christina, I know you'd been talking about it. If Joe decides that it's time to go help the balance by helping Toby, then that is totally fine. And if you want to change character, I will work them back in. We are at a breaking point in
Yeah.
the campaign where I am, and I just want everybody to play the characters they want to play. I just want to.
I do love Joe. Don't get me wrong. I love Joe. I love
Only character imbalance.
I love Smacky for big number.
Yeah,
You know,
bonk.
Bonk for
Real
big
big
number. But I mean, I guess it comes with the whole our current party dynamic for Old Blood, which is 3 strength boys, 1 cleric, and 1 wizard or 1 artificer. Which
to be
is
fair, we are probably going to be changing party cards.
I know,
like,
and
we
that's
are-
and that's the
But
other thing.
also, to also to complement that, your new character fits pretty smoothly into one of the
Into
one
one of the
objectives
things
here.
because I discussed their creation pre-exiting Feywild because I figured
Yeah.
Joe's out of here once we're out of the Feywild, but it took a lot longer. But no, I'll think on it. I'll discuss some stuff with you too, Chase, about it. But first thing things for Aridin first, of course, because he's the one who's definitely going. But it is a thought that's in my brain.
Absolutely.
Because I mean, it's true that the guy's like, well, if you continue doing what you do, you're helping out. But you know, Joe. No offense to my party members.
But they're
she doesn't. There's no like super deep connection with you guys.
Understandable.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely understandable. Joe was a mercenary originally.
Mm-hmm.
Like you and now that you have a tie somewhere else, it makes sense that Joe would go off and do that other thing.
Yeah.
It's just that yeah, and with the combination of the party balance
Mhm.
being that there are 3 bonk sticks of varying flavor, it would totally make sense for party balance reasons to split off. Like
Yeah.
for every reason Joe has every right to split off, and especially if you want to bring in that new character, I am down.
I kind of do because it's a character type that I've never played before that I would like to try, and I think it's just a little bit more story oriented investment. I feel with
Yeah,
with what I have for their
agree with you.
backstory.
I agree with you.
It's-
Also because of Joe being a barbarian who doesn't speak much, like you haven't had a whole lot of engagement with the story, with the plot.
And I want to engage with your story, Chase, because it's really good. What parts I have engaged in is like, yes, you know.
Yeah,
I've had a good time with that. I do want to participate a little more, and
Sure.
I'm trying to get
I'd love
myself
to
out
see-
of the I'm trying to get out of my shell with that. So
I'd love to see
Um,
your new character if you want to play it.
yeah.
This is
this is the
I
time.
this is the DM check-in. This is the 7th inning stretch before
Yeah.
before the
And-
DM before we take it on to
Yeah,
the
and-
final couple of arcs.
And if something happens to the second character, or if I want to be Joe again, we can figure something out. But
I just want you guys to all have fun.
yeah, of course,
Um,
of course, of course.
So anybody wanting to make changes, talk to me about it. Anybody with questions for the Ilso Rendosa, I keep calling him the Arbiter, the Archivist.
I mean,
Um,
Halo 2, dude. I mean,
exactly. Man, I just played through the Halo series recently.
such a good
Um,
series.
And also the Arbiter's fucking badass.
Yes.
Keith David, God, he's cool. Yeah, you hit me up, guys. Your next session, you're still going to be in the Archivist's, the library,
Mhm.
Next
and
Friday?
we may have a next session whenever the fuck we play.
Okay.
And we may have like there's still some unfinished business, like Tam, obviously we got to talk about the eggs, and Desperate, you got stuff to talk about. Farha, we got stuff to talk about. Uguay, we got stuff to talk about. You got stuff to make. You have
Oh, yeah.
and you have functional downtime right now.
Mhm.
You guys aren't really on a clock. I mean, you're on a very distant clock.
Long-term clock.
Yeah, a much more long-term clock. But we could have probably, I don't know, more than 1 week even of downtime if there's shit you guys want to do.
Is the Pact of
I'm
War
down.
functionally broken?
It is functionally broken. Yeah, that's what
Okay.
they cleansed off of you.
Okay, I just want to take note of that.
Yeah. The pact, I mean, so as far as the angel knows, or this being knows, the pact, well, you don't know. But you are no longer beholden to that, to that pact for whatever that's worth.
Okay.
So, speaking of a week of downtime, I'll be in Hawaii from the 6th to the 13th.
Dope.
So,
Yo, nice.
Sounds like
I'm gonna
fun.
be in
Nice.
Seattle from the 7th to the 14th.
hey, it's
Well-
like the same place.
Well,
So
I mean, so
I'm
next
not
session
going
is
anywhere.
next session is Friday then, right?
Yeah.
Next session would be the 5th.
The
Yeah.
5th, yeah. Okay. Just
Okay.
want to
Do
get
downtime
things straight now.
Remember the 7th of November.
We can do downtime without some people.
Yeah. So I mean, there's stuff that
Up to you.
Yeah.
but like the 5th, it sounds like everybody will still be here in theory. Like
Mhm.
obviously we can all post about it closer to the date.
Yeah.
But another man, let's see, it's a Friday. I
So
really
Friday
like.
at 6, I'll be around. 4 no.
Okay, that was the question. Yeah, so we can go back to the 6, or how about what's the earliest you could do, Jared?
6.
6. Okay, let's do 6.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No problem. Let's do 6 o'clock then, because we've historically been doing 6:30, I think, right?
Yeah.
Let's do 6 o'clock on Friday.
Sounds good to me.
Friday
The 5th.
Friday
The 5th, yeah.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's good for me. I think Dom too.
Remind me the day before
I will.
because I will work.
Clock on the
I usually
5th,
work late. I've been working like these days.
Okay.
5th is
Tell them you need a
Friday.
personal
I work on
development
Friday.
day off.
Yeah, I'll try and-
See,
I'll try
that
and-
would work if my parents weren't also my bosses.
Yeah.
Bro.
And truly, please, like Jared, you said I got a lot on my plate. Yeah, I do, but please send me questions. I love to answer this shit, and there's so much that I've not been able to tell you guys for the last 2 fucking years. That I have.
Okay, fair enough.
Katie and May are so goddamn tired of hearing about it.
I love that they're fucking sick of it.
It's like with me
Yeah.
with Cameron when talking about my campaign.
Yeah. Like I have not been able to gush to you guys like all my best friends, and I fucking love D&D. I
Like-
fucking love this. This campaign has been so much fun for me.
All right.
Yeah, you've been killing it, dude.
Yeah,
I've been
I
feeling
feel
it the
you to an
whole time
extent.
since day one.
You haven't been like burned out at all, have you?
I did get a little bit of burnout, but I was also like badly depressed anyway, so that's probably got something to do
Not
with
a
it.
good combination.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't sound like
And
fun.
and I took a break then, and then we came back.
hmm
So
then
And
get
honestly,
better, hopefully.
you've been killing it even after that.
thank you.
You've been doing
I've-
double fucking sessions, dude.
I've been
like,
doing
that's
double
insane.
fucking duty.
Plus
Uh,
Lancer.
plus Lancer, which I'm gonna beat you guys about the head and shoulders.
Hey, we're not going on
it's
purpose
over.
now.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, because these dumbasses didn't do the objective in the last session.
Because it was like, oh yeah, beat the boss in 10 rounds, and then we didn't. So
You just
surprise.
didn't do anything about
Yeah,
the
another-
boss. Yeah.
Jace, if
Alright.
it makes you feel any better, my Lancer group has been in the same fight for 3 sessions now. Holy shit.
Sounds like
Yeah.
Playing
Noodles
with
of fun.
Travis and them, or
No, a slightly different group, but
So,
yeah, mostly
Jace,
work folks.
Is this what you meant by you thought Airden was gonna leave because of the archivist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And these two chuckle fucks cleansing the pact of war off you actually kind of
say-
sealed the deal.
Yeah.
Is that not a good thing though? Was that not?
No, it is. It's an absolutely good thing, but they weren't intending to do it. They were intending to cure the curse off the weapon that isn't cursed.
That's such a
Well,
great
so I knew
word,
that I
like,
couldn't do anything to the weapon, but I could get it off of him, and so I was just like,
Yeah.
well, whatever's bad there, just fucking cleanse this house.
Is that of your own diction, or did you find it from somewhere, Chucklefuck? Because it's just an incredible.
Oh, I've used the word chuckle fuck for
Using-
years.
I've been using
Yeah.
chuckle.
Yeah,
fuck
no, he has. I
forever.
know this. I know this from
Yeah,
Chase for
it's
years. He's used it for
incredible.
years.
Such a good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Or
See,
the
I-
alternative, fuckle chucks.
See,
Shucks,
what
okay, that
happened,
was.
you'll appreciate this, Chase. So back in an old campaign, I played basically a mechanic, and she had like a robo arm backpack that I wanted to name Chucklefuck, but would not be allowed to name
Ew.
Chucklefuck because it was a quote unquote. What was it again, Jared? It was
non.
That was
It
awesome.
was non.
non-setting compliant. Yeah.
So we
Oh,
made
God.
Worthfire.
So we said Mirthfi instead, and I almost got away with it too if I wasn't dog shit at lying.
Meddling kids.
Mirthfire means Chucklefuck.
It just means Chucklefuck in ye olde English.
Needs to be.
Primarily women who
I
have
was so
sexual
happy, like,
determinations.
because everyone else got like this note, like, hey, yeah, you need to fix yourself, and mine was like, well, you need to fix the dwarves. I was like, oh, it's not me, it's someone else. And then Christina comes along, yeah, you're perfect. What?
You're doing good, kid.
To be fair, okay, Kindball's note wasn't, fix yourself. It was
no,
you
yeah.
are a creation of imperfection.
I know it's like wait, everyone has issues. Like everyone has
Yeah,
issues
well,
to either
no.
fix about themselves or somebody else, and then he gets to Joe. He's like, "You're good. Keep
I
going."
was really
You're
I was like reading through all the character notes, and I'm like, "What's your original?" Well, you're doing it. Like this is you're good. You're good, Chief. Like your objectives are basically fulfilled. You're just on the path. So yeah, you're
Chase
good.
question. So you know how we got those transmutative cantrip bottles from the school?
Uh-huh.
You know how paladins can't learn cantrips?
Correct.
Could I totally learn cantrips with those?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. You can use them for
I
a
will-
one-off of those cantrips.
I will say this.
You
I
throw them,
think.
shatter them.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
No worries.
I will say this. I think if Joe leaves, I think she'll give a portion of her gold to one of the parties, because she's like, you are gonna need it.
Yeah.
Because
I'm under the impression that New Blood has more money than Old Blood.
Yeah, we
I
do.
mean,
We're
he's
pretty
doing
fucking
more.
loaded.
A
Especially
lot
Cat.
of it's unusable.
Oh, okay.
Also, the other
right now
the other
Joe
thing-
is carrying
we can't.
6
We
point.
are egg rich but gold poor.
I will say
Oh,
Joe.
okay.
We're
Joe's holding a fuckload of money.
Yeah, Joe's
Joe-
holding
Joe-
6.2k gold in her pocket right now.
What
Right.
the fuck? Where did we
By
get
the way,
that
what happened
from?
with our griffins?
They're in
Oh
here,
yeah, we
they're
have
here.
Griffin.
They're here. They're
They're
here.
pushed-
They're
they're
being
pushed
tended by
through
the
the
drow.
portal.
How much can we sell them
hold
for?
on. I'm actually very curious. What was the arc of his conversation with Tyir?
He's not in the room.
Tyre's not in the room.
Who's keeping an eye on Tyir? We're gonna
The
go out
drow.
there. Oh, okay. He's gonna fucking destroyed everything.
Yeah, I'll say.
I need the party to know for personal reasons that Tam is holding more gold than Joe.
I
Are you
thought
really?
How
I'm
much
pretty
is
sure,
Tam
I thought you were
holding?
holding more than double her gold.
I don't think he spends anything. He just like
Joe
hoards it
doesn't
all.
either.
Just mooches.
for
I've
for a
got
wizard, that's
5,378 gold pieces,
Oh, no.
155 or 150 platinum pieces, and then 3 silver pieces.
150 platinum is still 1,000, 1,500? Okay.
Okay, so you're saying that it really is 6,800, 6,900
Are you
GP
holding some of
plus
my money, or are you?
plus 10,000
That could be.
GP of
Remember.
ancient coins that you have that are
Hmm.
not really spendable but are technically gold pieces, I guess.
They're
Like the
they're
balloons,
are
kind
Could
of.
we just smelt
double.
them down to get the equivalent value? Or
I mean,
Could.
if you guys want to get fraudulent money, then I'll go for it.
I'm neutral.
that
Yeah,
sounds like
yeah.
Tam.
I'm a neutral craftsman. Let's do this.
Oh
Wait,
no.
Wait,
Wait, hang
neutral
on. What's
craftsman.
what's the ancient coins? What are the ancient coins made of? Gold still?
Yeah, it's gold. It's gold, but it's gold plated on. I described it as gold plated on something, just like most gold coins.
What's
are
it like,
these days.
nickel?
How
Yeah,
much?
something like pennies or copper.
How
coated.
similar, like how similar is it to the gold coins of the current
Dynasty.
whatever this nation is, Dragonspine?
Current currency?
Well, so each
Goodbye.
yeah, each of the different nations of the Dragonspine use a
Yeah.
different
Different
each with
currency.
different- a
I
different,
actually need to
slightly
go.
different.
I'll catch you guys later.
Okay, see you.
Yeah.
Are you getting back on, or
Yeah.
you're done?
Maybe in like half an hour to an hour. I gotta.
Pick
Oh,
up your
see you,
brother.
Jared.
Okay.
Jared headed out too.
Bye.
I think
Similar timeline. Toodles.
The gold coins are all different, but they're basically the same like weight and make. For international.
So it's
tra-
just, so it's just a different shape.
Yeah, like the dwarven coins have a square hole punched through the center of them, and inscription around the outsides. The Praluum Dynasty coins are basically like a big ass like a $50.
So should I tell you? Wait, hang on. Yeah. So like, would it be in poor nature to fabricate just alchemy currency exchange rate those ancient coins?
No, if you think you can get away with it.
Because like I did pick up a nice level, a 4th level spell that's only verbal somatic.
Hmm.
Riao, we should talk.